Yes, hello, my beautiful friends. It is an amazing day, and we are tuning in right to the new opening of the House. And we're waiting for some audio and some other things to kick in. Nothing happening right there. This is what it looks like. Waiting for the vote for the new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, fighting for survival for a second go at the speakership under President Trump. Now, this is an important day because we got to get something done here relatively quickly because we got to count the electoral votes on Monday. So are they going to be able to get this done today? We'll see. We have some, somebody's gaveling in here. Here, let's go over. I don't know that they've gotten the audio here. Where is the audio? Let's see. Let's go to the cables. Here's what the cables got for us.
Because things can change. But we know of at least one Republican lawmaker.
Pursuant to the 20th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, for the meeting of the 119th Congress of the United States,
watch. This
the
is
House will... Pursuant to the 20th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, for the meeting of the 119th Congress of the United States, the House will come to order.
North and south, from the east and west.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
There's Mike Johnson and some other scenes.
Would you pray with me?
Yes.
Gather us together, sovereign God, from the north and south, from the east and west, from the right and the left, and in your mercy, consecrate the work you have called us to do in this 119th Congress. As we convene to establish and uphold the laws of this nation, may we devote our hearts anew to you and stretch out our hands to receive your instruction. With our spirits oriented toward you, may we be willing to put away all selfish motives, any rancorous thought that may harbor within us, and the sin that we too often cling to, and allow no evil or wickedness to gain a foothold in or penetrate this tent of governance. On this day, in the days and months and years ahead, may we be found to be free of fault and true of faith and allegiance when we lift up our faces to you. May we, without fear or reservation nor purpose of evasion, stand blameless before you and the people we serve. We ask this and pray your blessing on this Congress and on these United States. In the strength of your divine name we pray. Amen.
Amen. All right. Well done. All right. So
let's go now to Aisha Hosni live with the latest from Capitol Hill. Aisha, it is official.
It's official, Harris. We currently in this country do not have a House Speaker because we are in this
certificates of election covering 435 seats in the 119th Congress have been received by the Clerk of the House. The names of those persons whose credentials show that they were regularly elected as representatives in accord with the laws of their respective states or of the United States will be called. The representatives-elect will record their presence by electronic device, and their names will be reported in alphabetical order by state, beginning with the state of Alabama, to determine whether a quorum is present. Representatives-elect will have a minimum of 15 minutes to record their presence by electronic device. Representatives-elect who have not obtained their voting card may do so now in the Speaker's lobby.
All right, so we got 15 minutes. And then we'll come back on this. They're going to make sure that they've got everybody who they need to have there in tow. And so we'll pause this one. We'll just let that percolate for a little bit. But we got some other speaker news to attend to. So you can see right now the votes are coming in. And we've got, let's see, not voting yet, 339 down to 335. 330, we got 325 now. 314, we're down to 311. Down to 307, drop down to 300. We're getting votes coming in. So you can see they're coming in, calling by the state. So it's going to be a very simple one, and we'll just come back on that one. But let's pay attention to what else is happening out in Congress, because we've got Nancy Pelosi. She's back, and she might be hammered. Nancy Pelosi going to Washington to be a part of the new election of the new speaker. And she was making this video on an airplane, and she was looking rough. Now, what's so funny about this video is it's 12 seconds. So this was the best 12 seconds that they got, or it's the only take that they got, or whatever. But she's flying over there to see what happens on January 3rd and January 6th coming up soon, saying, on my way to Washington, D.C. to proudly represent the people of San Francisco and share our San Francisco values in the Congress of the United States. Thank you for giving me that honor, Nancy Pelosi. All right, so here's her 12-second message representing San Francisco.
Hi, it's Nancy. I'm on my way to Washington to proudly represent the people of San Francisco in Congress. I'm honored to do so, to share our San Francisco values. Thank you for giving me that honor. Hi, it's Nancy.
All right, so 12 seconds. She's on her way to Washington to share San Francisco values or whatever she's slurring out of her mouth there. But that's Nancy. Okay, so she's on her way over there. Now, simultaneously with that, we have Thomas Massie, who took off the glasses, grew out a 5 o'clock shadow, and is ready to go to battle against Mike Johnson. Like this is Rocky or something, man. Here is Thomas Massie on Matt Gaetz's new show on a new network.
I am not voting for Mike Johnson tomorrow, and you can take that to the bank.
Who are you voting for, Thomas? Who are you voting for? If Chip Roy were asked to serve as chairman of the Rules Committee, would that be enough to get your vote for Mike Johnson?
Oh, no. You can pull all my fingernails out. You can shove bamboo up in them. You can start cutting off my fingers. I am not voting for Mike Johnson tomorrow. And you can take that to the bank. You know that,
Who are you voting for,
Matt.
Thomas? Who are you voting for?
We don't know. But so we'll see today. But Massie looks haggard, man. Looks like he just emerged from an explosion or something. I don't know. And Matt Gaetz is looking interesting, too. So interesting things are happening out there in Congress. Now, that was a question about who is going to be voting for whom. Here was Jim Jordan, who, of course, is going to be the new chairman of the Judiciary Committee. He was the old chairman of the Judiciary. Now he's coming back. Here's what he said about it.
So, Mr. Chairman, great to see you.
Good to be with you. Happy New Year.
You know the first question. It's probably my last question, too. Does he have the votes?
I think so. I mean, obviously Thomas Massie's indicated he's not going to support Mike, but Mike's a good man, a man of character, a man of integrity. What I said this when I seconded his nomination in front of the conference, I said, you know, hard work doesn't guarantee success, but it sure improves your chances. And Mike Johnson has worked his tail off as our speaker. I hope he gets reelected today. I think he will. And the second thing, I think the main reason here is look, on November 5th, the American people said, secure the border, bring down prices, bring down crime, and stop the weaponization of government against we the people. The best way to get that done is to come together today, unite behind Speaker Johnson, and start working with President Trump to accomplish what the people told us to do. So I hope that's what happens today, and I think it will.
And we'll see. So the clock is ticking for the quorum call, and the House is now in session. But here's the latest on the updates from what the New York Times is hearing. We got 3 updates telling us now that the 118th Congress has officially adjourned, and Johnson declared that earlier today, and the House begins voting soon. Now, his bid is to retain the top post on Friday is on the brink. Lawmakers are preparing to begin the vote. Minutes before the vote, a number of right-wing conservatives still refuse to say whether they're going to vote for him. Johnson has spent the last week in meetings, and the holdouts so far rejected cutting deals to win their votes. To retain his position, Johnson is expected to need 218 votes, a simple majority of all the present members are present there and voting. Now, given the parties, the Republicans, exceedingly slim margin of control, Republicans hold 219 seats to the Dems 215. He can only lose a single GOP vote if every lawmaker is present and voting and Democrats support Hakeem. The House vote happening now. After both parties nominate their candidates, the House clerk will then proceed to an alphabetical roll call vote. If no speaker is chosen, we got to do this again. Ugh. And remember how many times it took last time? And we've got business to attend to on Monday, January 6th. We got to count the electoral votes, make sure that gets done without any interference with the peaceful transition of power. A sign of influence, they say. The speaker vote is yet another test of Trump. They're all holding this against Trump. Oh, does Trump have the control of his party that he needs to govern effectively? What happens if they reject him? That means Thomas Massie and Chip Roy are snubbing their nose at Trump. Mr. Trump has endorsed Johnson, including in social media posts, hours ahead of the vote. A prolonged speaker fight could thwart the Republican leader's plans to quickly begin pushing through Trump's agenda. They say this is not a formality, all right? The election of a speaker has typically been pro forma. You just go through the motions. But that changed in 2023 when Republicans first took back the majority and subjected Mr. McCarthy, Kev, to 4 days of voting. 15 ballot, 4-day round of voting. Read more about that. We covered that. Like, oh my gosh. They had a bunch of other people that they tried to throw up there. And we can't count the votes on the 6th, according to many people, unless we have a speaker. And so let's take a look at what the president is saying this morning as this is all happening now. He posted a couple things. Here is what he said 27 minutes ago from Deborah Rose podcast. Says, I think that's what you call leadership. And Marjorie Taylor Greene made a video. Let's see what Marjorie had to say.
Good evening, everyone.
All right, hold on, Marjorie, sorry about that. Your boy doesn't know how to click buttons. Here's your video.
Good evening, everyone. Tomorrow we convene at noon in the House of...
Ugh, dang it. Why won't this thing play in full screen? All right, we're just going to watch this part of Marjorie's face.
Good evening, everyone. Tomorrow we convene at noon in the House of Representatives, and our first order of business will be to vote for Speaker of the House. This is a historic vote, and it is the first order of business that we have to accomplish before we can even swear in as members of Congress. Now, here's how I feel about it. You all have seen me disagree with Mike Johnson at times. You've seen me fight against him at times. But you want to know something else? Here's what I recognize. For the past 4 years, all of you, and myself included, have put blood, sweat, and tears into electing President Trump. And when you want to talk about blood, President Trump himself actually was the one that shed blood after an assassin shot him in the face. Here's what I know. All of you are sick and tired and fed up out of the drama and all of the garbage that comes out of Washington, D.C.
True.
And after 2 terrorist attacks on our nation where innocent people were killed, and after 4 years of unbelievably horrific government policies, and now that we're in $36 trillion in debt, all of you at home, and myself included, are ready for the drama to end. Well, here's what I'm asking my colleagues to do. Let's put aside our pride, let's put aside our egos, and let's put aside the infighting. It's time to come together as Republicans, and it's time to do whatever it takes to make sure that we deliver the mandate that the American people told us to do. And that's why I'm excited tomorrow. I cannot wait to get started. I'll be voting for Mike Johnson. I will be looking ahead in complete hopefulness and working as hard as possible. You see, we're going to elect a speaker, and then we're going to swear in as members of Congress. And then on Monday, we're going to certify the most historic election in our nation's history when we certify Donald John Trump's election as 47th President of the United States. We're going to spend a few weeks getting to work, working hard on preparing for his agenda. And then on January 20th, we're going to inaugurate Donald John Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Now, it's 18 long days until we get to that important day. And while all of us are praying and many of us are scared after what we've seen, and many of us are unsure if we'll be even able to get there and see President Trump go back in the White House, I'm going to tell you this. I'm giving it my all, and I can't wait to get started tomorrow. All right, we'll see you there.
Marjorie Taylor Greene with a nice message. And I understand that completely. And we have had our strong criticisms of Mike Johnson from the very first words out of his mouth after he got elected. He came out and first things out of his mouth were about more money for foreign wars. Oh my gosh, furious from the very beginning. But we also understand that he was in a position where the Democrats controlled everything. They controlled the House. He had a tiny margin. They controlled the Senate. Now that all is going to change. And Mike Johnson, I can't pass judgment on him as a politician or as a man, rather. We certainly can as a politician. I don't know the guy. From what we see in his public-facing demeanor, people seem to say he's an honorable, stand-up, trustworthy, ethical guy. We saw Tim Burchett said he doesn't cheat on his wife, so that's good. So we don't, know. But from what we can see in his public life, he certainly seems like a malleable person. Like he just kind of wants to be a part of the crew. Like when he was walking down at the UFC with Trump and everybody else, he was just like, I'm just so happy to be here. I'll do anything. Whatever anybody wants, I'll just do it. And so now that Trump is in charge and the Republicans have the House and the Senate and the Supreme Court, you just hope that Mike Johnson is just going to play ball and just kind of follow along with the rest of the momentum and get stuff done. So Mike Johnson under Democrats, not so much a fan. Mike Johnson under Trump and the Republicans might actually be better than Kev McCarthy was, because Kev McCarthy was a little bit more of an independent, deep state aligned individual, whereas Johnson feels like he's just a little bit more malleable, just kind of happy to be here. So we'll see what happens, but I understand it. And I do think that there is a serious risk here of not getting a speaker who is a Republican and having the Democrats seize control or have some Republican who's squishy flip or something like that, or delay January 6th. And we just want to get the agenda on track. We don't want a bunch of infighting that deviates the first launch of the new administration. So I can understand it. Now let's see where we're at. The clock is ticking down and they've got some updates for us. Let's see what's happening here. From the live feed, we're now up to 417 in the quorum call. 18 people haven't made their position heard yet. The heck are they doing? We'll keep our eye on it. And let's see what you guys say about this as we're waiting for stuff to come in. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be murdered. Look, SD Gold Star Mom says, I will be shipping your poisonous rhubarb jam. You know, rhubarb's poisonous. We read that. Next week. Ugh, I'll be dead. Make sure you have nice toasty English muffins and butter to go with it for your last meal. Thank you for your work. Blessings to you and yours. Happy New Year. Thank you, Gold Star Mom. I'll try it. I don't know if we'll have a show the next day. I don't know. If I'll try it. I'll put it on an English muffin. Might be dead in the next morning, but we'll try it. All right, it's an inside joke, I think. Maybe not an inside joke. It's a running joke about rhubarb pie because it's poisonous and it will kill you. People keep her like, hey, Rob, have some more rhubarb. Terrorist pies trying to eliminate me. Rabbit says, no way, rhubarb is so good. B.H. Williams says, wow, Rob really doesn't like rhubarb. Well, I don't know. I've never tried it because it's poisonous and I'd be dead if I had tried it. So anyways, thank you, S-Star Gold Star Mom. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to it. You're extremely generous. If it shows up, I'll definitely try it. Hey, just Rhonda had a good idea. Try it on stream, and then we'll just die. Oh, this is from SD Gold Star Mom. Croaking out, foaming at the mouth, seizing on camera. It's perfect. Hey, we got 14 people, 7 Republicans and 7 Democrats. What are they doing? What are they doing? Only the leaves are poisonous. Well, it's a little too close for comfort, It's like, do you play around with a king cobra because only the head bites you? No, you don't. You don't play with the tail, All right, so we're waiting. We got the clock ticking away. 6 and 6. Pope Rackets Touched Me is here. Says Congress can't swear in votes for speaker to get sworn in. Yeah, we got to get so we got to 17 months as a member, Pope Rackets. I do appreciate that. So, yeah, we read an analysis earlier, I think this maybe earlier before New Year's or last week. A lot of people say that the House is basically stalled out unless they have a speaker. So if there is no speaker, there's no counting of the electoral votes on January 6th, and that could be a problem. So we're down to 9 people who have not voted yet. Somebody go get them a cattle prod, please. Hey, Beezy's here. Rob, let's just send you to Congress in 2026. Give them a bit of a straightening out. You know, that would be fun. That would be fun. 2026? Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. For about 5 minutes. Then I'd want to jump out the window, I think. But thank you, Beezy, for the endorsement. I don't know that I could get elected. Hey, SD Gold Star Mom says, only the leaves are poisonous. The stalks are not. That's funny. I'll try it. I'll try it. It's okay. I'll try it. Thank you, SD Gold Star Mom. I didn't mean to, reject the rhubarb thing, but I think you're sending me rhubarb because you know of the rhubarb thing, right? So that's kind of why I brought it up. But thank you for that, SD Gold Star Mom. All right, I won't eat the leaves. Just eat the very adjacent stalks that are just right next to the poison. I'll eat those. Hey, what's up? Brimstone DD. Membo for 2 months in the House says they should have removed Johnson over the budget. They should have removed Johnson for a lot of things, but the question is who replaces him? And I think that's the problem, is there's no consensus for anybody else. Like, nobody got even close. Jim Jordan didn't do it. And is Thomas Massey going to do it? Probably not. I ultimately think that everybody else will fall in line. Massey will probably be the only person who votes no. And I think Johnson will get it. We have to make predictions. Predictions? Prediction time, anyone? Byron Donalds. We talked about Byron Donalds, and I think that the problem with that is he's like a young guy, right? And there's so many other people. They're like, I've been on this committee for 57 years, so it should be me. And you have the other guy. I've been on here for 65 years. It should be me. You're like, well, nobody likes either one of you at all. And you're incompetent. So how about Byron? Well, no, he hasn't earned it yet or whatever. I think that's kind of how it is, which gets tiresome. Okay, we're down to 4. They're down to 4. Coming up closer and closer. Hey, Jams Varno says, if they can't figure this vote out, we're doomed. Well, I mean, that's what we're concerned about, is that we just spin our wheels. We're down to 3. All right, who do you think's left? Is it AOC? Anyone have eyes on AOC? I think here's Johnson right here. Who's Johnson talking to? Oh, Johnson's smoozing with Luna, looks like. I think right there. Yeah, let's see who else can we identify and pick out of here. I don't know. I was looking for Nadler. Is he still in there? Let's see if he's around. Some kids out there on the floor. All right, we're down to 3 votes. Waiting to see. Looks like we're going to have a quorum, hopefully. So 435 is the magic number. 432 are in. Pelosi, is she still hammered? Somebody need to wake her up. Somebody needs to go cattle prod her. Yeah, Michelle says we need a speaker to certify the election on Monday, right? On Monday. We got to get that done. Yeah, Jan says we need Johnson in. Trump wants Johnson. And I think if you're going to have, if you're going to be split on it, let's give Trump the benefit of the doubt. He just won. If this is his preferred candidate, all right, you may not like the guy or have criticisms with the guy, but it's like, all right, let's go. We can do it. Yeah, Pelosi's probably passed out in the hallway. So the question will be Chip Roy, but I think Chip Roy will come on board. I just have a feeling. Brimstone says we don't actually need to certify on Monday, and I think that might be true. Like, what happens if you certify a week later? I mean, like technically, right? Politically, I think that's a problem because the election is not being certified. We want to follow the schedule. Where the hell are these three people? Yeah, everyone's just happy Biden's gone, says Sherilyn Monroe. 51K is reporting Bob Good said he's not voting for Johnson. That's interesting. I have to look that one up. So let's see what we've got over on, let's see what the latest is here on X. So Thomas Massey's talking about debt badges. So he's bringing in debt badges. You can see this is what he posted. You get a debt badge. You get a debt badge. I'm giving every Republican member of Congress a debt badge today, is what Massey's got for us, which is a fun little shtick and gimmick. We've got a clip, looks like Chip Roy was on the phone. Chip Roy's calling somebody right here. Don't know whether he's going to vote one way or another. We also had questions about Bob Good. Let's see if he'll be voting for him. This one, Kilmeade. Oh, Bob Good isn't in Congress anymore? Oh, I guess that's not going to be... Wait, is he in Congress? Yeah, he says, I will not be voting for Mike Johnson today. This is what Bob Good says. So I will not be voting for Mike Johnson today. Congressman Bob Good, proudly serving District of Virginia, member of the GOP. So if that's two, okay, and we just learned that there was only one, a margin of error for one, then we might be in for a long day. We'll see. All right, so we still got those three people who haven't showed up yet. Not there. We got some other footage over from the cables of Johnson. Let's go over there and see what they've got for us.
Agreed to changes over what they call structural reforms to the institution, to go to oversight of the federal government, of federal agencies. Will that be enough to win them over? That's going to be a big question, but no doubt about it, this is all part of Johnson's efforts to try to win over those holdouts at this key moment, given that he has no margin for error. Dano.
All right, Manu, thank you so much for that reporting. Really interesting. He's saying that he's not doing individual deals, but that tweet sounds like an attempt at a bit of a concession. Whether or not, as you said, it's going to play, that's the
all right, we'll check that tweet
now.
in a
We're going to
second.
sneak in a quick break as we watch.
Okay, we're going over to...
Carl, you've been covering the Hill for so many years, but one of the interesting things about today, because there are no rules, because they don't have a speaker yet, they don't have a rules committee, they don't have rules adopted, anybody can go on the floor, the children, anyone else, but also they permitted cameras.
Right.
Now, there've been for several decades, didn't used to be, but several decades, there have been C-SPAN cameras in a fixed position, which will show you a wide shot and whoever is speaking, but not everything else that's going on around it. But there are cameras permitted in to shoot all kinds of different angles, and that's how we saw the almost fisticuffs on the Kevin McCarthy roll calls, the 15 roll calls, and that's why you're seeing all of these other very interesting pictures. I wish we could see this all the time.
Yeah, I have to stay for the media. We wish this would happen all the time.
Absolutely.
You know, they're letting still photographers, the cameras are down there.
That's Pelosi.
And you get just a much more up-close view of it. I don't think the members necessarily want this all the time because it would show probably a little bit.
They want these pictures, though, for their constituents, for their campaign videos, and for their families.
Yeah, but it would probably show a little too much if they were down there all the time. But it is much better than the fixed positions. And, you know, that goes, the whole C-SPAN.
Right, so the possible speaker-elect, Mike Johnson, all these titles got to be dynamically careful here, is up on his social media. And Brett Baer is following that part of our story today. Fox News chief political anchor and executive editor of the special report.
All right, I'll read it here because we got it here. Mike Johnson just posted this. Says minutes ago at 10:17, said this. The American people have demanded an end to the status quo and a return to fiscal sanity. That's why the citizens of our great country gave President Trump the White House and Republican control of both chambers of Congress. If we don't follow through on our campaign promise for fiscal responsibility, we don't deserve to hold power. The national debt is a grave threat to America's economic and national security, and no issue exemplifies the Congress's failures more. Republicans have a real opportunity in the next 2 years to make meaningful spending reforms to eliminate trillions in waste, fraud, and abuse and end the weaponization of government. Along with advancing President Trump's America First agenda, I will lead Republicans to reduce the size and scope of the federal government, hold the bureaucracy accountable, and move the United States to a more sustainable fiscal trajectory. As Speaker, Mike Johnson says, I commit to creating a working group comprised of independent experts, not corrupted by lobbyists and special interests, to work with DOJ and our committees on implementing recommended government and spending reforms to protect the American taxpayer. 2, task that working group with reviewing existing audits of federal agencies and entities created by Congress and issuing a report to my office for public release. The report. 3, we're going to request House committees undertake aggressive authorizations and appropriations reviews, including providing additional resources where needed to expose irresponsible or illegal practices and hold agencies and individuals accountable that have weaponized the government against the American people. If we want to restore fiscal responsibility, we must start by being transparent about the dollars that are spent, address the issues we find, and then hold those accountable who have misspent the funds. Republicans have a mandate to implement the America First agenda, and as Speaker, this will be my priority. Okay, so I will be doing America First, which I believe is a euphemism for Trump. I will be following Trump's agenda, so let's go get on board. Here's what Brett Bader was saying.
You know, an option. Like the first thing you put is what you really are focused on. People's money is important. They voted based on their money in a lot of accounts this election. So he's answering back yes to maybe the critics, the holdouts, whatever, but he's listening to this incoming president because that's who's got his thumb on
Trump
the scale
gives him cover.
in terms
Trump
of
gives
where
him,
voters believe help
Trump's
is
like
coming.
the fullback. Boom.
Exactly. And listen, I think there's a lot of questions about DOJ and how that operates outside of Congress and how the interaction is with Congress. And maybe some of this messaging is to say, I hear you, and we're going to link them with this independent group of experts that's not going to be affected by lobbyists. That's the main concern, because Republicans have been really bad about the deficit and debt, too. They've really kind of stunk as much as Democrats have in recent Congresses.
Well,
exactly right.
Adding to the debt.
Yeah. I mean, it's swampy up in there.
Yes, it is.
But this is the moment. And I was saying this to Emily earlier. I'm glad that the American people get to see this. I think it's important because it is so squeaky close. And it has been in this country for years. And right now, there are majorities. And there is an incoming opposite party from what we've had in terms of a president. This is a true moment of change. Or it becomes not a true moment of change. So this is it. We're all eyes on this. Brett, I know you're with us for this part. I want to bring in Griff. Griff, you were talking about, and I wondered if...
Okay, real quick, we've got now down to 2. You can see we got 2 outstanding. We got 433 that are in. Still waiting on 2 to come out. Don't know who those people are or what the countdown timer looks like, which they have that up there for us, but that's where we're at. So we got 15 minutes, and I think we're way beyond that at this point. But let's go back to the cables.
What the quorum number is, and she will nominate Johnson for Speaker. And that speech itself may be historic in nature because it will be an opportunity to talk about the mandate that she believes the country gave Republicans to govern with Speaker Johnson, and also maybe an opportunity to take a look back at what happened in 2023 and move beyond it and try and say, look, we looked like we couldn't govern then. This is our chance to actually get our act together and carry out the country's business. Brett, I'm sure you probably have some insight into sort of these speeches. By the way, Hakeem Jeffries will get a nominating speech as well.
Yeah, that'll be by the Democratic Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar from California nominating Hakeem Jeffries. As you look on the House
Aguilar.
floor, the GOP Conference Chair Lisa McClain, to your point, from Michigan, will give the nominating speech for Mike Johnson. And that
Lisa
speech,
McClain.
back in 23, it was Jeffries and McCarthy, and it took about 15 minutes for those speeches to happen. You're looking in the back of the room here. These are some of the so-called undecideds in the back of the chamber. And, Scott Perry, others who have said that they weren't sure how they were going to vote. They're kind of caucused in the back of the chamber, and we just don't know. If one of them votes no or present, it will go to a second ballot. And that's depending on how many people are on the floor when the quorum is finally called.
And
it's
right now we're at
and it is
4:33.
A process, and sometimes when
One
we
Republican,
look at this,
one Democrat
we
missing.
forget how many years this has happened, and the first Congress to now, and that this happens every time. It hasn't always been this chaotic. It's sometimes gone very smooth, and it's just matter of fact.
All those times that it's happened that we didn't see it, that we didn't watch, that we weren't captivated by, being on a precipice of what's going to happen next, because this country wasn't quite as divided as it has been in the last 16 years. 12 of those 16 had Democrats in the White House, and a couple of times had bicameral majorities on the Hill. Let's listen in for just a second here.
If not, all time has expired. 433 representatives-elect have recorded their presence.
One Democrat,
A quorum is
one
present.
Republican out.
Credentials, regular and form, have been received showing the election of the Honorable Pablo Jose Hernandez Rivera as resident commissioner from the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico for a term of 4 years beginning January 3rd, 2025. The Honorable Eleanor Holmes Norton as delegate from the District of Columbia. The Honorable James C. Moylan as delegate from Guam.
All right, so the procedure of bringing in the 119th now is underway. Again, on the House side, they have to choose a speaker. This is a bicameral event right now. You've got Senate and House members.
Let's go to
will be printed in the record.
The event.
Pursuant to law and precedent, the next order of business is the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. Nominations are now in order. The clerk recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Let's go!
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, colleagues. Mr. Clerk, as the chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by the vote of that conference to present for election to the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress the name of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana.
Yeah, Mike Johnson! We like you today for a little bit. Yeah!
Welcome, everybody. I am optimistic about our future. On November 5th, the American people gave us a great opportunity to get America back on the right track. They gave us an opportunity to get back to normal and to get back to the real issues that the country faces right now. People want the opportunity to take care of their families. They simply want to provide for their children and give them a prosperous future. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the opportunity today to do just that. We have an opportunity to take our country back. With Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and President Donald J. Trump in charge.
Yeah! It's true. We got the trifecta now. It's true. Things can be different, Mike. They can. We can do better.
We have the opportunity to put America first again. We have an opportunity to do something about crime. We have an opportunity to do something about the border. And we have an opportunity to take care of our veterans. We and every single member in this chamber, and those of you watching at home and on TV, should be looking forward, knowing that America will be respected again. Our country is the last bastion of hope. If we fail, then who? This is why we are focused on the issues that the majority of Americans care about: God, family, country, faith, freedom, and traditional American values.
Now we'll hear the Democrats next. We'll see what their theme is.
And we should be making it easier for people to achieve the American dream. Over 14 months ago, Mike Johnson took on a daunting task. No speaker is perfect, and no one will ever be. However,
that's true.
Achieving perfection requires incremental gains and hard decisions along the way. None of us will get exactly what we want. The fundamental collective goal of this body is to make progress for the American people in which we represent. And we have done just that under Mike's leadership. We should be celebrating and building upon his efforts, our efforts. Mike has remained the same kind and caring person as he was before he assumed this role. He's an honest broker. He shows you his true beliefs at face value. He is steadfast in his values of faith, family, and love of this country. He knows our brightest days are still ahead of us, and I do too. I am hopeful for the next Congress. I am optimistic that we will focus on those issues that people truly care about. I know Mike will be an integral part of this country's comeback. He will lead us through another successful Republican majority. As chairwoman of the Unified House Republican Conference, I can say proudly that we are ready to govern.
We sure hope so, Lisa. We're going to find out real quick.
It is my honor to present our conference's nominee for the Speaker of the People's House, the Honorable Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
All right, Mike Johnson. Where's Thomas Massie at? Where's Chip Roy? All right, so
do I move?
The clerk now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
oh, the worst. From the January 6th committee. Gross. Boo! Belong in jail. Look at Debbie. Look at Pelosi.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I've had a little bit of practice, and clearly my colleagues took notice. I rise to place a name in nomination, but first, I want to acknowledge my colleague from Michigan for her heartfelt and personal nominating speech. As someone who's given a few of these, I can say you served your conference well, Representative McClain. But, Mr. Clerk, today I rise on behalf of the governing majority of the House of Representatives. The American people have sent a strong message that they want their elected leaders working together to tackle the affordability crisis. There is only one leader in this chamber with a track record of compromise, conviction, and compassion.
You did try to convict your opponents.
There is only one leader who understands the needs of the working people and has lived the American dream himself.
Trump.
And is committed to ensuring its promise for future generations.
President Trump.
There is only one leader who knows how to negotiate a bipartisan deal and then stick to that deal.
You mean like Chuck Schumer when he backstabbed Republicans over the judiciary appointments? Is that who you're talking about?
House Democrats are united behind the most powerful legislative leader in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries of
Like
Brooklyn.
good little sheep. There are no dissenting opinions allowed in the Democratic Party. Do as we say or else. There's no Thomas Massey's over there. There's no Chip Roy's over there.
House Democrats, under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, are committed to bipartisanship and common sense solutions to America's most pressing challenges.
And billions for Ukraine,
too. In the face of chaos and dysfunction over the last 2 years, our caucus has kept the government funded, kept our allies protected,
Ukraine,
and the economy secured from a catastrophic default.
From what?
In the
Progress?
119th Congress,
Economic
we will work
growth?
with the incoming administration to make life better, safer, and more affordable for working families.
Inflation's through the roof. People are getting killed all over the country.
Must also recognize that while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are divided, and while compromise
We have
remains a dirty
debates
word
on our
for so
side.
many, Congress won't be able to keep the lights on, let alone pass anything of substance without the buy-in and blessing of House Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries.
Well, you should stop obstructing everything and do something useful for once. How about you spend money on Americans if you're going to spend it?
Make no mistake, Democrats want to bring down the cost of living, build more housing.
Why did you increase it?
And lower the cost of everyday items.
Why didn't you
like
do
food,
it for 4
medicine,
years?
And childcare.
Where you been, Pete?
Even as the extreme rhetoric rises in this chamber and in the public square, we will not stop advocating for the policies that do the most good for the most people. Because of Hakeem's leadership, we will never abandon our values or sacrifice our bedrock principles of freedom and democracy.
Well, we hope you don't, because you
when
lost
America's
badly.
enemies abroad
So
threatened
do
our
the same thing
democratic
you're
ally,
doing.
Ukraine,
That's great.
when terrorists attacked our strongest ally, Israel, it was Hakeem Jeffries and House Democrats who delivered the votes and stood tall for America's national security.
Ukraine and Israel. He just said it, and the Republicans have been on both games for a long time as well,
When
by
the
the way.
least, the lost, and the left behind were threatened with devastating cuts, Hakeem Jeffries stood with America's mothers, children, and veterans.
To abort their
When the
babies?
incoming administration wanted to raise the debt limit by trillions of dollars in order to finance tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, leaving middle-class families to pay for the bill and leaving them high and dry. Hakeem Jeffries
spent
didn't
trillions.
just say no. He said,
we need that money
That's
for
why
Ukraine.
there is only one true candidate today for Speaker. So, Mr. Clerk, I am honored to rise today at the direction of the House Democratic Caucus to place into nomination for election to the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the pride of Brooklyn, the gentleman from New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
It's like knockoff Barack Obama, yeah. Hakeem Jeffries. What has he accomplished? Anything? No dissenting opinions from them. They practice their claps and all the things. They are louder than the Republicans. They're a lot
names
louder.
of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative-elect from the state of Louisiana, and the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative-elect from the state of New York, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the clerk appoints the following tellers. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile. And the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Torres. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the speaker's rostrum.
Okay. So I'm still trying to figure out who the two people who did not show up were. 435. Who are the two people who are out of Congress right now? Is that a Gates seat because he resigned? So we'll have not have Gates. And is it Sheila Jackson Lee? Did somebody pass away or something? Who were those two who didn't make it? One was a Gates seat. The other was... Did somebody else pass or something like that? She died. Somebody died. I think she was a Democrat from Texas. So 1 and 1. Is that right? So I don't know what that does to the numbers on that. Yeah, the old Jackson, right, from Texas. Rest in peace. All right, so we're waiting for stuff to happen over there. Let's take a look and see what the cables are reporting.
There, as we figured he would.
We're watching the sausage being made. This is how the House chooses its speaker. This is the process, and you have the tellers, which really are just sort of overseeing what is about to be the vote right now for speaker. It'll be the first roll call, but in social media, it appears that another Republican, Tim Burchett, is saying that he expects for multiple rounds, so we could be in for high drama when this vote starts.
So Brett Baer has been with us this hour. We're so
Let's see what Tim
fortunate to have
Burchett
him. I know
says.
he's got to go and work on special report. There's going to be a lot of special report tonight, a lot going on. So look, Brett, what are the politics here? I mean, the American people have spoken. So if what Griff is saying turns out to be true and there are these multiple rounds, what does that accomplish for Republicans at this point?
Yeah, that's a great question, Harris. And for the folks who are, the ones who are going to vote no or present, if that happens beyond Thomas Massie, it is a statement. It is that we're really serious. We are not happy with the way things have run. And that's right. There's no other path right now. Like, they don't have a plan B if you talk to them. So I think that it's possible that this gets wrapped up in the first round. We'll see this in the first few minutes. The roll call starts. It lasted about 53 minutes last time. I'm going to be anchoring America Reports with Sandra Smith at the top of the hour here. So as you guys finish up, we'll be probably in the middle of the roll call and see where it goes. I think the politics of this are messy if it goes down. Yeah. And if it goes to multiple ballots, we're in for a long haul.
Can I add something, Harris, to what Brett was talking about earlier? So there are about 18 Republicans, in addition to Tom Massie, who we're watching here as potential no's on the first ballot. Burchett saying that we'll go to multiple ballots. But in terms of Chip Roy, Molly Hemingway tweeted something that we later confirmed about when they had that Doge meeting on Capitol Hill with Elon Musk. I think it was December the 5th. So it was almost exactly 1 month ago. All the members, the Republicans there were like, we're so eager for government efficiency and cutting waste and cutting spending. And Chip Roy got up and looked at those members and said, 2/3 of this room, including many of the speakers, had voted for omnibuses and continuing resolutions and creating the completely out of control bureaucracy that is hurting this country. And so he has called out the very Republicans who he is kind of butting heads with on that very floor today.
So how do you resolve that and go forward is the question.
All right, so a couple things that are just dropping. President Trump has come out and is saying that he is endorsing and wishing luck to Mike Johnson. He posted this on his Truth. Says, good luck today for Speaker Johnson, a fine man of great ability who is very close to having 100% support. A win for Mike today will be a big win for the Republican Party and yet another acknowledgement of our 129-year most consequential presidential election. A big affirmation indeed. And I was perusing through what's trending, and Matt Gaetz also came out and said, Mike Johnson will be elected speaker today, okay, on the first vote. People might not like that, but that's going to happen.
Different in how they do it.
And one of the things we're
Let's
watching
go
so
back
closely
to
here
the
is
event.
whether or not anyone, particularly Republicans,
Here.
votes present. Because
Barr,
All right, so they're going through the roll call,
Johnson, Barragan,
voting right now.
Jeffries, Barrett,
Where's Barrett? Who is that?
Baumgartner, Barrett, Johnson,
The guy didn't hear his name.
Barrett, Johnson,
Republican. Hello?
Baumgartner,
Pay attention
Johnson.
to your name.
Bean of Florida, Johnson, Beatty, Jeffries, Begich, Johnson, Bell, Jeffries, Bentz,
I'm going to find another feed
Johnson.
with the count on it.
Barra, Jeffries, Bergman, Johnson, Beyer, Jeffries, Bice, Johnson, Biggs of Arizona,
Andy Biggs.
Biggs of Arizona,
Andy! The hell are you?
Biggs of South Carolina, Johnson,
Did we just miss Biggs?
Bilirakis, Johnson, Bishop,
All right, we're switching over to a different feed so we can get some numbers here.
Bice, Johnson, Biggs of Arizona, Biggs of Arizona,
He's standing there. He didn't vote.
Biggs of South Carolina,
Oh my gosh.
Johnson, Bilirakis,
All right, so some of the feeds are just a little,
Johnson.
this one's a little bit, a second delayed, it looks like.
Bishop, Jeffries, Bobert, Johnson, Bonamici, Jeffries, Bost, Johnson, Boyle of Pennsylvania, Jeffries,
All right, so Biggs
Burkeen.
abstained.
Johnson, Bresnahan, Johnson, Brown, Jeffries, Brownlee, Jeffries, Buchanan, Johnson, Budzinski, Jeffries,
Crenshaw says he's voting.
Burchett,
Mike Johnson, Burchett. Nice, nice, Tim.
Burleson, Johnson,
Crenshaw's voting for Johnson.
Bynum, Jeffries, Calvert, Johnson, Kamick, Johnson,
Carbajal. Jeffries. Carey. Johnson. Carson. Carson. Carter of Georgia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Johnson. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries.
So don't know what that does to the math if
Caston.
Biggs abstains.
Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Sheriff McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Ciscomani.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Cisneros. Jeffries. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Johnson. Cloud. Cloud. Clyburn.
Cloud.
Jeffries.
Who was Cloud?
Clyde. Clyde.
Congressman Michael Cloud,
Cohen.
Republican from Texas.
Jeffries. Cole. Johnson.
Michael Cloud.
Collins.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
So we got 2 Republicans abstaining.
Comer. Johnson. Conaway. Jeffries.
Biggs and Cloud
Connolly.
abstained.
Mr. Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Correa.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Costa.
Gentleman from Brooklyn, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Courtney.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Craig.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Crane.
Jeffries takes the lead.
Johnson. Crake.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Crawford.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Johnson's back on top,
Crenshaw.
40-39.
Johnson.
Johnson. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Cuellar.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Davids of Kansas.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Davidson.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
If those 2 didn't abstain,
Davis of Illinois.
Johnson would be up +2.
Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. De La Cruz.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. DeLauro.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Del Bene.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. DeLuzio.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins.
Johnson.
Johnson. Dexter. Jeffries. Diaz-Balart.
Okay, almost at
Johnson.
100,
Dingle.
and Jeffries is pulling away.
Jeffries. Duggett. Jeffries. Donalds.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Byron Donald's in the house. What's up, Byron?
Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
There's Chip Roy. There's Thomas Massey.
Dunn of Florida.
Johnson.
Johnson. Edwards.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Alfred. Jeffries. LZ. Johnson. Emmer. Johnson. Escobar. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ezel.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fallon.
The 4th District of Texas votes strongly for Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fedorchak.
58 to 55.
Feenstra.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Okay, so I just looked this up as they're voting. Here's a question that came up. During the speaker vote, can the members who abstain during the first vote, can they come back at the end and vote? Again, can they change their vote before the clerk closes the vote? Answer, short answer, yes. Here's what they say. At the start of the new Congress, whenever the speakership is vacant, the clerk of the House presides over the election of the speaker. The clerk calls the roll of representatives in alphabetical orders to record their votes. That's what we're doing now. It's a roll call vote, but they're voting. Then when each representative's name is called, they typically state the name of the person they want to vote. They may also answer present, which means they're not voting, or simply decline to vote on the first pass. After going through the list once, the clerk will often ask if any members, okay, when she gets to the end, if any members who did not vote or who wish to change their vote would like to be recognized. Then at this point, a member who initially did not respond, like Biggs or Cloud, or who stated pass or present, they can cast a vote for the candidate and change their existing vote. So they're holding them back. Then they can close the vote. Once the clerk has recognized everyone who's seeking to cast or change a vote, then they finalize it at the end. If no candidate receives a majority of the votes cast for a person by name, then the House goes to another ballot. Here's a couple key points from our friend Mr. ChatGPT. Says passing or abstaining at first. Says some members might choose to pass on the first call to see how the tally shapes up, especially if there's ongoing negotiations or uncertainty. Now, as long as the vote is still open, the clerk will typically permit a member to be recognized to vote or to switch their vote, so it can all come at the end. If no one wins a majority, then they organize additional rounds of voting following similar procedures. So if they're not responding right now, don't freak out, Rob, because they might change it at the end.
Golden of Maine. Jeffries.
Okay, we're into the G's.
Goldman of New York. Jeffries.
Goldman.
Goldman of Texas. Johnson.
Did you guys see my Goldman tweet? Dan Goldman is the January 6th pipe bomber. I just discovered that this morning.
Johnson.
Dan Goldman is the January 6th pipe bomber. I'm not sure if you saw this.
Jeffries.
It's pretty well confirmed.
Johnson. Goodlander. Jeffries. Gosar. Gosar. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Graves.
Here's Dan Goldman. This is how we know he did this. Dan Goldman, here, the FBI reported, FBI published this yesterday, that there was a 5'7" pipe bomber. See that? Now here, if you ask Grok, the AI, how tall is Daniel Goldman, the congressman? Here's what it answers. Congressman Daniel Goldman's height is reported to be 5 feet 7 inches. There you go. Got him. Got him. There he is. Nailed it. All right, now we know. I don't really know what that was.
of Texas, Jeffries. Green of Georgia,
Johnson, Marjorie.
Griffith. Johnson. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Johnson. Guest. Johnson. Johnson.
160 in.
Johnson. Hageman. Mike Johnson. Johnson. Hamadeh of Arizona. Johnson. Carter of California. Jeffries. Herodopoulos. Johnson. Johnson. Harrigan.
Johnson.
Johnson. Harris of Maryland. Harris of Maryland.
Harris of Maryland.
Harris of North Carolina. Johnson. Harshbarger. Johnson. Hayes. Jeffries.
That's a Republican. Andy Harris. Andy Harris just abstained. He's a Republican from Maryland, physician, politician, 1st Congressional District. Elected 2010. Conservative Republican. He's abstaining. So that's 3 abstained now.
Johnson.
3 Republicans abstained.
Jeffries. Houchin. Johnson. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson.
Gosar abstained too? I missed that one.
Johnson. Huffman. Jeffries.
So we got 4
Isaiah.
abstentions.
Johnson. Johnson. Hunt. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Hurd of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Issa.
Speaker of the House. Speaker Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ivy.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jack.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jackson of Illinois.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jackson of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jacobs. Jeffries. James.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries.
Voting for himself.
Jeffries.
Yeah. Okay, Johnson coming up next.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Johnson.
Johnson voting for Johnson. Well done there, Mike. All right, Johnson's in the lead, 101 to 94.
Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson. Johnson of Texas. Jeffries. Jordan. Johnson. Joyce of Ohio. Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Kim Lagerdove.
Johnson?
Jeffries.
Johnson?
Captor. Jeffries. Kane. Johnson. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Johnson. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Johnson.
Johnson. Kennedy of New York. Jeffries. Kennedy of Utah. Johnson. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. Johnson. Kiley of California. Johnson. Kim. Johnson. Not.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Krishnamurthy.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Kustoff.
Johnson.
Johnson. LaHood. Johnson. LaLota.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. LaMalfa.
Born on Friday. Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lanceman.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Langworthy.
Johnson.
Johnson. Larson of Washington.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Latimer.
We're paying attention to the House, but apparently Kamala Harris just botched the Pledge of Allegiance in the Senate. We'll come back to that in a break.
Lawler.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson.
Lee of Florida. Johnson. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Hakeem Jeffries. Jeffries. Letlow.
Johnson.
Johnson. Levin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ricardo.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lou.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lofgren.
Joe Lofgren, member her, J6 committee.
Johnson.
Johnson.
Loudermilk just released the
Lucas.
J6 report
Johnson.
Johnson. Luna.
on the pipe bomber with Massey.
Madam Mike Johnson. Johnson. Luttrell.
Johnson.
Johnson. Lynch.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Mace. Johnson.
Nancy Mace.
McKenzie.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Magaziner.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries.
Mace heading out.
Johnson. Malloy. Johnson. Mann.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mannion.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Massey.
Tom Emmer.
Emmer.
Tom Emmer. Massey. Massey. Tom Emmer.
Mast.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Matsui. Jeffries.
Tom Emmer's the House Majority Whip.
Jeffries.
This is Tom Emmer,
McBride. Jeffries.
GOP Majority
McCall.
Johnson.
Johnson. McLean.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McLean Delaney.
Whip. Looks like he's voting for Johnson.
McClellan.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McClintock.
Johnson.
Johnson. McCollum.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
So I guess Massey could also change his vote, but he will
Johnson.
not do that based on what we heard from him.
McDonald Rivet.
Bamboo shoots in his fingernails. Not going to
Jeffries.
happen.
McDowell.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McGarvey.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGovern.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGuire.
President Trump won in the electoral vote after I was voting Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson.
McIver.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Meeks. Hakeem Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Messmer. Johnson. Muser. Johnson. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Johnson. Miller of Ohio. Johnson. Miller of West Virginia. Johnson. Miller Meeks.
The Honorable Representative and Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mills. Johnson. Min. Jeffries. Molinar. Johnson. Moore of Alabama. Johnson. Moore of North Carolina. Johnson. Moore of Utah. Johnson. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moore of West Virginia. Johnson. Moran. Johnson. Morelli. Jeffries. Morrison. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Johnson. Nadler. Jeffries.
Nadler.
Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. Johnson. Newhouse.
Mr. Johnson.
Johnson. Norcross. Jeffries.
All right, getting close to 300
Norman.
with 433 being the total.
Jordan.
Big first round. Right now we've had one absolutely no vote for Johnson from a Republican. That was Massey. Massey said no.
Johnson.
4 abstentions.
Obernolte.
So if they all flip back at the end, Johnson can still win.
Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries.
AOC.
Ogles.
Dressed in purple today.
Johnson. Olszewski. Jeffries.
Currently 4
Omar.
abstentions.
Jeffries.
We have 1 hard no.
Onder. Johnson. Owens. Johnson. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Johnson. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries.
Why does she get a microphone? Oh, get a room. Oh. Who's the other hard no for? Is there 2 hard no's for Johnson? Who's the other hard no?
Perry. Johnson. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen.
Jordan got a vote too. Who voted for Jordan?
Kluger. Johnson.
I missed that.
Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan.
Ralph Norman of South Carolina voted for Jordan 1 minute ago. Yeah.
Poe.
Got it.
Jeffries.
So we've got now
Presley.
5. Thank you for the
Presley.
corrections.
Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Randall. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Johnson. Riley of New York. Jeffries. Rivas. Jeffries. Rogers of Alabama.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Rogers of Kentucky. Johnson. Rose. Johnson. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Johnson. Roy. Roy.
Chip Roy. Abstain.
Ruiz.
All right, so
Jeffries. Ruley.
we now have 6 abstentions and 2 non-votes. So we're up to 8
Johnson.
with Chip Roy.
Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar.
6 abstentions,
Johnson.
2 non-votes.
Salinas.
So we're up to 8.
Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez. Jeffries. Scalise. Johnson. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schmidt. Johnson. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Johnson. Austin Scott. Johnson. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds.
Donalds. Byron Donalds got a vote. Wow.
Sessions. Johnson. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Shreve. Johnson. Simon.
So Donald's got a vote, so that's 3. Now, if they can change their votes, maybe that will change, but
Simpson. Simpson. Johnson. Smith of Missouri. Johnson. Smith of Nebraska.
so it's not looking good for Johnson as it stands right now. That's 3 hard no's
Smith
he could do
of
with
New
1.
Jersey. Johnson. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Johnson. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto.
Keith Self voted for Byron
Jeffries.
Donalds. Keith Self.
Sparks. Sparks. Johnson.
Sparks was
Stansbury.
questionable.
Jeffries.
First round's rough.
Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Johnson. Stefanik. Johnson.
She held up her little baby there.
Style.
They said it together. Oh, that's cute.
Stubbe. Johnson. Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong.
You see the alert there? They're announcing it. He doesn't have the votes.
Stuckman. Johnson. Subramaniam. Jeffries. Suazi. Jeffries. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Taylor. Johnson. Tenney. Johnson. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California.
They might be able to change their votes at the end. We'll see if that happens.
Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania.
Benny Thompson, who got a medal yesterday for being a criminal?
Johnson. Timmons. Johnson. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries.
With her 2 kids.
Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Tran. Jeffries. Turner of Ohio. Johnson. Turner of Texas. Jeffries. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Johnson. Van Drew. Johnson. Van Dyne. Johnson. Van Orden. Johnson.
All right, so I think he's going to need, what, 217, right?
Jeffries. Vasquez.
If the quorum is 433, he needs half of that.
VC. Jeffries.
A majority of that, so that would be
Velasquez.
217.
Jeffries. Vindman. Jeffries. Wagner. Johnson. Wahlberg.
218? 219 needed? Let me see what the official number is. There's not 435 present.
Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas.
James Michael Johnson, Louisiana's favorite son.
Johnson. Webster of Florida. Johnson. Westerman. Johnson. Whitesides. Jeffries. Weed.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of Texas.
Man, those abstentions would sure look good right about now.
Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina.
She was very excited.
Johnson.
So Jeffries isn't going to win because you got to have a majority of the quorum. The quorum is 433, so he need 217, I think at least.
Yackham. Johnson.
And he can't get there.
Zinke.
So it's just, we'll go to a second ballot. Even though he's got more votes on the scoreboard right now, we'll go to a second ballot unless those abstentions come back and flip. So we're through it. Anyone else want to vote? You abstainers, you 6 abstainers, and 3.
What purpose does the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans.
Okay. We're not making D.C. a state, okay? They can go be a part of the representation in their states, in the nearby states.
Per capita of veterans in this country.
Does the gentlelady have a parliamentary
I asked why they were not called. Have some respect. It's not going to take.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I asked why they were not called from the parliamentarian, please.
Delegates-elect and the resident commissioner-elect are not qualified to vote. Representatives-elect are the only individuals qualified to vote in the election of a speaker. As provided in Section 36 of the House Rules and Manual, the speaker is elected by a majority of the members-elect voting by surname.
This body and this nation has a territories and a colonies problem. What was supposed to be temporary has now effectively become permanent. We must do something about this problem so that these...
This is not the time for that. Save your speech for another time. We've got business to attend to. Cut her mic. Cut it. She is trying to insurrect this proceeding right now. She's interfering with the peaceful transition of power, and the Democrats are endorsing that behavior. Indictments immediately.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Okay, come on. They still are not going to get it. So even if those 6 come back, it's still not 217. Let's see if they do it.
Biggs of Arizona. Johnson.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Carson. Jeffries.
Jeffrey's got another vote.
Cloud. Johnson.
Cloud abstained the first time.
Clyde. Clyde. Gosar.
5 abstentions. He's not going to get it.
Harris of Maryland. Johnson.
Harris flipped. So that's 4 abstentions. Chip Roy.
Roy. Johnson.
Roy came on board.
Waltz. Johnson.
So right now we've got Biggs, Gosar.
If there are any representatives-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Is anybody moving?
Just stand right there. Just say Clyde. Just say Clyde.
Who is that person walking down?
Clyde. Gosar, Johnson.
All right, we're at 216 to 215 now. Gosar came on board. We don't have one vote.
Clyde, Johnson.
There it goes. 217. If the quorum was 233, which is what we're operating off of, all right, Fox News is reporting 217. The other cables still have it at 216. Let me show you that right now. Fox News has it at 217 to 213. MSNBC has it 16 to 15. As they're just meandering about. Let's see what the cables are reporting on this as we wait.
Exactly what the total number of members is. We can't tell you what the magic number is, whether it's 217 or 218.
So we don't know.
If three others or three representatives voted for other names by name, we think that that means it has to go to a second ballot. But we can't tell you that until we know the total number. And with that flurry at the end, with all the names, Speaker Gingrich still with us? This is the process of the chamber. As
Was
you
it
look live?
Yeah, was it
at,
433 or 434 is the question. Like, did somebody else show up to make the quorum bigger?
Thoughts here?
I think Karl Rove's with us. We knew had to step away, but Karl, I mean, we were keeping track. Biggs, they went back to Biggs, Johnson, voted for Johnson. Cloud went Johnson, Clyde, Johnson, Gosar, Johnson.
There's another
but we've got
screen.
the three
Johnson
who voted
just
for others, including
getting
Norman
stepped
for
over.
Jordan, Self for Donalds, Massey for Emmer. Your thoughts as we're trying to do the math here and see where this ends up, Karl?
Well, it is confusing, but it's clear that if two of the three vote for Johnson, he's in. It may be that if one of them does, he's in at 218. But Brett is right. Until the clerk declares, and the clerk is being advised by four individuals, two Republicans and two Democrats, who are designated by their respective party leaderships as the counters. Until we hear from them, we don't know.
Because if there's 433,
all right, let me just say
half of that is 216
and
a half, right?
I think he might be plugged in.
So 217 gets it?
Chad, this is something, as we're looking, and they're kind of whispering over here. I'm guessing they're going to try to move one of the three others. But what they have to give up to do that, to stay on a first ballot, as it stands right now, he is shy of 218, and it would have to go to a second ballot. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's our understanding right now, and this is right on the edge. Again, this is kind of an algebraic equation that they do in real time. The reason we don't know the actual number is because they are tallying right now and double-checking with the tally clerks on the dais there in the front of the House chamber to determine how many people cast votes by name. That's going to be very important because you had three members who voted for someone by name who is not Mike Johnson or Hakeem Jeffries. When you look at the list here, you had a vote for Tom Emmer. You get from Thomas Massey. You get the idea here, and that's the problem. So can they go back and switch those votes, or do they have to go to a second ballot? Just before the roll call vote started, Brett, you had Tim Burchett, the Republican congressman from Tennessee, who certainly had some disagreements with Mike Johnson and was somebody who was a big question mark, indicate that he thought that this would go to a second ballot no matter what, and then he voted for Mike Johnson. He was somebody who was unclear about where he was going to vote. You had Ralph Norman, the Republican from South Carolina, who did not vote for Mike Johnson. So you see how this is a problem there when, he could only lose one vote, that this would immediately kick it to a second ballot. Now, if this does go to a second ballot, and keep in mind right now
Timber
that the
Chet.
House is not constituted.
Going
They
over
can't
now,
swear
sitting
in the
with Mike
members.
Johnson.
There's no speaker until they close this vote. And at that point, then, if they do determine that they have somebody who's gotten the majority of those casting ballots for somebody by name, I will say that again, that is the threshold. You must get a majority of those casting ballots for somebody by name. So under usual circumstances, with 434 members, Mike Johnson came in at 219. He could go to 218. If that turns out to be, in fact, the magic number, he's probably short.
Chad, can you explain what might be happening right now?
Yeah, well, right now what they're doing is the tally clerks. You have Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, who is the chair of the House Administration Committee. He is alongside Virginia Fox, a Republican from Virginia. You have Joe Morelli, a Democrat from New York. He's the ranking Democrat on the House Administration Committee. They're kind of checking the crosstabs here and making sure that everybody has recorded their vote and that everybody is on the same page. In other words, there's no room for error. And then they will come back and they will announce whether or not we have a speaker or not. Now, there are two
let me interrupt here,
philosophies
Chad.
here. Yeah, go ahead.
We're getting word that all of the holdouts casted votes by name, meaning that it would be 218 as the magic number. Obviously, you don't hear it until the clerk says it, but just doing our own math, our tally on air is where things stand, and that means it's short of the 218
One more
needed, which is perhaps why there are all these conversations going on here. And the vote is open. It's not a closed vote as of yet, and one of these three could change their mind, I suppose.
Now, it's interesting. Fox has a different number
Yes, it's not
than the other two.
until they close it. There's no time on
They
this.
got it at 216 to 15. Fox has it 17 to 14 now.
Determine that they have not gotten a speaker on this vote. The two philosophies that I've been told here, and this comes from a couple of senior Republican
C-SPAN
sources,
has it 16 to 15.
Yeah, people have made their protest, and they'll go to a second vote later tonight or later this afternoon, and then we will have a speaker. Or if these people are dug in so deeply, this is going to be a Saturday or Sunday project. And if this does go to a second ballot, I want to remind everybody how rare this is. Obviously, we had the 15 rounds over 5 days 2 years ago before they elected Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House. Brett, it was 100 years, 1923, with the re-election of Speaker Frederick Gillette from Massachusetts, a Republican. That was the last vote until 2 years ago that went to even a second ballot. It took 4 ballots with Frederick Gillette in 1923. So if this goes to a second ballot, we're starting to establish new precedents in the way that they elect a Speaker of the House.
And just to be clear, Chad, we went to 216. That's the official vote. He got 216, which would be too shy of the 218 majority. Clyde was counted twice in our tally. 216 is the official tally now. And we're going to come to the end here, and it's going to say, basically, there is not a Speaker of the House currently in the United States.
That's right.
House of Representatives, and this will go to a second ballot. So here begins this process.
And Brett and Martha, the other thing to note about all this is kind of what Republicans feared. They went through that 5-day
are we going to do this whole rigmarole, and we're going to end up with Mike Johnson anyways? Do you know what I mean? We're going to fast forward
before electing Mike
48
Johnson,
hours after this giant battle, and one of these people are going to finally break off,
or
are we going to get a different speaker?
Implement their agenda, and what is passed is prologue, the idea that you're going to have this narrow majority in the House of Representatives anyway. And what does this mean when they're going to start debating budget reconciliation and tax policy and the border and all these issues that they say we're going to do, but if you don't have the votes even to get a speaker, and then certainly that's going to forecast kind of these very tough votes throughout the next 2 years, that every vote is going to come down to something like this because it's hard to get that narrow majority on the same page. And this speaker's vote is going to be
Fox just dropped it down to 216.
So what's the time frame here?
I'm sorry.
No,
they had
next,
it.
Chad?
Well, by rule, the
Did they
House
have it
can't
at 17?
do anything
I thought they
else.
had it at
have to
17.
elect another speaker. They could conceivably
They dropped
turn
it, right?
back around and say, okay, we're going to have new nominating speeches. Somebody else will get up and nominate Mike Johnson. Maybe Catherine Clark, the Democratic whip,
was at 17,
conceivably
right?
would nominate Hakeem Jeffries, and then you start the process all over again. They could also decide maybe to go into recess or call it a day, conceivably. And I was told if they did get to a second ballot, what would happen is that rather than have a full Republican conference meeting, they would probably try to have individual meetings with these members who were holdouts and see what they needed to bring them across the finish line. I should note that tomorrow, the House of Representatives was not scheduled to be in session, but long on the books, and they were very cryptic about this, is that Mike Johnson and the Republican leaders told their members that what they wanted them to go to Fort McNair for an all-day session on budget reconciliation. Now, they had certain discussions planned throughout the day, but I was told by many members that they really didn't think that that's what that was about. That was really to keep people from getting on airplanes and flying home and getting caught in this snowstorm that's coming through the Midwest and the eastern U.S. later this week, so they could keep everybody here and not have them spread to the four winds, and they could actually get the Congress started. So maybe they do that tomorrow if they get a speaker, maybe not. But I'm told that that was really kind of the method behind the madness there of keeping everybody here for Saturday.
Yes, Chad, stand by if you would. By the way, 97% chance of snow, 3 to 5 inches on Monday. So they have that deadline as well. Sandra?
They'll be back on January 6th, hopefully, anyways.
Appears to be making his way to the back of the room and departing the room for now. Karl Rove, you're joining us. 3 Republicans voted for someone else, making this a game changer. Johnson appears to have lost the first round. Please do weigh in.
Wild.
Well, they voted for 3 people, none of whom wants to be the speaker and all of whom support the speaker.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So, rather strange.
Donalds voted for Johnson.
Former Speaker Newt Gingrich said
Emmer
about the necessity
voted for
of
Johnson.
Republicans being team players, and yet we have demonstrated over the years that there's an element in the House that doesn't want to play as a member of a team, and instead is doing things like bringing the Republican Party up as an example.
Are we going to get another speaker? Is there someone else?
Party in disarray.
They better have a plan, or they just
again, I repeat,
not.
They voted for people who did not want to be speaker and who are supporting the speaker, and so it's just showmanship. And I'm glad that at the end it was a sign that a number of the members who had passed over and not cast a vote one way or another came in and supported Johnson. But these 3 members are distinctly self-centered and doing neither their party nor their cause.
What are we accomplishing here? Like, I get it, by the way. I get
it. Just put out on social media, 433 members of Congress are being sworn in today. I'm being sworn at. He
They're
may
not
not
getting
be sworn in
sworn in
today if these
they're
ballots
not.
continue, because you don't have a House of Representatives, Carl, until you have a speaker.
Here's Massey.
That's the process.
Yeah, 433 members are being sworn in today. I'm being sworn at. They're not getting sworn in. That's the problem, Thomas. That's the question that we have for you, man. That's the thing we're upset about.
Until you have a speaker and a Congress, despite the fact that you have a Senate that has gavelled in.
Yeah, the Speaker of the House is 3rd in line to the presidency after the Vice President. And, you know, we've seen this happen before in our history. Gillette happened, but before the Civil War, we had, I think it was over 100 ballots before they finally settled on a speaker. Let's hope we're not in as dire a shape as we were in the 1850s, that we can't elect a speaker here rather quickly. And again, what's the big issue here? You know, why do these 3 people insist upon doing this? It's because they believe that having a majority of 1 or 2 in the House ought to be enough so that everything that they want to do is going to be supported by the rest of the Republican caucus and passed into law. And that's not how it works. Members have to vote for the views of their individual districts, and as a result, it's common that with given a narrow majority like the Republicans have, that you have to have people who muscle up and step up to the line and take votes that are going to be tough back home.
All right, Carl, if you could.
Just to be clear, the 3 anti-Johnson GOP votes are Ralph Norman, Keith Self, and Thomas Massey. Massey voting for Emmer, Self for Byron Donalds, Norman for Jim Jordan. Those are the 3.
All those people voted
for. There will be pressure likely on
Johnson
them as we get ready for a second ballot. Sandra.
Absolutely. Brett, Carl, if you could stand by with us, Carl, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on what he is learning right now. Chad.
All right, well, listen
yeah,
to this.
they're kind of in this stasis right now in the House of Representatives, and what I'm told is that they're going to go to a second ballot. By rule, that is what they're supposed to do. There could be circumstances where they would recess the House and maybe say, okay, we're going to come back at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. But what I'm told is they're going to go on to a second ballot. You know, we talk about the 3 members elect. Remember, they are not sworn in.
We got a bunch of other stuff we're
We
going to
talk about
cover
these
here.
members elect.
Assassination, Las Vegas. I'm sorry, New Orleans, Las Vegas,
J6. Meet with
J6.
Speaker Johnson. Said he would make his announcement today as to how he felt about Mike Johnson. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, what are you looking for here? He said, I'm looking for certain types of promises and certain deliverables that we're going to get in the new year. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, didn't you work this out? Shouldn't this have been resolved back in mid-November, 1st of December? Now we're right up on the precipice of the speaker's vote, and you're going in to hear if this is the right member. This is what is so vexing, I think, to some of these members, is they expected something different from Mike Johnson. Again, he has a very hard hand to play. But the idea that, he did a big spending bill initially, that was the plan, that they did not want to do. So he got some pushback on that. He tried to move the bill from President-elect Trump, and that had 38 Republicans vote against it. There were many Republicans who didn't want him to put a bill to aid Ukraine on the floor. Back in the springtime. Well, that happened and that passed. They also didn't want him to do a series of interim spending bills through the fall of 2023, all the way in, frankly, to this past fall, because he said he was going to run the House differently and they were going to do individual appropriations bills. And that's kind of what Ralph Norman has been talking about. And I said, well, wait a minute. If you have a pretty good canon of work here and it hasn't changed, why is this even on the table? Why are you undecided now? He was undecided. He went to talk to the speaker, and today he made his vote known, and he voted for Jim Jordan. Of course, remember, Jim Jordan went to the floor 3 times in October of 2023. This was after Kevin McCarthy was
and he
deposed,
couldn't muster it up.
And he lost votes on each round.
Right.
Some people have thought that if Mike Johnson can't become the speaker, maybe Jim Jordan is
We
somebody
just
they
saw
go
it with
to.
Jim Jordan. And we generally like Jim Jordan. He sends a lot of letters, but they're good
out
letters.
in the hall outside the House chamber, Representatives Mace and Kamek are lobbying Ralph Norman right outside the House chamber, and apparently, according to Aisha, it is really getting heated.
Come on,
they're
Ralph.
having a heated discussion right now, just outside.
Massey's not going to flip.
This is not official yet, but to your point, it seems like
There's
they're going
Massey
to a second
talking with
ballot. They
Marjorie.
go right away.
Come on,
But
Marjorie.
the clerk has to make a final pronouncement here from the dais.
We're waiting for some finality on this.
Sandra?
Okay. You know what? I was digging through, as Carl was saying, what is it that they want? And considering Keith Self was one of the Republicans to vote for Donald, Carl, I'll bring you back in here. Looking back at a tweet he put out yesterday, Self, the 118th Congress was out of control when it came to spending. New recruits are now arriving for the 119th.
All right, so we'll keep our eye on this, and they're still trying to figure out what they're doing. Meanwhile, we have a bunch of stuff happening over in the Senate. And so I mentioned earlier that Kamala was having a hard time with the Pledge of Allegiance. Our friend Johnny Maga shared that Kamala botched the Pledge of Allegiance. Here's what it sounded like.
Join me in pledging allegiance to our flag.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the... Join me in
So she
pledging
kind of botched it at the
allegiance to
beginning. Oh, that's Kamala. That's great. Now, simultaneously, here's J.D. Vance, who's going to be replacing her as she's swearing in the new senators.
Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this
There's JD.
obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God.
Oh, look at JD's face. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Kamala, you're going to be packing your moving van very, very soon. So Fun stuff there. Let's check back in and see what's happening.
As we were getting reporting, efforts to turn the three others.
Flip them.
It doesn't seem like Thomas Massie is going to turn at all.
No, he was not going anywhere.
He has said you could put bamboo under my fingernails, and I am not going to vote for Mike Johnson. So I think he's pretty much settled. As far as the other two, Self and Ralph Norman, there are efforts outside this chamber to change their mind, but it's still open. It hasn't gavelled in to go to the second ballot, but you wonder what's happening behind the scenes. Sandra.
Absolutely. And looking through, just 5 hours ago, the president-elect Donald Trump, sounding very optimistic as he endorsed Mike Johnson earlier, put out a Truth Social statement saying good luck today to Speaker Mike Johnson, a fine man of great ability who is very close to having 100% support. A win for Mike today will be a big win for the Republican Party and yet another acknowledgement for our 129-year most consequential presidential election, a big affirmation indeed. MAGA, I have not seen any reaction yet from the president-elect.
Marjorie's on the phone. Well, I'm calling your mother right now. No, I'm calling her. No, I have her number. Yeah, you remember, I was over there. She made that great lasagna. Well, I'm getting her on the phone right now. We're going to see what she says. Don't call my mom. No, don't do it. I'm doing it. I'm calling her. Yes, hi, Mrs. Massey. Nice to see you. This is Marjorie. All right, so who knows?
We're watching something that is not happening, despite the wishes of President-elect Trump. He made clear and was even making phone calls today to some of these so-called undecided Republicans, thought that they had some headway with at least some of them. But as you see the three other there, those are three lawmakers, Massey, Norman, and Self, who voted for people other than Mike Johnson. And he needs to get needed to get to 218, the magic number of the 434 in the U.S. House chamber. He's short of that. They are holding that open right now, but it does appear that they're going to go right to a second ballot, and perhaps we'll start to hear nominating speeches very soon. Let's bring in Molly Hemingway, Fox News contributor, editor-in-chief of The Federalist.
Hey, what's up, Molly? We love Molly.
30,000-foot view of this, and whether this is dysfunction or whether this is something that is part of the process. What's your thoughts?
Well, this is what democracy looks like in our lower chamber. It's entirely likely that Johnson will be made Speaker today. And you have Donald Trump to thank for that. Donald Trump has pushed very hard for him to be made Speaker, and he doesn't want this mess before his inauguration. He wants everything to go as smoothly as possible.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's see what Tim Burchett is saying.
That's okay. That's okay. No, I think they just want him to know there's an issue with the Freedom Caucus, and they would like to see Chip Roy as chairman of the Rules Committee. Now, outside of these walls of Congress, I doubt anybody really gives a rip. Maybe people in Chip's district do, but it's important to them, and it's something that they'd like to see. They'd like to see more conservative representation. I think that's part of the problem that we have with the spending. We just feel like things get to us on the floor, and we have little or no say about it. I'm not in the Freedom Caucus. I just vote conservative as they do.
Because the Rules Committee is the one in the House of Representatives that really determines how things are going to go on the House floor. It's very different from the Senate. This is key. Speaker Johnson said to my colleagues this morning, he's not going to do that. I think Lauren Fox asked specifically,
yes, ma'am,
will you allow Chip Roy to be Rules Chair? And he said no.
And
do
then
you think he means it?
I do, but I think also they want to know that they have a conservative voice. They want to know that the Mike Johnson that they elected Speaker the first time is going to be the Mike Johnson they elected the second time. And we had a little bit of falling out on those last three bills that we ended up voting for one, of course. I did not. But just the spending that was involved in that and lifting the caps and things like that. We thought there was a disconnect between President Trump, the Speaker, and us. And we felt like that we were not informed of what was going on.
And just to sort of make sure that our viewers understand what is happening as we speak, you came off the floor to come and speak to us, which we appreciate.
Gladly.
The vote is not closed. The first vote is not closed. So even though 3 Republicans have voted effectively against Mike Johnson, what it sounds like you helped arrange was a conversation that he's having as we speak
Yes, ma'am.
with Keith Self and with Ralph Norman. What are they asking for in addition to
chairman seats?
Rules chair, which it sounds like they're not going to
Right.
get.
I agree with you. I think they'll write that portion off because you saw Chip Roy, who I thought was very statesmanlike, begrudgingly, but he did vote for Mike Johnson. I think they're going to ask for just a voice. I think at this point, it's not to save face, but you have to go back to your constituents and say, I asked for this and I got it. It's not necessarily a quid pro quo. I think there's a psychological aspect to it, but there's also a real aspect of the fact that they want more fiscal restraint. And I believe that's what that message needs to be conveyed. And I suspect President Trump would be calling them. If I know President Trump,
They're probably on the phone right now.
I would say that would not be. But I hate to correct you, but the vote apparently has been closed now.
Oh, it has been closed.
Yes, ma'am.
So
The reason I say that, I was of that belief, and I wasn't going to leave the floor, but I actually reached over and asked Speaker Johnson because I had to get it from the horse's mouth.
Okay.
So,
well,
and if I get a text and Speaker Johnson says, "Where the heck are you?" Then I'm gonna.
Yeah.
The vote's
Well,
closed.
you let us know. He can just give you a call. We can get
Yes,
him right
ma'am.
on the air.
No, I'm just getting somebody calling me now that my dog's out, so we're good.
There you go. Congressman, former Congressman, former Speaker, I suppose, Patrick McHenry was on our air earlier saying that part of the symbolism around the message that we're hearing from these conservatives is that there are potentially enough of them to remove Johnson as Speaker under the adjusted rules. Is that part of this? And is that like an implicit threat as this is going on?
Well, it always is. It's a one person. One person can do that, can bring the Speaker up for removal. And I have people saying, remove the Speaker now. I say, well, he's not in. He's not in. I mean, we're kind of in a limbo state there. The Constitution provides for that. But in the new rules packet, they're going to move it, I believe, to 9 members. And I think some of the Freedom Caucus asked for 5, and they can live with 9, I suspect. And that's where it will move to.
But the sort of implication being that there may be enough of them together here that we're seeing that could move forward with that.
100%, and they could knock him out of the saddle pretty easily. And I think that's in the back of everybody's mind. But I also think that I've been one of those, and it was 6. And I can't tell you how many members came up to me and said, "Oh, Burchett, I was counting, and I'm glad you voted that way. I was going to jump in if I needed to." And I'm like, "Yeah, right." I get that. It's human nature, and everybody wants to be in the middle of the fight. But I tell you, when you're getting yelled at from all sides, and the world spotlight is on you, it gets a little tougher than what's going on right now.
How committed do you think President-elect Trump is to a Speaker Mike Johnson?
He's very committed. He spoke about it. That's his thing. If he puts his stamp on it, I think he is behind it, and I respect that. That weighed heavy on a lot of guys. You saw some immediately as soon as he came out with that endorsement, because I encouraged that. I was actually I might have been talking to you one night on one of your news programs, and I said that if it's going to boil down to if Donald Trump gets involved. And apparently I was alerted by the Speaker that he saw that interview, and actually that's why they didn't endorse at Mar-a-Lago. They endorsed that night. He started the next morning endorsing.
Oh, it's nice to know he watches
Massey still
TV.
talking? Is that Massey?
I would say if he was asked, it's probably one of his staff saw it and told him, but I'm not sure. But anyway,
I know you have to get back to
that's
the
okay, man.
floor. I just want to bottom line this.
We got tons of time.
Make them all nervous.
Okay.
And then I can get a bridge or something, or an aquarium or something in my district. I don't know.
All right. Well, I don't want to stop you from that horse
No,
trading.
you're fine, ma'am. They'll text me.
Bottom line this, will Mike Johnson become Speaker relatively soon? Meaning, will he make a deal, or will he convince, or maybe Donald Trump convince those 2 that he is meeting with right now, one of whom, actually both of whom he needs?
I would say if it doesn't happen in the next few hours, it probably won't happen. I'd say you'll see him peel off, and you'll see a Jim Jordan or Byron Donalds or somebody like that. But I always warn those guys. Daddy was in the Second World War in the Pacific, and was on a little island called Peleliu. And the guy on that amphibious craft, they were fighting the Japanese, and it was awful. And they were coming in on the shore, and the guy in the front of the amphibious craft was a young guy cussing how he was going to get after those blankety blanks. And then he looked in the back, and there was an old timer back there smoking a cigarette and undid his helmet and was probably praying. Daddy said, "That's the guy I'm going with," because the first one over the top is likely the one to get shot. So the next person that jumps into this thing could get shot. And I would say, not literally, but figuratively, politically. And I would say, you would see a third round person probably be the one that would get it, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's generally the way these things go.
I said one last question, but now I really mean it. What does it say about Donald Trump?
You're CNN, and I'm a conservative.
3 rounds?
So I'm supposed to say, oh, yeah, sure. No, but I'm good with it.
What does it say about Donald Trump if Mike Johnson does it? Like, how much of a question of Trump's ability to lead and to...
I don't think it says anything.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The follow-up is what will say it.
The House,
his phone call with these folks afterwards
is like a clown show.
They do
almost
this
all the time
with no clear plan. And you know where are we going to after this? A good pool player. When I play pool, I'm just hitting the dadgum cue ball into the next ball. A good pool player is looking at that third or fourth shot after that, and where the ball's going and where it ends up. Donald Trump is a good pool player. He sees what's going on. He knows we've got a 3-person majority. He's going to have to rein these folks in, and I think he will. I don't think it shows any negative. And if we were off the record or on the record, I'd tell you the same thing. I don't think it shows anything other than I agree with that. You've got a bunch of independent minds up here, and everybody's sort of sowing their
Now that doesn't mean that the left is not going to take this and make it into something.
World War II.
New York Times is already doing that now.
A lot of analogies there.
I mentioned my dog Roscoe.
I'm glad your dog's okay.
Yes,
Thank you for coming over here.
Ma'am, it's been a pleasure, and I always enjoy being on with y'all.
Thank you. Manu, I know you have a member with you as well.
We got more congresspeople.
Dale Strong, who just voted for Mike Johnson. What's your message to those Republicans who voted against Johnson, and what are they asking for at this moment?
Well, some of that is still on the table. What's
Fox
frustrating
reporting they're going to a second
we're
ballot.
Sitting here, it's time to certify Donald Trump as the next president of the United States of America. The people throughout America are suffering from inflation, high interest rates, high cost of fuel, high cost of groceries. Let's go in here and let's certify this this speaker so we can certify the president, and let's start addressing the problems of this country. This little spitwad fight's got to stop, and it's got to stop soon.
And do you know specifically what they're asking for?
Well, I understand everybody's a little frustrated with where we're at, but here's the thing. We have a very thin majority. Everybody understands the southern border is the biggest issue. The other thing is this country's got way too much debt. We've got to deal with that, but we can't do it until we certify and get us a Speaker of the House. It's absolutely setting us back. It's time to move. It's time to vote and put Mike Johnson as the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Okay, that's a sentiment that I'm hearing a lot here in the halls here, Dana. Frustration from all of Johnson's allies about what's happening on the floor. Dana. Thank you, guys.
All right, Manu, thank you so much. We are going to sneak in a quick break as there are serious negotiations
about his process. I mean, Mike Johnson's
all right, so we're back on Fox. We also got some updates.
Any quid pro quo. But what we can talk about is how we improve the process and making sure that every quarter of the Republican conference feels like they're being heard and that they have input. But we can't have 3 or 4 members vetoing everything constantly, or 8, whatever it is, whatever the number. So we're working on that right now to maybe have some kind of a task force on major.
Trump had a couple of posts on Truth. Nothing really related to Mike Johnson, but we're going to come back. I still got some other segments queued up that I want to get to, business to attend to, on the attacks and more. But we want to see what happens. Are we going to close this out?
We're smoothing it out.
Are we going to? Okay, second speaker vote expected imminently.
You said you spoke to 2 of the 3. Is it fair to say that you feel cautiously optimistic that they'll come around?
I do. But I'm a very hopeful person. If you throw me out of a 60-story building at the 40th floor, I'd say so good so far. But no, I think we can get there. And but listen, if they're negotiating in good faith, I do think that we can get there. And I'm hopeful that they are. But if it's just to get attention, well, then you're going to throw this entire process into a wood chipper, because I'm voting for Mike Johnson, and I'm voting for Mike Johnson only. He is the Speaker of the House. He needs to be the next Speaker of the House. He got our promise by acclamation in November, so there's no alternative for me. And I think there are scores of members like that. So we'll be at simple impasse. So let's not get there. Let's get these members. Let's have their voices be heard. Let's get together. We're a family, a dysfunctional family. We're a family. Let's get this. Let's hug it out, and let's move forward.
Yeah, and by the way, Speaker-elect Johnson now in a huddle, including Congressman Massey, Norman, and Self, several other conservatives in the back on the center aisle. I don't know if the C-SPAN cameras pan all over the place, but there is a huddle in the back of the room. Maybe we'll catch that. I think that we have it right there. And they're huddling now.
You see it right there?
What do you think is that conversation?
As soon as we get some closure on this, we'll jump into additional segments. I've got a bunch of other stuff queued up for us today.
Is not going to make any quid pro quo deals.
But I don't want to start that and then come back.
I think it's really, honestly, Brett, about process. And right after we're done talking,
all right, are they leaving?
I'm gonna be right in the middle
or
of that huddle. And because I really do encourage that. I think we should have some kind of a task force on major legislation and making sure that Freedom Caucus members are heard, Main Street Caucus are heard, the Tuesday Club. There's 4 or 5 major factions within the conference that they're all, part of it. Because, again, if we bring any legislation to the floor that doesn't have 99.9% of Republicans, it's not going to pass anyway. So we've got to have people from cradle.
They're still milling about down there. You can see this is what we've got here on Forbes. We've also got more on C-SPAN that looks the same. So they haven't recessed and they're not calling anything back in quite yet. So we'll just keep our eye on it. Hopefully we have some other developments here soon enough, whether it's a second ballot or something else. Here's what C-SPAN has for us.
216.
Right. If those three.
Yeah, it looks like it's the same over there. So not much happening.
Discussion and have their voices be heard. They were a little upset about the debt limit, and there was 34, I think it was 34 to 38 Republicans voted no. But you know what? That happened. That's in the past. That was the last Congress. Let's move forward and do it in a way in which all the voices are heard and respected.
Last thing, really quickly, we're looking now at Hakeem Jeffries on the floor. What do you tell people about why Democrats seem to have a better ability to herd the cats, if you will, to be able to hold everybody, even in the tightest of majorities?
It does feel like that. Like every person who comes into the speaker becomes the worst person who's ever lived. Isn't that weird how that happens?
On the floor talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Brett, because the Democrats, by a large measure, are easier to herd than sheep. And the Republicans, as you said, we're cats, but we're not house cats. We're big, giant lions on the Serengeti. And it's hard as hell to get us all to swim, in the same direction. But look at what the Democrats did with COVID. They were wearing their masks, and they weren't going to church, and they were doing whatever the government told them. You got to question authority every once in a while. But we need to flow. We can do that questioning. We can have our discussions, and then we need to go out together, unified as a team. There's a locker room, and then there's what you do on the field. So we can have our discussions in the locker room, but on the field, we got to all be moving together.
Gotcha. Well,
Congressman-elect Fallon, we appreciate you.
We'll let you get back to that huddle. Thank you so much. I do believe, Carl, we haven't heard your voice here in a little bit. You've been watching and joining us throughout. Rep-elect Donalds was just speaking a moment ago, who did receive a vote to become the next speaker in all of this. And he was asked about that, whether or not that's something he's interested in. And he said, quote, no, I think right now we're working on just getting this cleaned up. Hopefully this gets resolved pretty quickly. He said it's a deal-making town. So make deals and figure it out and live to fight another day. That is his recommendation in this moment. Carl.
Well, I think Pat Fallon put his finger on it, that you've got to instill a sense of teamwork in here. Think about this. I don't know if you can see the whiteboard, but I got a whiteboard.
No, we can't.
Think about this. The holdouts
Carl, there it is.
represent 1.4% of the Republican caucus. And none of them, Massey, Norman, or Self, is really considered a significant player, legislative leader. There's no big bill that they've been connected with. There's no record of significant legislative experience. I mean, Massey is a libertarian. He likes going to his own to the beat of his own drum. Norman has been there for, I think, almost 8 years. He was elected in a special election in 2017. Again, no real significant record. Self is a freshman, or excuse me, a sophomore member to be. What was interesting to me is I suspect Norman and Self are the ones that Pat Fallon was alluding to as he was optimistic about. Self and Fallon come from the same part of Texas. They represent part of the same big Republican county north of Dallas, Collin County. Self was the former county executive. We call them county judges in Texas. Fallon was a state senator who represented part of that county. So we're talking about 1.4% of the Republican caucus saying we're in charge and we're going to in essence be voting with the Democrats and keep this situation from being resolved. And that really is not how a team works.
All right, trying to see how long this could go. This could go a long time
right now, Carl, and you know, some people are grabbing some food, some people are with their families. It seems like these discussions are happening in the cloakroom, just off the floor now, and it is Representative-elect Self and Norman who are part of this discussion. Representative-elect Thomas Massey has been on the floor next to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Actually, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been working the phones. We can't confirm whether that is to President-elect Trump or not. She has obviously had that phone connection before in various votes and various times. So where do you think the president-elect is watching this, knowing that he was working the phones earlier, Carl, and he sees, if you're going to say this is the Republic exercising its right to this process, but it's also, shows a bit of dysfunction on Republican side.
Well, I suspect he's a little bit irritated because he made clear his choice, and again, there's big reason has been articulated by any of these people, Massey, Norman, or Self, as to why Johnson shouldn't be Speaker.
Spending.
So I suspect he's a little bit irritated right now. Massey is impervious to that kind of pressure. He is long marched to the beat of a different drummer, and it's a libertarian, more of a libertarian than a Republican. But these other two members are likely to have some heat back home. Look, part of this is cajoling. Part of this is encouraging. I hope it's not deal making, because if this is, what do I got to do in order to get your vote, you're going to start having other people lining up saying, well, maybe Chip Roy, for example, wanted to be made chairman of the Rules Committee. Is he going to be on the second ballot, if there is a second ballot, and you've started to cut deals? Is he going to now say, well, you gave something to Self or Norman to get their vote? What are you going to give me to so that I don't wait to the end and then cast a vote for you at the end?
All right, so we also see that Nancy Mace is telling us that they are probably coming back this afternoon. So she just posted this, trying to get some inside details on what is happening next, if they're all just doing interviews on CNN like Tim Burchett or having conversations. It might be a little while. So you can see Nancy Mace is also saying, you can count on us to vote for Speaker Johnson this afternoon. We need to be united now more than ever. And I also saw that Matt Gaetz just got a community note. Remember, he predicted that there would be a Mike Johnson elected on the first vote. That has not happened. So they said, no, he was not elected Speaker on the first vote. And I think the question is it ultimately closed? Because the cables are reporting that it looks like they're going to vote set to move to a second ballot, appears on track to lose the first Speaker vote. Appears to lose the first Speaker vote. So that hasn't actually closed out yet. So are we going to be coming back tonight, this afternoon, in the House? Who knows? So we'll keep our eye on it. I think it might be worthwhile to jump into some other segments, because I did have some other segments queued up. So here's what we got queued up. We've got some Las Vegas updates, and they had a press release yesterday, a press briefing yesterday on the Las Vegas situation that I've got actually I have a press conference queued up so we can watch that. It's about 20 minutes, dropped yesterday. We've also got some J6 stuff that we can talk about, those medals that went out. And then we've got a NOLA update, because they did a tour of the NOLA guy's home. Somebody did. And that looks very, very strange indeed. So we got all those things that we can talk about. And in the meantime, we see Pete Aguilar for the Democrats talking through this. This guy is a former House leader. Here's what he's saying.
Well, I'm not going to throw out any names, but the idea that some people who are either forces in Congress or potential speakers themselves, and you got to figure there are a few dozen that probably think that they could be as good, if not better, speaker than Mike Johnson. I am just skeptical that no deals were cut, and I don't mean that in any pejorative sense. I would expect nothing less from any Speaker of the House, regardless of party.
So if you're running the House of Representatives, you're running any legislative body in America.
Right.
You're running a school board. You're on a neighborhood association. You say, as a negotiating stance, there are no deals.
Right.
That is always the opening bid for a deal. That is how it works.
There are no deals, but the trash is going to pick up your garbage first.
We will not negotiate with terrorists.
Right.
Unless the terrorists have the vote necessary for me to win the election. That's the way it works. And so Speaker Johnson may have said there are no deals, but along the way you make commitments. The steering committee process for committee assignments, who's on the Rules Committee, who's on the Intelligence Committee, who's on the House Administration Committee. Those are three committees purely in the gift of the Speaker and the Minority Leader.
Also maybe a hideaway in the Capitol.
Oh, for sure. Real estate is supremely important. My colleague and friend, Garrett Graves.
All right. Okay. They can talk about their offices. That's great. All right. So we're going to keep our eye on this. We're going to jump into some other stuff because we've got some terrorist news, and we'll keep our eye on this. It's probably something we'll come back on. If it comes back, we'll jump back into that. So you don't need to worry about that. They're just mumbling amongst themselves. But we got some other interesting stuff that is happening out there, starting with NOLA, the New Orleans terrorist. The New Orleans terrorist had a journalist run through his home and make a video explaining what's inside. You can see very interesting video. Some people calling this staged, including people like this guy, Nathan Green, says, look, when we go through this little video tour, you're going to see a bunch of stuff. It looks like it's conveniently located and placed inside. And the tour was provided to us by this woman, Jenny Tare, on exclusive, said that they went inside his residence. And I can't believe that they're inside his residence, just touching everything, going through everything. Certainly doesn't look like the crime scene was released or even chronicled. Like this stuff wasn't taken in as evidence. What? And now you've got some random journalist just running through a property of the terrorists, so-called? One of the strangest things you've ever seen. And we've seen strange things before, like when they took Matthew Crooks' body and torched it within 10 days. But now this person is waltzing through his house. The reporter is Jenny Tare, Chris Nisi, and Alex Oliveira, who went through his residence. Here's the report. It says he had bomb-making stations. He had a Koran. He had chilling passages in his home. And all of this is seemingly an orgy of evidence, as we've talked about. And Luigi Mangione had the same thing. When they picked him up at that McDonald's, he had everything. And it's weird how this happens, you know, how like the 9/11 passports, the whole building explodes and burns down, but we find these passports that are just nice and assembled, tucked right in there behind a ball of concrete. Okay, interesting. So here you see, this is what it looks like. He's got a nice workbench. And I heard that he was poor and broke and all those things, but this looks like a lot of expensive equipment. I mean, you know what a workbench costs these days? It's ridiculous. Go to Home Depot and look. You can go around and see tons of equipment, tons of gear, and apparently he was broke or something. Now, they also found the Koran that is just conveniently opened right next to the bomb-making device. The bomb-making device is, you have to keep them both. So when you take a break from your bomb making, you go and you read the Quran. So here they tell us more. It was opened to a specific passage, verse 9111. It expounds on Muslims' responsibilities to kill Americans and to kill Allah's enemies and to be willing to die for it. So numerous books were also there, all about Islam, shared around the house. A prayer rug was rolled up nearby. Officials on Thursday said that Jabbar posted 5 videos. And of course, we haven't watched those videos, but then we read another report that they didn't have his face on it, that he was just driving through at night and it was just a voice on the camera. So here is another scene. This is his bomb-making research center that has a bunch of bomb-making devices there. And in his first video, they say the veteran said he had initially planned on murdering his family and friends, but then changed it. In other videos, he said he joined ISIS just before the summer. Investigators confirmed that Jabbar, 42, this happened 3 days ago. She's going around and taking pictures of all this stuff. Like, it looks like this dude was mixing explosives right here. And the FBI has not come through this and gathered this evidence up and taken it in inventory. And some journalist is just waltzing around here taking photographs. Weird. Says they have yet to piece together what brought about his radicalization. He was an IT whiz on a legitimate career path, but then he fell on hard times, both personally and financially. The whiz contended with 2 failed marriages, mounting debt before he killed 14 people with an F-150. Born in Texas, Jabbar joined the Army in 2006, served at bases in Alaska, North Carolina, was deployed to Afghanistan, served there for 11 months, and the dude was credentialed as heck. It's insane, actually. You can see here, the New Orleans terrorist was a decorated military person, was even awarded the anti-terror medal. Insane. Shamoud Din Jabbar, the terrorist who wreaked havoc, earned tons of medals during his time in the Army. Regular Army from 07 to 15, human resource specialist, IT specialist. He was a decorated service member. 23 medals, ribbons, and badges. Also got the Global War on Terrorism service medal. Ironic because he just committed domestic terrorism, according to them. During his time in the Army, he was deployed to Afghanistan. He earned an Afghanistan campaign medal. Also, Army Reserve 15 to 20 IT specialist. His other awards, driver mechanic badge, a special badge for denoting a high degree of skill in motor vehicle operations and maintenance, which is interesting since he drove through a bunch of people to kill them on a busy Bourbon street. As we reported, his college newspaper said he was struggling to adjust to civilian life, and his life looked pretty bleak outside the Army with divorces and more. But here was the video that was shared courtesy of this reporter, and she'll take us through his entire residence when the FBI apparently hasn't been in and inventoried anything. The door looks like it's been broken off. So the FBI just broke the door off, raided everything, and just let it linger. Let it just sit there.
We are here inside the New Orleans terrorist.
Okay, pausing for one quick minute. We just gavelled back into session. We'll come back on this.
Mr. Norman is recorded as Jordan.
Norman did not flip his vote. Jim Jordan.
House will be in order.
Mr. Norman Johnson.
Norman switched to Mike Johnson. 217.
Mr. Self is recorded as Donalds.
Hey! 218 from
Mr.
Fox.
Self, Johnson.
Swapped it. He got it. First ballot. There we go. CNN 218 now. Fox News 218. Johnson wins.
2 lawmakers that were among those who voted for someone other than Johnson.
Wow.
Said he was optimistic. Sounds like he had a pretty good conversation because this is obviously the outcome of that. And there is probably a pretty elated
Trump got on the phone.
like Johnson.
All right, listen, buddy.
Let's listen in. We'll get a gavel here as he's shaking hands with all the folks. We don't know what the conversation was.
Matt Gaetz was right.
Ralph Norman or Keith
Eat
Self.
that, community
That's
notes.
Nancy Mace giving him a hug on the floor there. Let's listen into the floor.
They got it. Woo! That was close. I was a little tense there. That's good. We'll come back on Monday.
From New York.
We're going to be here on Monday for the J6 count, my friends. Thanks for subscribing and joining us as we do.
I'm sure there'll be a phone call soon from President-elect Trump, who was working hard to make this happen on a first ballot.
We're going to be here on Monday going through J6
joining
votes.
us now, Molly Hemingway. We have been talking throughout, watching.
And my friends, if you want to join us for our in-person watch party live together in Scottsdale, Arizona, check out watcherlodge.com. Get your tickets. Come join us. We have an amazing guest who's joining us. We're going to be in person. We're going to live stream a portion of it. We want to celebrate the new inauguration of the president. Come join us. Get your tickets, watcherlodge.com.
Vote, but it was messy getting there. But that's really, again, what democracy is like. I think a lot of Americans would like to see far more debate in the House than they've been seeing in recent decades about the issues that are confronting America. And this, might be the prologue of some interesting debates as we have new and fresh ideas about how to improve our state of government. But I think Mike Johnson probably understands, too, that he needs to improve over, not that he hasn't done a completely capable job in the last year, but that he needs to improve over what he's done and start getting more deliverables for Republican members and their voters. And that'll be much easier for him now that the Senate is going to be under Republican control and the White House as well.
Byron York, you were interrupted before. Thoughts about this as we move forward on the Trump agenda and what happens now as the
Johnson got it
certification of the
done.
election happens January 6th?
So the only holdout then was
I think
Massey.
this was the Donald Trump effect because he's the president-elect. He is wildly popular in the Republican Party, and any Republican member of the House who's standing up against what Trump wants has to answer for that.
The state of Louisiana
Let's listen in.
received 218.
Yeah! Johnson did it! Woo! Close, close, close. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, coming in for a second time.
We knew the tally, the new unofficial tally, had become 218-215-1, showing Johnson should have the votes. It wasn't official till the clerk read it, and it has. Let's listen again.
Jeffries of the state of New York has received 215.
Womp, 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 womp. Sorry, Hakeem. You're not going to be Speaker.
And the Honorable Tom Emmer of the state of Minnesota has received 1.
Great job, Tom Massey. Great job.
Therefore, the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress.
Yeah, baby! Got it done. Got it done. All right. It was a little precarious there for a minute or two. Woo!
The clerk appoints the following committee to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell. And the members of the Louisiana delegation, Mr. Higgins, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Fields. The committee will retire from the chamber to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair.
Okay, so this is the
big walk up.
Walking in of the new Speaker. He will deliver remarks at the front. So it's Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House, Speaker in a squeaker, if you would. With the change of the 2 votes, he gets the needed 218 majority. Chad Pergram still with us, guys? We check in with Chad?
Well, here's what's going to happen in the next couple of moments. You heard them announce the escort committee, bipartisan, what they will do. This will take 5 or 6 minutes here to get everybody out in the hallway. They'll want to get all the members back also because now they've elected a speaker. Remember, some were out in the hallway getting sandwiches or going back to their offices or spending time with their family. They want to get everybody back to the floor. They will bring the speaker-elect at this point into the House chamber. Bill McFarland, who is the sergeant-at-arms, will present him. They will bring him down to the well. At that point, they will present him, and then Hakeem Jeffries, who is the minority leader, he will give a speech. It was a rather long speech in that early Saturday morning in 2023. He will then present the gavel to Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson will then be sworn in by the Dean of the House. That's Hal Rogers, a Republican of Kentucky. He is the longest-serving member in the House of Representatives. He was elected in 1980. He will swear in Mike Johnson, and then Johnson, in turn, will swear in the entire membership en masse, starting with 434 members with one vacancy. And then officially, the House of Representatives can do business. The one thing that we don't know whether or not they're going to approve, as I said, that rules package today. That's where you go through and you establish all of your different parliamentary rules for this Congress. The Senate is a continuing body. It kind of rolls over its rules. The House, for the most part, you have to go back and kind of recalibrate all those. And the one to watch, as I said, is that one provision that raises the bar to call for a vacancy in the speakership, call for a vote of confidence in the speaker, essentially, is now up to 9 votes. And the biggest question that everybody's going to want to know right now is what Speaker-elect Johnson said to Keith Self, and also
to get everybody to flip their
Ralph
votes.
Norman in the cloakroom there. You know, what was promised? What was promised there that wasn't promised before? What was that conversation like? Did they have to just make a point about saying, hey, I wasn't going to vote for you on the first ballot or something, even though it was the first ballot? I was going to at least demonstrate my independence. But again, as I say, this is the problem as we go forth throughout this Congress with that narrow majority, that any 1, 2, or 3 people can raise hackles and say, hey, I want something here, and throw a monkey wrench into the gearboxes of the House of Representatives. Brett and Martha.
It's Sandra here, Chad. Mike Johnson officially elected.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So,
my apologies.
You know what? We're not even on the screen. Mike Johnson officially elected Speaker of the House for the 119th Congress. If you're just tuning in, did it end up happening as the record books will reflect, right, Chad, in the first round, despite the negotiating that had to happen?
Yeah, I haven't seen this happen this long on a first ballot. I mean, again, as I say, historically, usually they are able to elect somebody on a first ballot. You know, this didn't go multiple ballots. You know, we had 133 ballots with Nathaniel Banks back in the late 1840s. That took 2 months. You had Hal Cobb. It took 63 ballots in 1856. But a little bit of drama nonetheless. And we've had that increasingly in recent years with some of these speaker votes here. Keep in mind that, again, Mike Johnson, he got precisely the number of votes that he needed to get. And usually that's the sign of a good speaker. You know, when Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House, a lot of times she was able to, get a vote right to that exact number. Mike Johnson.
All right, so Matt Gaetz said Mike Johnson will be elected Speaker today, okay, on the first vote. He was right. People might like or dislike that. I'm just reporting the news. And then Thomas Massie, in addition to the community notes that we saw earlier, community notes said, he lost. Hello, dummy. And they linked to an ABC News article. So Thomas Massie said, well, this one didn't age well, winky. Then came back 8 minutes later and says, actually looks like mine didn't age well. Oh, Massie. And man, at least he's being a good sport, coming back and eating it. But Cernovich laughing at it. Oh, that's great. So hilarious. All right. So Thomas Massie, I like Thomas Massie. I think he's got his eyes, I think, on the right values. I just think that in some battles you fight, other battles you got to be a team player. And I appreciate his stances and his values. And at prior situations, at prior times, that might have been more appropriate to bring up. But unless they've got another speaker who can replace Johnson, we got to get stuff done, because we got to be back here on Monday to get the final vote for the election counted. And we will be doing that. So here is back with the cables for a little bit more. Let's see where they're at.
Because Ralph Norman was in there. But you're right, Brett, that you have to be able to cut a deal and say, all right, I'm going to allow you to get A, or I'm going to allow you to get an amendment or a vote on something here, and you know, that's as far as I can go. And some people walk away and say, all right, I did okay on that. The problem is that, you know, again, you've potentially empowered, and they want to empower, frankly, all members as possible. This has always been the criticism of the House of Representatives in the past few years, that it has become too top-down. This was the criticism of Republicans. This was certainly the criticism of the Democrats when Nancy Pelosi ran the show. And if they can say we can have more power, the rank-and-file membership, and exhibit that, then, hey, that's something that they've been wanting. The thing that I will be watching very closely over the next couple of days is who gets to be the chairman of the House Rules Committee. The Rules Committee is kind of the gateway for legislation to go to the floor. Lauren Boebert, the Republican from Colorado, said if Chip Roy, who is playing pretty close counsel on this speaker vote, frankly, and did vote for Speaker Johnson, you know, she said that he would win on the first vote if he gets the gavel for the Rules Committee. The problem there, and I talked about cutting deals that you can't survive, if they were to give the gavel to someone potentially like Chip Roy, who might have different viewpoints on legislation or how legislation should come to the floor versus the leadership, then that could be a problem for Mike Johnson. You know, so how does he carve that turkey? We don't know if that's going to be the case with Chip Roy in the Rules Committee, but historically the Rules Committee has been controlled pretty tightly by the Speaker of both parties, whoever's in the majority.
All right, so we'll keep our eye on what's happening out there. It sounds like, again, they're going to be assembling everybody. He'll come out, give a speech. We'll come back to the speech. But in the meantime, let's go back to this house tour, because I think it might be a while. This woman now takes us inside the NOLA terrorist's house just days after the FBI apparently raided it, blew through the door. Door is off the hinges, didn't secure the crime scene at all, left huge troves of evidence just sitting there on the table, and left the scene open, so much so that a reporter could just waltz inside and write a whole story about it. Here is the tour.
We are here inside the New Orleans terrorist home. You can see that it's been clearly destroyed, the door at least, from the FBI raid yesterday. But if we walk through the home, we see some signs of what he was up to. He had this work area here, lots of different chemicals splayed around, and different electronics. This is, again, a work setup. Left receipts, just very unkempt in here. If we go over here, actually, you can see the Department of Justice documents here, the search warrant, and the property that they recorded here, which seems to be a lot of chemicals. Again, just left in disarray. There's a bedroom back here, and his, what appears to be his collection of religious materials, his Qurans, an open Quran with a passage there, as well as even the Bible here, but mostly books on Islam, and his prayer rug just to the left of me here. And if we go back, there's another bedroom here. You can see he left all these belongings, contact lenses, personal belongings, his bathroom. This seems to be some sort of workspace, again, with other chemicals here. The light's still on, some kind of station set up here. We're not really sure what that was for. In, you know, what we can assume was also a bedroom. You can see clothes left here, and just a sign that someone was here up until those last few moments when neighbors said he left just before the New Year's holiday, saying he was done with his lease. It was up, and he
So
was
they
on
left
his
his
way
pill bottles
to-
and the paraphernalia, the materials that he used to create bombs, his medication, anything that could tell you more about this guy. They just left it there.
New Orleans, where he would live there. Didn't take any furniture because he said his new home would be furnished. That's all we know so far.
Wow. So she's just waltzing around through the crime scene. I mean, the door is still off the hinges. Incredible. And they left very important evidence just seated out and around. You can see this individual is called Nathan Green, and Nathan Green is somebody over on X. He shared this. He says, certainly looks staged to me, where they have these old cell phones and whatever that is, a microwave device, bunch of tools and stuff just kind of strewn about. And we always bring up this term called orgy of evidence, and it's articulated very interestingly in that film called Minority Report, where they were going to entrap Tom Cruise, and then there was just like all of these photographs all out there that would make Tom Cruise want to kill somebody, and of course they threw it there. Weird how that happens. Same thing that we saw with Luigi Mangione. Now this woman just waltzes inside. After 5 years as a reservist, he was honorably discharged before studying computer information systems at Georgia State University. Then from 2019 to 21, also worked at another big firm, earned $125K a year. But his family life was in turmoil. Got separated from his first wife, got custody of the couple's children while he was ordered to pay child support as well as medical insurance because his wife got custody. He remarried in 17. 3 years later, second marriage hit the skids. X was granted a restraining order which prohibited him from sending her obscene or threatening messages, threatened bodily injury. You also see during divorce proceedings, which came after a failed attempt to reconcile, he provided a statement saying financial hardship, $7,500 a month in income, shy of $9,000 in liabilities, tactical gunsling designed by veterans for veterans. His younger brother described him as a sweetheart, a really nice guy. This is more some type of radicalization, the brother told the New York Times, not religion. FBI revealed that Jabbar acted alone in the attack after poring over his social media, conducting hundreds of interviews. They're saying they're going through digital media exploitation. That's a high priority. Raya said the group of individuals seen on surveillance looking inside the coolers were patriots, just poking around. 2 IED coolers that were planted on Bourbon Street were later recovered. There's nothing to indicate through call records, interviews, or anything else that he was aided in the attack by anybody. His neighbors said he was in a predominantly Muslim area. Bashir, who lives next door, said, unfortunately, you can't read someone's mind, but he appeared completely normal to us. We were shocked. The trailer was left in a state of disarray, front door knocked down, cabinets open, and tossed around during the raid by the feds. A back bedroom was filled with children's toys and bunk beds, while the main bedroom had a keffiyeh hanging in the closet. Lawmakers were briefed about this. This guy was obviously killed in a shootout with the cops. But people are saying that this looks a little bit too convenient. Like this guy has his pipe bomb thread sealant right out there. He's mixing it with his spoon and all the things. Maybe it's real, maybe it's not. A lot of people saying, feels interesting that the FBI and the DOJ would leave a search warrant there on the front island of the kitchen, as we saw, and then not actually seize any materials. Like maybe they want to take that Quran with them so that they can see if his fingerprints are all over it. Maybe they want to just bring that with him to see if he really is a terrorist who reads the Quran. They could, do some forensic analysis on it. It might be a good thing to do. Or maybe they just don't care. And this guy was somebody else or something. I don't know. So we'll keep our eye on that one. But that was just one part of the thread. There was another amazing thread that was assembled by this guy. If you're interested in this story, make sure you're following this thread. In fact, I'll repost it at the top of my timeline. Came over from No Franken Way on X. Says, if you're looking for more about this guy, here's some more. Served in the military for 10 years, made this video about being a realtor, which we read through. But then looks like the images might be a little bit different. Little bit of a different image. Might be same guy, maybe not. Then you also see more updates. Shamsud went to Central Senior High School. You can see this was his name, class of 2001. Current location at the time was Georgia. Left from Beaumont, Texas. At the original outset, the FBI said that there was an ISIS flag. They told us that there were a bunch of associates, that they had to go get these people and so on. And then they said he was a lone actor. We know that they said there was an ISIS flag located at the vehicle, trying to determine his associations and affiliations with other terrorist organizations until they told us there was no associations. Real estate, he had a sales license that expired in February 2023. Jabbar Shamsuddin. We also found explosives in the back of his truck. confirmed that they were found in the back of his truck. Investigators are focusing on the car, had a Texas license plate. According to investigators, the rear of the truck attached to the hitch, there was a white stick or pipe with black cloth wrapped around it. Law enforcement say they believe the cloth may be a flag. Of course it was. We also saw how he bypassed the barricades and saw what happened after he got out of the vehicle. He was also selling guns. So apparently he had an arms list account where he was selling firearms on a Craigslist type of website. Now, he said he didn't think that this Georgia business was affiliated, so we'll fast forward through that. But he did post his resume on a number of different websites. And here, cloud data architect, data engineer, business development, Georgia State University, Central Texas College, and more, and was active out there. Had a Better Business Bureau account that was online. Doesn't look like it was accredited. His Blue Meadow LLC was a failed business, apparently, according to Yelp. They said it was now closed. So he had a business called Blue Meadow where he helped people with property. That didn't work out. He also blew through the barricades. We saw that. Remember that Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana, where this happened in New Orleans, he came out and he said, you know, we need to catch these people. Then they reversed themselves and said there aren't any other people to catch at all. There was a press conference where they said this was a heinous and cowardly act, and we're going to find them and bring them to justice. But then they said there was no them. It's just a him, only one of them. There was the flag we saw that was there. We also talked about the explosion outside of Las Vegas. It was also rented. They were talking about more suspects before they got rid of those suspects, saying those were just curious passerbys. Other bangs happening all over the place. We went through the Ted Kennedy press briefing where he shoved the FBI nose ring woman out of the way. They also then mobilized a bunch of resources for the football games. We saw that happen. SWAT swarms around the New Orleans attacker's home. We saw this video footage. That person came out, hands up, presumably right before the raid where they went in and then blew the doors off and didn't change anything or take any evidence. The blast in Las Vegas was also troublesome, as we saw, and the thread just continues, showing us where this guy traveled from. Here's some more info on his time in the Army. He served for more than a decade, deployed to Afghanistan. That's a different photo of Jabbar. Looks much younger and different. Appears to be the U.S. Army 25th Infantry based on that patch that he was wearing. And so people are trying to cross-reference the different bases where both of these individuals worked. Apparently, the New Orleans attacker, his Airbnb was used to assemble the IEDs. So is that where she went into? He was in is that where that raid was? Then the Las Vegas Cybertruck bomber was also Matthew Leibelsberger. We're going to come back on that one and read through some of his stuff. But Leibelsberger, we have a whole different situation there. So what's happening in New Orleans is they're pointing to his financial filings from his divorce, saying that he was in dire straits. As we saw, the guy has a bunch of medals, and we're learning that Joe Biden is now going to go to New Orleans on Monday. So he's going to show up to see if he can add value in some way, shape, or form. Heading out there, Joe Biden and Jill going to New Orleans on Monday after Jabbar drove a pickup truck, killed 14 people. FBI and Homeland issued a joint intelligence bulletin saying, we advise people of other potential copycat or retaliatory strikes that mirror these items. We also saw Mayorkas come out specifically and answer some questions on this. Here's what he said.
Well, thank you very much for having me. The first and foremost, our hearts break for the families and the loved ones of the individuals who lost their lives in New Orleans yesterday. Indeed, the Federal Bureau of Investigation that is leading the investigation both in New Orleans and in Las Vegas, Nevada, has not found any connection between those two incidents. The most important development in the yet still preliminary investigation in New Orleans is the FBI's reassessment that, in fact, this individual, born in the United States, a U.S. citizen, appears to have been acting alone and not in concert with other individuals.
Got to make sure
But
they get that
indeed,
point
the
in.
FBI has confirmed that that was 100% an ISIS-inspired attack. So what assurances can you give us that there are not more of these terrorists on the homeland today?
So this does appear to be an individual, a U.S. citizen, radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology, specifically the ISIS ideology. This is a phenomenon of homegrown violent extremists that we have seen develop and emerge over the past 10 years. The ISIS goal is to have Americans live in fear, and we cannot allow them to succeed in that regard. Our democracy, our way of life must prevail. We will continue to enjoy and flourish in our democratic way of life and not allow an atmosphere of fear to prevail and therefore have ISIS's goal succeed. We will not allow that to occur.
Got it. And just a moment ago, President Biden was speaking, Mr. Secretary. He said ISIS will find no safe harbor here. I just want to put up some numbers on the screen. These are numbers our audience are familiar with. We look at them every day because they do change. And this is the number of encounters, encounters of those coming over the border that are on the terror watch list. 16 since October alone. In all of 2024, 155 coming over the border into the United States. You look at the number in the year 2021, 703 encounters of those coming over the border on the terror watch list.
Yeah, nice job there,
Alejandro. How can we be sure that ISIS won't find a safe harbor here?
When you're bringing him over by the busloads.
Our highest responsibility to ensure the safety and security of the American people. And in the service of that responsibility, we screen and vet individuals, and individuals who pose a threat to public safety or national security are prioritized for immigration detention and removal from the United States. And looking at the matter before us, the tragedy in New Orleans yesterday, we are dealing with a United States citizen born in the state of Texas who was radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology. But let me be clear, whatever the nature of the threat, those who pose a threat to the American people are our highest priority for law enforcement action, as our laws provide, and we enforce and execute those laws every single day. And so many people in our department do so at risk to their own well-being.
There are going to be many who are going to hear you say that and wonder why more hasn't been done to stop people from illegally coming into the country.
Well, he'll just say, well, these two attackers were already in the country. It's homegrown violent extremism. So the fact that we might have other ISIS-affiliated people coming in and maybe sleeping around in sleeper cells, they haven't emerged yet. So we don't need to worry about our wide open border. But that's Mayorkas, who's done a terrible job at Homeland Security through and through, trying to explain away another attack. And we're going to keep our eye on this one, see where it goes. Trump coming in soon, and then we'll get some actual accountability and transparency. We're looking forward to it. All right, so let's see what's happening over there in Congress, because Johnson is supposed to be speaking next. I don't think that we've missed him. But right now, Hakeem Jeffries is speaking, and here's a little bit of that.
Is bigger than any one campaign, any one election, or any one individual. America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Let us never forget that our country is free, not simply because we are strong. America is strong because we are free.
Okay, you guys tried to make us less free by censoring
is now
us.
Under assault. There are some in this country who apparently believe that the freedom of economic opportunity that made them wealthy should not apply to everyone else.
What?
Our message to that crowd is simple. Democrats will never abandon the long walk toward freedom. We will fight hard to defend them.
Okay, they have censored people and imprisoned people and prosecuted their political opponents and opened the borders and wrecked the country. So we're not going to listen to them lecture us about freedom. But Mike Johnson should be coming up here next in just a second. Let's see what the New York Times has reporting for us on the latest updates. Bunch of new updates on the speaker stuff. Here's the latest. Johnson salvaged a bid. And that's good news. The vote was held open past the point when every member had voted. Minutes after Johnson and the holdouts returned to the floor, two of them, Keith Self of Texas and Ralph Norman of South Carolina, strode to the center of the chamber, changed their votes. Ultimately, only one Republican, Thomas Massie of Kentucky, stood firm. The vote was tense and confusing on the House floor after a clutch of conservatives initially withheld their votes for Johnson, only to later reverse course and to vote for him. Though he ultimately clinched the gavel, the scene played out. We were just there talking about it. And so Hakeem is going on, and it's a successful day for the continuity of the House of Representatives. And Mike Johnson had better deliver. So we'll keep our eye on that. Meanwhile, let's pay some attention to some other insanity that's happening out there. An awkward Joe Biden gifted Liz Cheney and Benny Thompson medals for being some of the best criminals in American history, working alongside one of the biggest criminal presidents in American history. So one criminal gifting another criminal a medal at the expense of America. And so we'll come back on this. Right now, Johnson is going to be speaking. Here is what he has to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, all of our treasured colleagues here in the House. I'm grateful for this nomination. I'm grateful for this election, for the confidence this chamber has placed in me. It is the great honor of my life to serve this body with all of you. Of course, these are difficult days in our home state of Louisiana, where I come from. We all know about the terrorist attack in New Orleans, and it's really shaken our state. People are reeling from that attack. It took the lives of 14 innocent people, and it injured dozens more. And I wanted to begin appropriately today. If we could, I'd ask you all to join me in a moment of silence for the victims of this horrific act. Thank you. Thank you for that. I believe in giving honor where honor is due, and all of us do well to honor our spouses. My wife happens to be here this time. She didn't make it last time. It happened a little sudden. Kelly, would you stand up here in the gallery? Thank you.
What's up, Kelly?
And we have our 4 children here, Hannah, Abby, Jack, and Will. Will y'all stand up just really quickly? Come on. I wanted to do that. All of us recognize that there are no perks to being a congressman's kid, right? It's all sacrifice. And our spouses put up with so much, endless hours in travel and all the responsibilities upon us. And we're good to remind them how important they are to us and how we could not do the job without them. And so it's appropriate for all of us to do that. Thank you. Thank you, guys. This is a momentous time in the nation of the history of our nation. It really is. And as members of the 119th Congress, we are stewards of the great American Revolution that began almost exactly now 250 years ago, 1775 and 1776. It will fall at the time of this Congress, the great anniversary. And in these 2.5 centuries, we've been reminded repeatedly that freedom is never free. And we have stood tall as the greatest nation on the face of the earth. It is without debate. We are the freest, the most powerful, most benevolent nation that has ever been in the history of the world. And it's not by happenstance. We are the ones who settled the West. We are the ones who ended slavery, who laid the transcontinental railroad, who gave women the right to vote, who won 2 world wars, who landed on the moon, and who won the Cold War. Throughout our history, we have done what no one thought was possible. And still, at 250 years old, our nation is actually a young nation. This past fall, I had opportunity to go to the G7 speakers meeting. It was held in Italy. It's the only international trip I took as speaker over the last 14 months because I didn't have time to do it, but it was a quick 3-day jaunt, and met with my colleagues, the speakers of the other parliaments, the great governments around the world. And we talked about that, how really special America is, how unique we are in our place on the globe, and how important it is for us to maintain that. And as I talked to these colleagues from around the world, I thought, our closest allies, who recognize how important we are, how important this body, this House is. I thought about how is it that such a young country has become so exceptional, so singular in its importance, that today stands as the world's leader in liberty and the economy and culture. 100 years ago, President Calvin Coolidge answered that very question in his inaugural address. It was March of 100 years ago, exactly almost. He said this: "We best serve our own country and most successfully discharge our obligations to humanity by continuing to be openly and candidly, intensely and scrupulously American." I love that. I love that. Today, yeah, that's right. That's an applause line.
And a lot of people are trying to not
Today,
make
my
America
friends,
American
our nation
anymore.
is
That's
the
part of the
envy
problem.
of the
like
world.
FISA warrants
Why?
and stuff like that.
Because we have been marked by a spirit and a people who are explicitly that. We are explicitly American. We don't try to be like other nations, and we recognize that a strong America is good for the entire world. And everybody around the globe knows that. That's right. We also recognize that the core principles that made America what we are must still be preserved today. The principles, I call them the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but it's really the 7 core principles of the nation itself. Individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, human dignity. These are the ingredients, the things that made us who we are.
He remembered all 7.
And in America, we know that human flourishing is best achieved by adherence to time-tested truths. We could list a number of those simple truths. Here's a couple. It's better to give a hand up than a hand out. That innovation thrives when bureaucracy dies. The simple truth that it is parents and families and not administrators that must be in charge of their children's education. The path of prosperity has long been paved with policies that put America and Americans first. And that is what we will champion in the 119th Congress.
We better. We're watching there, Mike. How about all that foreign money going overseas?
We have a mandate, and that was shown in the election cycle. The people want an America First agenda. They do.
We do. Yeah, we do.
Sadly, for the past 4 years of divided government, too many politicians in Washington have done the opposite. Open borders and overregulation have destroyed our cities and stifled innovation. Inflation and weak leadership have left Americans poorer, and they have placed our country in a perilous position. That's right.
True. It's true.
But in recent months, we've witnessed something happening, something that's really remarkable, a political moment in our modern history, a groundswell of Americans from every state, race, and religion who now demand that we put the interest of Americans first again, and we will.
Yes.
And we will.
Yes. We sure hope so, bud. Sure hope so.
This is a powerful new coalition of our country. It's a coalition that insists that we purge the policies of America last and we bury them in the graveyard of history's mistakes, because it was a big mistake.
It was.
To that end, this Congress will renounce the status quo and we will listen to the voices of the people. We will act quickly and we will start by defending our nation's borders. That's the #1 priority. Yes.
And we don't want any comprehensive immigration reform garbage from Senator Langford.
In coordination with
okay?
President Trump, this Congress will give our border and immigration enforcement agents the resources that they need to do their job. We will secure the border, we will deport dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens, and finally finish building the border wall.
All right. Don't squander this. You got both houses now. Don't squander it, Mike. Sounds good.
You
Sounds
said
good.
you'd work with us on that, Hakeem. I'm counting on it. After 4 years of high inflation, we have a big agenda. We have a lot to do, and we can do it in a bipartisan fashion. We can fight high inflation, and we must. We'll give relief to Americans, and we'll extend the Trump tax cuts.
That's good. And stop spending also. Stop spending money. You think he addresses Ukraine or Israel in here today?
We're going to protect our industries from one-sided trade deals, and we're going to bring overseas investments back to America's shores. That's right.
Tariffs.
We'll defeat the harmful effects of inflation, and we'll make life affordable again for America's hardworking people. As leaders of a nation with vast natural resources that God has blessed us with, it is our duty to restore America's energy dominance. Dominance, and that's what we'll do.
Dominance is good. Don't compete, dominate. We can do it.
We have to apply common sense. We have to stop the attacks on liquefied natural gas, pass legislation to eliminate the Green New Deal, that funding.
Bye.
We're going to expedite new drilling permits. We're going to save the jobs of our auto manufacturers, and we're going to do that by ending the ridiculous EV mandates. And as heirs to the American Revolution and the descendants of patriots who defied tyranny, in the coming months, we are going to pass legislation to roll back the totalitarian fourth branch of government known as the administrative state.
Good. Now, what about the FBI? You guys going to give them a new building or what?
We're going to drastically cut back the size and scope of government. We're going to return the power back to the people. And in coordination with President Trump and his administration, we are going to create a leaner, faster, and more efficient federal workforce. We need to do that.
Getting fired, yeah.
Our people do not deserve to be ruled by millions of bureaucrats they've never voted for, never met, and can never hold accountable. They deserve a government that is led by those they've elected to lead. That is how Article 1 is supposed to work. That was the idea of the Congress, and we will return to that principle. The American people have called on us to reject business as usual and throw out the status quo. We must and we will heed their call. This is especially important as it comes to our nation's military. For too long, the Washington establishment has sought to appease and accommodate our nation's adversaries. They've tried to replace our military warriors with social justice warriors.
Yeah.
It does not work. And while we're still the most powerful fighting force in the history of the world, by God's grace, the same establishment has eroded the capacities of our Army and Navy and diminished the readiness of our Air Force. We have to put an end to this madness. My friends and my colleagues, I think we should all unite in this idea. It is time now to reinstate fear in our enemies, refocus our mission on lethality, and realign our commitment to peace through strength.
That's true.
Right now.
Yeah, that is true. We don't need what gender am I days on aircraft carriers anymore.
We have to prioritize the things that matter most. We have to make adequate investments in defense. This is the most dangerous moment since World War II, and everyone around the world is looking to America and looking to this body to ensure that we maintain the peace. What we're proposing now is just simply, as President Trump likes to say, a return to common sense. And he's exactly right. That message resonated across the country. I am very thankful, personally, that this body is filled with men and women who are committed to that change, to return to common sense. We can do this together. We should. It is our responsibility to do so. When I first took this gavel, many of you heard me say that I don't believe in luck or consequence. I believe in the idea of providence. And this morning, I participated with many of you early this morning in the 119th Congress Interfaith Prayer Service. It was held at St. Peter's Catholic Church. Many of you were there. It was an ecumenical service and a bipartisan service, which was great. My good friend Hakeem Jeffries began by a reading with the Old Testament. He read out of Deuteronomy 10. And then I was asked to provide a prayer for the nation. I offered one that is quite familiar to historians and probably many of us. It said right here in the program, it says right under my name, it is said each day of his 8 years of the presidency and every day thereafter until his death, President Thomas Jefferson recited this prayer. I wanted to share it with you here at the end of my remarks, not as a prayer per se right now, but as a reminder of what our third president and the primary author of the Declaration of Independence thought was so important that it should be a daily recitation. Let me just read you that prayer. It goes like this. Thomas Jefferson's Prayer for the Nation, it's entitled. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable ministry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endow with thy spirit of wisdom those whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law, we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail, of which we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. That was Thomas Jefferson's prayer.
Jefferson was the man.
Yeah.
Jefferson was the man. Sharp dude.
Suffer not our trust in thee to fail. We will not fail. We cannot fail. We are all in this together. Our nation is counting on us to band together and solve these problems and get this done. I've said before that I believe God has elevated each one of you, that's just my belief, to your positions of leadership. And it's an act of providence that you've all been placed in your specific roles in this specific moment at this historic time, at the 250-year inflection point of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It is no small thing. We're also witnesses to the providence that spared our incoming president, President Trump, from the assassin's bullet, remarkable as that was, and to the new coalition of Americans that has risen from every creed, color, and cul-de-sac who want us to put America first. Our people are asking for a thriving economy and a rebuilt middle class and strong borders and a strong military, and we can deliver that. See, these objectives and these aims don't have an R or a D behind them. They have a USA. That's what we're about. In just a few moments, we're all going to take an oath. It is the same one oath for one nation and under the banner of one great American flag. This is an opportunity for us to protect our shared American heritage, to maintain the conditions needed for self-government, and to defend what Hakeem said earlier, the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Working together, we have the potential to be one of the most consequential Congresses in the history of this great nation, so long as we work together, we do the right thing, and we put America first. As we think about all we've accomplished in the past 250 years, we can only imagine what life will be like 250 years from now. Whatever the future may look like, if we do our jobs now, we can help ensure that our civic virtues will endure, that this nation will still be an example to all the world for its greatness and its example of self-government, and that in spite of our great challenges and even our disagreements and our healthy debates, this extraordinary institution, the People's House, will still be standing strong. Thank you all so much, and God bless America.
Mike Johnson, new Speaker of the House, by the skin of his teeth. The House can go into session, and now we can elect Trump formally
as the sequence of events
on the 6th.
Requires, I am now ready to take the oath of office. I ask the Dean of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Harold Rogers of Kentucky, to administer the oath.
All right, let's get to work.
Mr. Speaker, number one, congratulations on your election. When our founding fathers...
Hold just a second, Dean. We don't have the microphone on yet.
Well, we got it on.
Hello, test. Today we celebrate our shared American self-rule. When our founding fathers rejected calls for an American king and chose a bold and innovative government of self-rule, it was met by opposition, understandably, by the world's kings. They said, you can't govern yourself. You need a king to direct the country. They said,
wrong.
It's only a dream, self-rule. The founding fathers said, you're right. It's the American dream. And thus, our founders said that we should move on our own with our own leadership. The Speaker of the House is the critical protector and promoter of self-rule, the keeper of the dream, if you will. And we've elected this man from Louisiana to carry on our bold experiment in democracy and self-rule. So, sir, if you're ready to assume this awesome responsibility, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, that you take this obligation without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you're about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
All right. The oath has been completed.
Thank you. You may as well remain standing, because according to precedent, the chair will swear in the members-elect en masse.
New Congress.
The members-elect will all rise.
Let's go.
The chair will now administer the oath of office. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic?
Yes.
That you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same? That you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion? And that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you're about to enter, so help you God.
Or your live stream. I do.
Congratulations, you are now members of the 119th Congress.
Hey, we got a new Congress and a new speaker. And we're going to be back on Monday to officially confirm President Trump. What a day. Now, things were a little tense there in the final quarter. Weren't real sure whether Mike Johnson was going to be successful, but two of the final holdouts had reversed themselves. So we had somebody who voted for Jim Jordan, reversed voted for Johnson. We had somebody else who voted for Byron Donalds, reversed voted for Johnson. The only holdout this entire time was Thomas Massie, who voted for Tom Emmer. And so today, a big day for Republicans and for President Trump. Here is what he said.
As Speaker. Let's bring in special report.
Okay, so Trump may have responded to this. Let's see if he has a truth out and see what he says about this, because he was probably on the phone making some phone calls, helping to get this done. President Trump reports, congratulations to Speaker Mike Johnson for receiving an unprecedented vote of confidence in Congress. Mike will be a great speaker, and our country will be the beneficiary. The people of America have waited 4 years for common sense, strength, and leadership, and they'll get it now, and America will be greater than ever before. And I know that there is some real hesitation with Mike Johnson, and I completely understand that. I think that right now, our position is to see what he can do. I think that there are opportunities for men and women to rise to the occasion, right? To become a better version of yourself than you were before. And right now, the country in many ways has a blank slate. And so Mike Johnson is going to be the guy at the helm. Maybe not your first pick in a draft, but he's your pick. And so now we're going to get behind him until he lets us down this time. And of course, we're going to hold him accountable here. But much better than Hakeem Jeffries, much better than 3 or 4 days or 2 weeks of this. And now we have January 6th that is going to happen right on schedule. We're going to be here covering it. So thanks for subscribing and joining us as we do. We'll be back here doing the 4x4 panel, and we'll have all the latest on Monday. So please be sure to come join us, because it's going to be fun as we go back where we were 4 years ago, this time confirming President Trump as the president. So January 6th, come on back. We'll see you back there, and hopefully you join us as we cover it. Now, we're not done yet. We got some other stories that we're going to keep our eyes on. We've got a J6 update with those stupid medals, and then we're going to talk about Las Vegas and go through what the latest is on that. But you may have seen this story. We were talking about criminals gifting other criminals criminal medals, and Liz Cheney got one. But my question on this is whether or not this is all they're going to get. Is Liz Cheney going to get this medal and then ride off into the sunset? Or is she also now begging for a pardon? And is this in lieu of a pardon? Or is this warming us up for the pardons coming later? Biden gifted Presidential Citizens Medals, one of the nation's highest medals ever, to 20 people, including Liz Cheney and Benny Thompson. They both got them. And look at Joe Biden and his weird face here. I don't know what he's doing. He's like honking like a goose or something. And it was a weird exchange. It was a weird little handoff that happened. You can see he was there for about 20 minutes. They brought out Liz Cheney, and they had her come in right at about here. He's gifting a bunch of medals to people. And then Liz walks up, and watch this. He kind of holds on to the thing.
Party.
Okay, watch. Gives her the medal, holds her hand. Can I touch it? Okay, I'm going to hold it. Biden doesn't let go. She starts to walk away. He pulls her back. Now he's talking, but nobody can hear him. They're clapping. Okay, he wants to talk. Now she takes it again, leans in way too close for a sniff. Camera cuts. They're like, oh crap, he's going to sniff her. Cut. Then they zoom in. Then she finally leaves.
Christopher J. Dodd.
Okay, he wanted to speak and he wanted to say a bunch of stuff, and she just took it. They didn't get to say anything. He leaned in for a sniff, and then that was the end of it. So Liz Cheney got one. The other person who got one was Fishing Benny Thompson, who is another criminal, but really a lesser criminal than Liz Cheney. I think he's just a useless idiot, really. Useful idiot. But Benny Thompson is here. He says, I'm getting a medal too. I'm honored to get one because I've worked hard to investigate the J6 attack. All right, that's why he's giving them medals, because of the J6 attack. Give me a break. So that was it. You saw that exchange. Not much else to report there other than Jim Jordan is saying, this is a total joke. Slap in the face to all good Americans who, don't break the law. Liz Cheney broke two crimes that we know of right now. One, obstructing evidence, and the other is suborning perjury. And we've seen both of those things happen in Liz Cheney's case. And she should be charged with U.S. Code 1512B, not what the J6ers were charged with C, but with obstruction and suborning perjury, up one substatute to subsection B. Charge Liz Cheney with both of those. And she didn't. She got a medal instead. Here's what Comer said about it.
Well, it's a slap in the face to all the good Americans who actually deserve to be recognized for their public service or for their sacrifice or for their community activism. You think about all the first responders that risk their lives every day, all the military frontline soldiers who risk their lives every day, all the people that run charitable organizations and do good things at church. And none of them got recognized by Joe Biden, but he recognized Liz Cheney and Benny Thompson. And I want to remind everyone, touching on what Byron Donald said, every committee in the history of Congress is appointed by the Speaker and Minority Leader. The majority party appoints their members. The minority party appoints their members. Kevin McCarthy appointed good members to that committee, but Nancy Pelosi rejected them because she knew they would be truthful and they wouldn't go along with the false narrative that the media and the Democrats were trying to create about Donald Trump. So she kicked Jim Jordan and Jim Banks off and put Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger on there, who would just go along with all the fake propaganda that the Democrat National Committee and their friends in the left-wing media were spouting out.
Total scam. J6 committee, one of the biggest hoaxes we've ever seen, totally illegitimate, even according to their own rules. But Kev McCarthy and the Republicans in charge at the time let the charade continue on, and the media ate it up. We had multiple episodes in their season-long premiere of Insurrection Fever. They couldn't let go of it, and Republicans just sat around and ate it. But now Republicans are in charge. They got the Senate, and they got Trump at the White House. So we'll see what happens when they come in and they take over all of the files that were created by the FBI and the DOJ and hopefully the J6 committee in turn. We'll keep our eye on that one as well. Now, let's turn to the final update on the day. And this one was about what happened in Las Vegas. And here we've got this very interesting story. You can see this report is from Nick Sorter, and we got these text messages. Last text messages ever sent from the alleged bomber in Las Vegas. You can see this is a post from Nick Sorter on X saying that the Cybertruck bomber did reach out to his ex-girlfriend and was very excited talking to her about getting a new Cybertruck, said it's going to be fun and exciting, and then apparently shot himself and then blew it all up in front of Trump Hotel. Very strange thing happening here. This is a picture, apparently of the two, reported by Nick Sorter. Here are some of the text messages. Says, past couple years, how was Germany? He says in response, oh, okay, it's been wild, so much learning and fun, but I rented a Cybertruck, a Tesla, and it is amazing. I'm building drones in my new positions. You would love it, he says his ex-girlfriend. Sends her a picture of the truck. Multiple pictures of the truck. He says, I feel like I'm Batman or something. Or Halo. She sends back multiple emojis, laughing, you dork. I don't know if it's cool or I should bully you about it for driving a Tesla. How fast is it? He says ungodly. It's very fast because it's electric. It matches my Kobe 2 shoes I had when I was little because he was fast. It's Kobe's final form, most powerful form. Did you really have shoes like that, you nerd? LOL. How's your mom doing? He said, yeah, Google him. Well, she's still the same, so no change. So lame. So maybe mom has a problem. I bet you look so cute in those. She Googled the shoes. Did you keep them? He says, nah, they were stinky when I was younger. Strange. Seems like a pretty normal dude. Sending those text messages like it's all normal. But apparently, another report says his wife broke up with him days before the bombing occurred. The wife of the soldier who blew up himself in the Cybertruck in Las Vegas, allegedly, broke up with him 6 days before his death. He's 37, left Colorado Springs the day after Christmas following an argument with his wife over infidelity. His wife, who had a baby daughter with him, reportedly told him that she knew he had been cheating, the sources say. There's him and his brand new baby. After leaving Colorado, he rented a Cybertruck, made his way to Vegas, parked in front of the hotel, detonated explosives stashed in the truck, and they say shot himself in the head. That's according to sources. Now, other people are saying maybe he didn't shoot himself. Maybe somebody else shot him in the head, threw him in the front of the Tesla, and autopiloted the thing right to the front of Trump Hotel. With the new development in the case, investigators are probing whether the motive was purely personal, whether it wasn't political at all. The FBI had been looking into the possibility that the bombing was politically charged because it occurred outside a hotel owned by Trump and they used the same vehicle. Now, I follow some special forces bros on X, and they're all saying, you know what, this sounds like a message. Like they took this dude out and then sent a message to special forces, maybe twice with both of these dudes. It's not lost on us that it happened in front of the Trump building and the Tesla vehicle was used. Leibelsberger, who was an active member of the Army Elite Special Forces, was known to be a Rambo-type patriot and staunch Trump supporter. Weird. So why is he blowing himself up in front of Trump Hotel if he likes Trump? The law enforcement officers are investigating if he had purposely picked a Cybertruck to limit casualties for some reason. If he had used a normal vehicle, would have probably taken out and maybe even killed some other people there. The impenetrable steel of the Cybertruck contained the explosion. There it was. The evil knuckleheads picked the wrong vehicle, said Elon. Not even the glass doors of the lobby were broken. The soldier had been deployed to Afghanistan in 17 and 18. Somebody said he loved Trump. He was always a very, very patriotic soldier, a patriotic American, said the uncle. His wife reportedly broke up with him over allegations of infidelity. It's one of the reasons he was special forces for so many years. It wasn't just one tour of duty. The dude's like Rambo. Leibelsberger was last stationed at Camp Panzer Kaserne, just southwest of Germany, where he worked as a remote and autonomous systems manager for the Army. He had been in the Army for 19 years, was a Green Beret in 2006, and was very patriotic, and apparently couldn't even assemble a real big bomb. That was just a bunch of fireworks in the back of a Cybertruck. So a very strange situation happening there. And as we saw, there were more reports that he was a Rambo-type staunch Trump supporter, loved Trump, said the uncle. He used to have all patriotic stuff on Facebook. He was 100% loving of the country, said Dean, the uncle who told The Independent about this. Then suddenly lost everything. He loved Trump, was always very, very patriotic. Last stationed where we saw, that is the aftermath of the vehicle. Here are the weapons and the explosives that were in the back of the vehicle that were recovered inside. They said he was a very skilled warrior. He would be able to make, if it was him, if he did this, he would have been able to make a much more sophisticated explosive device, all right? He was what you might call a super soldier. If you have ever read about the things he was awarded and the experience he had, some of it doesn't make sense. When he had the skills and the ability to make something more, let's just say, efficient. His skills were enormous. From what he had been taught in the military, he could have fashioned a bomb that would have obliterated half that hotel if he wanted to hurt others, says the uncle. Dean said his brother and his father, Leibelsberger's father, had been married several times, has children with multiple women. Vegas Metro Police says that he shot himself in the head just moments before the explosion went off, and his body was so badly burned it was unrecognizable. Now, there was damage to the body, so they can't figure out who this guy is, but just like we got those 9/11 passports, from those terrorist hijackers, they also found in the vehicle his military ID, his passport, his phone, and his smartwatch. So they got all that other stuff, but his body was charred. Police were also able to find 2 distinct tattoos that match his known body ink, and they agree that he was the suspect. So that's him. Police and FBI officials are still investigating the motive behind the attack, but of course, it doesn't make any sense. And so here is what Las Vegas PD were saying about all this.
Metropolitan Police Department, and we are collectively here this morning to give you an update on this investigation. As you look at this Cybertruck here, we had to transport this down to our fleet services so that we could really get through this thing. And I remind you that the subject inside wasn't able to be removed for a very long period of time because he was burnt beyond recognition. And so as we continue to move through this, I'm going to talk a little bit about his identity and what we believe, but I would like to highlight a couple of things that the teams found inside of the Cybertruck that are useful to the investigation. And that, first and foremost, is a military identification. We also found a passport.
Got it.
We found a Desert Eagle 50 caliber semi-automatic pistol. And if you'll notice on a lot of these guns that we're going to talk about here, they're almost just burnt beyond recognition as well. There's a SLR model B30 semi-automatic firearm, number of fireworks that were still in the vehicle that had to be removed. Notably, we found an iPhone and a smartwatch, and then several credit cards were also in the name of our subject. Our subject is 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger. He's of Colorado Springs, Colorado, born July 22nd of 1987. Now, as you'll see here on a picture of his driver's license, let's see, the question really still remains for me, and I know that there's a lot of you folks in the media that are identifying this person as the person in our vehicle. As I mentioned to you already, his body is burnt beyond recognition, and I do still not have confirmation
Except for those tattoos,
100% that that is the individual that was inside of our vehicle. And so as I'm calling it now, the subject or person of interest, I will not come back until I have the confirmation through DNA or medical records that this is indeed, in fact, the subject inside of the vehicle.
Still questions about that other than the tattoo as of yesterday.
Identification of this individual. We also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle.
Sustained.
One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle. Obviously, in how we're trying to identify him, and I'm feeling comfortable to give you this information, is a tremendous amount of substantial evidence to include he rented the Turo vehicle. There are two tattoos, one of which was on the stomach and one of which is on the arm, that we can see bits and pieces of it as in comparison to what it is that we now know he had on his body. That has given us a lot of confidence that this is, in fact, the same person, as well as which the clearly obvious, which is the credit cards, the military identification, the passport. And then furthermore, as you'll see here in just a very short period of time, we tracked his movements from Colorado to Las Vegas, and in a number of the photographs that we were able to determine, he was the individual that was driving the vehicle. And also, I'd like to iterate this point to you. We still have only ever seen him in this vehicle, and we're not aware of any other subjects involved in this particular case.
And so was he driving the car in?
Now, I would like to acknowledge a couple of things because I know what's going on in the social media world, and there are a number of things in this case that are similar to the attack in New Orleans. We do know that our subject here served in the military. In fact, he's a current member of the military. Both of the subjects served at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. What we do know about that is it's a very large military base, and we have no record that they served in the same unit or even at the same years at Fort Bragg, something that continues to remain under investigation. I also know that they both served in Afghanistan in 2009. We don't have any evidence that they were in the same province in Afghanistan, the same location, or the same unit. Again, something else that remains under investigation. And we also know, of course, that they both used the rental company Turo to rent their vehicles. As far as his military background, it's been confirmed by DOD that he was indeed in the United States Army. He was also a Green Beret operations sergeant who spent most of his time at Fort Carson, Colorado, and in Germany. He was on approved leave from Germany, where he was serving with the 10th Special Forces Group. He was also previously in the National Guard and the Army Reserve. I'd like to point out to you that through exceptional joint investigative effort, we've gotten to a place where we believe we can show you his route to Las Vegas from Colorado, and Carlos will put up the map there for you. And we know that he rented the Cybertruck in Denver on December 28th. We tracked his movements through the Tesla charging stations to Monument, Colorado on
wow,
December
he came through
30th.
Arizona.
On the 31st of December, the truck was charged in
Holbrook,
Trinidad,
Flagstaff,
Colorado,
Kingman, yeah.
Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Albuquerque and Gallup, New Mexico. On January 1st, the truck was charged in Holbrook, Flagstaff, and Kingman, Arizona. We last tracked the truck in Kingman at 05:33 yesterday morning. The truck was first spotted in Las Vegas at 7:29 a.m. yesterday.
I know, right where he
Carlos
charged
will pull
up.
up a picture of the truck pulling onto Fashion Show Drive here. And that picture was observed at about 7:34 a.m. We know that he pulled into the Trump Valet, and I believe we have a video of that. You can see the Cybertruck highlighted there.
They got him driving right through the valet. Trump Hotel right there in the highlighted spotlight there. So he drives through it and then must make another loop back around. He's checking it out.
Through extensive surveillance video, we were able to track him leaving there, and we know that he went to several different places along Las Vegas Boulevard, and he spent some time in a parking lot of a business near Flamingo and Las Vegas Boulevard.
What kind of business?
We didn't have a video of the truck pulling back onto Las Vegas Boulevard from the sands.
Like what kind of business? Was it a strip club? Was it a bank? Was it a drugstore?
See that there?
Was it something else?
That's north on the boulevard from Sands at 8:39, where he then immediately heads to the Trump Hotel, pulls into the valet area, and as of course you all know, the explosion occurs within 17 seconds of his arrival at the valet.
Weird.
There's some additional investigative updates that are going to be provided to you by a couple of the other speakers here, the first of which will be our special agent in charge of the FBI local office, Spencer Evans. Spencer?
Did he go by the
Good morning,
FBI
my name is
office?
Spencer Evans. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's
CIA
Las Vegas
building?
division. As the sheriff mentioned, we've been working through the night with our partners, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and other agencies, to gather all the facts and determine a motive to what was initially reported to the FBI as a bombing incident, to which our special agent bomb techs and others responded. Obviously, we're always concerned in these sorts of events to ascertain what the motive is. We understand that's everybody's at the forefront of everyone's thoughts. And so looking into exactly what the motivation is remains our number one priority. This is why the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force has been brought into play. The Joint Terrorism Task Force, most important part of that acronym is joint. It is done in concert with our partners, which are comprised of more than a dozen investigative agencies here throughout the state of Nevada. We've been working hand in glove, side by side, tirelessly to determine, is there any ongoing threat to the public, to identify the subject, to determine any potential connection to other events going on in the world, most notably in New Orleans, and then obviously to determine if there's anything else that we need to be tracking down. At this time, as the sheriff's pointed out, we feel that the subject has been identified, although not conclusively, waiting for DNA evidence on that front.
Yeah.
However, we do feel like we have the subject identified, and at this time there is no information about additional subjects that the FBI is tracking on. Our resources, as I mentioned, that have been deployed in support of this event include Special Agent Bomb Techs, our evidence response team, which is processing crime scenes, side by side with the forensics folks from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, our investigators, our intelligence analysts, and then outside of the FBI Las Vegas field office, we have investigative leads that are being conducted by FBI field offices, both internationally and domestically as well. As always, when the FBI is involved with any sort of case like this, we ask for help for the public. Anyone with information related to this incident, we encourage you to please call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can submit a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. We've already received thousands of tips related to this incident. The challenge that we face moving forward is to separate those that are pertinent and relevant and those that can be verified for those, from those that have not. For example, one of the tips that we received just today relates to information alluding to this subject's personal experiences related to his time and activity in the military. Again, that's unverified and uncorroborated, but one of many tips and leads that we will be following up in the days that come. If you have any additional information, again, encourage everyone, 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit it online, tips.fbi.gov. We will tirelessly work to exhaust all investigative leads and conclusively determine what the nature of this particular incident was, what the motivation was, and to the extent possible, share all that information as we obtain it. I'll now turn some time over to the Assistant Special Agent in charge from the ATF, Kenny Cooper.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kenny Cooper. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of ATF San Francisco Field Division. ATF is bringing our expertise in post-blast investigations and our crime gun intelligence to specifically assist in this investigation. I will tell you that our Special Agent bomb techs are working with FBI and with Las Vegas Metro and sifting through that post-blast debris to find components and investigative leads that will derive from that evidence process. We're too early into that investigation process to give any determination as far as how this device was initiated.
Look at those guns, but they found his ID. Incredible.
The components primarily consist of fireworks, mortars, aerial shells, and are all consumer fireworks. Nothing commercial grade has been discovered at this point, and we've identified some fuel enhancers like the Coleman fuel and VP Racing fuel, and some explosive targets that can be purchased at any sporting goods store. We've also, as the sheriff mentioned, we've identified 2 semi-automatic handguns recovered from the test.
We're pausing right now because I think they're having a new press briefing. So this one is live right now. All right, and we're going to keep our eye on this one, but there's a new one that is happening right now. So we're waiting for this one to start, and so we'll keep our eye on that. When this one starts, we'll jump over here onto this one. But this is from yesterday. Let's go back. Where was that one?
Tesla. We have successfully traced those firearms, and I can tell you that Matthew Livesberg lawfully purchased both of these firearms on December 30th, 2024. We have agents following up those investigative leads. We know exactly where those firearms were purchased, and we will share any developments from those leads as they come in. Thank you.
We also have the Clark County Fire Chief here, John Steinbeck, and he didn't have any additional updates, but if there's any questions in regards to what the fire department did during this, he's here to answer those questions as well. With that, I'd just like to say before I take a couple questions from all of you, you'll notice that we're not releasing information that we haven't corroborated and verified. We're very well aware of all of the things that are going around on social media. But that's just the way we're going to conduct this investigation. We're not putting it out until we can tell you for a fact what information it is that we're putting out. And so we're going to continue to do that, but I'm also confident to tell the Las Vegas community and this great nation that we don't believe there's any further threat from this subject or anybody associated to him here in Las Vegas. With that, Denise, I saw you had your hand up. If you could just identify yourself, please.
Sheriff Denise Ross from Channel 3 in Las Vegas. Did this suspect have any other connection to Las Vegas? Had he ever been here before, or any reason to be here?
So the question was, did the subject have any ties to Las Vegas, or had he ever been here before? I do believe we had one instance a number of years ago where he stayed at a local hotel, but we're still trying to verify that information as well. Sir.
David Charles, KLAS TV. There was, you have a gentleman in a Cybertruck Trump hotel. There's information that the FBI was in Colorado Springs last night, possibly at this gentleman's home. Any information about why?
I think I'll let Spencer answer that question.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the motivation at this point is unknown. We are, as I mentioned earlier, following investigative leads both domestically and internationally as well. And so that includes search warrants and witness interviews, collecting forensic information, and basically trying to compile the facts. And so there's investigative activity taking place literally around the globe, trying to determine what the potential nexus is. But at this time, at this particular moment in time, as the sheriff aptly said, we have to focus on what we know and what we don't know. We know we have a bombing, absolutely, and it's a bombing that certainly has factors that raise concern. It's not lost on us that it's in front of, of the Trump building, that it's a Tesla vehicle, but we don't have information at this point that definitively tells us or suggests it was because of this particular ideology or any of the reasoning behind it. That's the purpose of the investigation that we're conducting, is to get to the bottom of exactly what happened, why and how.
Sir.
Tim Caputo with KBC in Los Angeles. You mentioned a number of similarities between this case and the one in New Orleans. How far in the investigation process do you guys go to try to rule out that they are connected, knowing that you already have a couple things that seem to connect them together?
So the question is how are we working to rule in or rule out any connections to the New Orleans event? And the answer to that is every tip and lead that comes in, every piece of evidence that comes in, we don't discount it, we work it through it. It's a interesting thing during these kinds of investigations that if these turn out to be simply similarities, very strange similarities to have. And so we're not prepared to rule in or rule out.
They are
anything
strange.
At this point.
Thank you for saying that.
There's lots more for us to do in this investigation. We haven't even gotten into the phones or the computers, which are usually very, very instructive and informative to us as we investigate. And we've got a lot more work to do to trace him, to see the stores that he went to rule out anybody else. Lots of investigative work to do, and we're just trying to give you an update on what we know now. That is factual.
Rio Yamant, AP, was the gunshot wound to his head self-inflicted?
We believe the question is, was the gunshot self-inflicted? And we do believe it was, since he was the only person in the vehicle, and it occurred immediately prior to the vehicle blowing up. Back there, sir?
Yes, sir.
It did occur? You could see it?
With the evidence you've seen so far, are you comfortable now calling this a suicide mission?
The question is, am I comfortable calling it a suicide mission? I'm comfortable calling it a suicide with the bombing that occurred immediately thereafter. I'm not giving it any other labels.
And with the friends and family you've spoken to so far, have they shared any prior red flags?
The question is, did we have any of the family members share any particular red flags? Again, I'll go back to what I know is circulating on social media, but none of that has been verified at this point.
Okay, so divorces and stuff?
All the components you found inside the Cybertruck, were they all purchased in Colorado?
The question is, were all the components found inside of the Cybertruck purchased in Colorado? And I don't know the answer to that. That's part of why we're doing the extensive part of the investigation.
Okay, so we're stopping on this one. We've got a new press conference that's happening now.
Police Department. Over the last couple of days, since the bombing and death of the individual inside of the
This
Tesla
is live
at Trump Towers, had a number of priorities that we've been trying to accomplish over those days. The first one of those priorities was to confirm that there's no further threat. I think we've completed that. The second was to positively identify the suspect. We've also done that today. I can confirm that that is Matthew Livelsberger. We also wanted to confirm that there were no other actors involved in this incident. I believe we've done that, and you'll hear much more about that as we move forward today. We've also today, I'm going to be able to share with you some of what we believe to be his plans and motives as to why he conducted this attack. Now, before we go on, I want to just address a couple of things before we get too far along here. I want you to know that we're very well aware of a podcast that is going around today and the contents of the letter in that podcast. And I just want you to understand that since we've been conducting these press conferences, I have only given you information that we have verified and deemed to be factually accurate. We've
He's
been
talking
aware
about a
of that
manifesto?
document for a while now, and we still have not completely gone all the way through that and verified that entirely.
Anyone know what podcast?
We are in one of the 2 telephones and one laptop. So 1 telephone and 1 laptop that we still have not been able to get into. There is 1 cell phone that we are getting into, and I can tell you that we are barely scratching the surface and almost hourly receiving additional information requiring substantial investigative effort on the part of this joint investigation between ourselves, the FBI, and the ATF. And so, again, while I understand all of that is out there, I believe it is our responsibility to give you what we know to be a fact, and that is what I will continue to do as we move forward.
Thank you, chat. Sean Ryan,
A couple of questions came up in regards to the positive identification of the suspect in the vehicle. I want to give you a couple of photographs as to what it was that we had some conversation around, because there's some tattoo comparisons that we needed to do. And in those tattoo comparisons, in this particular photograph, you can see a tiger tattoo, and there's a secondary tattoo on the stomach that the wife had told us about. You can see that some of it is burnt, some of it is not burnt, and while the body was still in the vehicle, we were unable to identify those specific tattoos until we were able to remove some of it. Secondarily to that, there's also a surveillance photograph that we obtained of our subject in Colorado wearing that very distinctive brown jacket. You'll see that a little bit later here in some of the photographs that one of the assistant sheriffs is going to talk to you about. There's also a lot of conversation that I hear out there about the fact that the identifications, the credit cards, and the number of things that I provided to you previously did not show up as burnt in the explosion in the vehicle. And so I did think it was important for me to address a couple of those issues so you understand where we're at. That's a photograph of the wallet. It's a leather wallet. Clearly it's burnt up pretty well. However, that wallet was found in the back seat under some debris in the vehicle, and it contained, you'll see in this photograph, the credit cards.
It made it all through.
A photograph and a number of other pieces of identifying information. The military identification that I initially told you about was also located within inches of the wallet. And you'll see much of this stuff does have some burn damage on it. The passport that I described to all of you was found in the back, in the bed of the truck under debris as well.
Look at that passport
of that in there. I also had mentioned to you that we were going to be doing dental records to identify the subject in the vehicle. The Department of Defense provided those dental records to us. We then forwarded them to the coroner, and the coroner also provided a positive identification for us. Finally, we had also requested DNA from the family, which was provided to us, and it matched to our suspect. We then, of course, had now confirmed fully his identity to you. There has been, again, a tremendous amount of investigative effort that has been conducted now, and I'm going to introduce to you Assistant Sheriff Dory Corrin to go over some of the extensive investigation that has occurred. Dory?
All right, this is live here. Latest update,
Good
Las
afternoon.
Vegas Cybertruck
I'm
bombing.
Assistant Sheriff Dory Corrin. I oversee our Homeland Security and Investigative Services Group, which includes our counterterrorism unit that's been working around the clock on this investigation. I just want to briefly share a few updates on some key areas to include the operational activity that led up to this incident, a little bit of information on the post-blast investigation as we know it today, and then finally some of the information that we're discovering most recently about motives and plans to give you some insight on why this individual committed the act that he committed. To begin just with the operational activity, the sheriff yesterday talked about the route that the suspect took to get to Las Vegas. We used a lot of this information to be able to track down video surveillance footage around different locations, as well as financial records, as well as call data records, as well as looking at the Tesla charging stations to be able to determine exactly which route the individual took, but more importantly, that it was the individual that we've identified, as well as the only individual in the vehicle during the path that he took to Las Vegas. As you'll see here in this video here at one of the charging stations, is just one example. You'll see our suspect here He'll exit the vehicle. He'll walk around the vehicle at different times. At one point, you're going to see that he opens the door of the vehicle, he retrieves a coat, he puts that coat on, and you're going to see that at different parts to include the photo that the sheriff talked about just a few minutes ago.
With the headlamp on.
We use this video information as well as what I said earlier about the financial records in terms of purchases being made with different credit cards, call data records, a video canvas at multiple locations, trying to use all of that to corroborate that the individual that we've identified is the same individual that drove that Tesla during that route that we've identified to Las Vegas. In addition to that, we also talked about the phones that were recovered. There were 2 phones that we recovered from the vehicle. Both phones were damaged. We are still trying to access the data in one of the phones, but we have been fortunate in our team, which is second to none, has done a really good job accessing the data in one of the phones that was recovered. You can see the phone here in the vehicle. It's very burnt from the outside. You can see another image here. But we're able to take this phone and be able to extract the data using a variety of different tools. And in that, we've identified a whole variety of information, but one thing in particular is there was an application in there that the suspect used to take notes. In that application, one of the notes is titled Surveillance Log by the Suspect. It appears to be more of a journal of activity. It dates for about 10 days leading up to the incident, from December 21st to December 31st of this past year. In that surveillance log, or as we would like to call it, a journal, because it's more of a diary of activity that he's conducting, we identify multiple locations that match what we have in the route. We identify activity that we've matched. So, for example, him purchasing firearms, him purchasing camping equipment or other types of equipment that were used in this incident, matched what our data showed in terms of the route and the video surveillance we were recovering along that route. Beyond the operational activity, I want to also get a little bit into the post-blast investigation. So, make no mistake, this is a suicide vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, or short, it's a suicide VBID. We know also, as mentioned by the sheriff yesterday, there was a self-inflicted gunshot wound by the suspect. The coroner was very specific. In their examination, it was an intraorbital gunshot wound, which essentially means that the suspect put the firearm in his mouth and discharged the gun, and ultimately the round came out to the left side of his head. In addition to that, in terms of our assessment of the post-blast to confirm that he's the only individual involved and the only individual in the vehicle, we did a variety of video and photo comparisons to match the clothing. So if you look here, for example, this is a video in Las Vegas, and you're going to see in a moment here where he parks the Tesla truck, he comes out, and you're going to see some descriptive clothing that matches some of the other video that we've recovered along the route. Please keep in mind, this is a very extensive investigation, so there's a lot of content for us to review and examine. We're just showing examples and samples as we get them. There's more information as we go through it. But in this video, you can see even the distinctive jacket that he is wearing in that vehicle. The other thing that's important is the sheriff mentioned yesterday that Tesla sent to us engineers to come to Las Vegas to help us extract data from the vehicle. Thanks to their support, we were able to extract an SDMI chip from the Tesla vehicle, and Tesla was able to confirm to us using the data from the vehicle that the vehicle was not in full self-driving mode at any time during this incident.
Okay.
Finally, the last category just to touch on
not
is
self-driving.
motive, which I know everyone is very eager to try to understand and be able to explain what happened. I'll reiterate what the sheriff said is we still have a large volume of data to go through and a lot of content to go through. As you know, with any one of our devices, there's thousands, if not millions, of videos and photos and documents and web history and all of those things that need to be analyzed. But with that, just as a preview for as we get information, we're trying to be as transparent as possible. There were a couple pieces of content we thought were important to share for now. One is in the note application, he seemed to have 2 letters. One letter in particular, as you can see here, this is an excerpt from that letter. He says, fellow service members, veterans, and all Americans, time to wake up. We are being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves. He goes on to explain a variety of other grievances and issues, some political, some personal, a variety of other things which we will do our best to release very quickly here.
Is this what Sean Ryan has?
There's some more excerpts. This one seems to be dated after the fact in that notes application. And in there, you can read a couple of the excerpts. We are the United States of America, the best country, people to ever exist. But right now, we are terminally ill and headed towards collapse. This was not a terrorist attack, it was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to spectacles and violence. What better way to get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives? Why did I personally do it now? I need to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took. I'd like to just also expand on that and understand that these are just excerpts. In there, he does offer additional information.
Are you going to release
that
it?
is varying on the spectrum in terms of political grievances, issues about the conflicts elsewhere, not here, domestic issues, societal issues, a variety of other things, including personal challenges as well.
I wonder if Sean Ryan has
intending to
the manifesto.
intending
I
to
haven't seen
release
it.
those initial letters so people can understand the best they can what the person's thought process was at one point
He
in
wrote
time.
something.
However, please understand there is still a lot more content to go through, and that may change. There may be a lot more information that we recover that explains either more or shows a change in mindset at different times. Just before I turn it over to FBI Special Agent Spencer Evans, I just want to take a note and just mention what the sheriff said, which is our counterterrorism section and all of the people involved in this have been working around the clock 24/7.
It was a
tirelessly,
tweet-a-festo?
Truly through the night. They are second to none, and we really appreciate everything they're doing. With that, turn it over to the FBI.
Good afternoon. My name is Spencer Evans. I serve as the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Las Vegas Division. I'd like to express gratitude for everyone that's here today, and especially the partnerships that Sheriff Corrin just highlighted. It's been seamless collaboration between the FBI, ATF, Army CID, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. You know, if you walked into one of the command posts and someone's not wearing a uniform, you wouldn't be able to tell who works for which agency. And it's been outstanding collaboration. We do have significant updates that we're sharing with you from an investigative standpoint, but just want to reiterate, as Sheriff Corrin mentioned, there is still a lot of ongoing investigation. We have terabytes of data that we have to analyze. We have outstanding search warrants and subpoenas, interviews that are being conducted around the globe as we try to paint a comprehensive picture of exactly what happened. That being said, we do feel confident that we have a much better sense of how we arrived at the events of the 1st of January and additional information that we can provide. So I'd like to first begin by addressing something that continues to be widely speculated, whether or not there was any connection between what happened in New Orleans on New Year's Day and then the incident here in Las Vegas just a few hours later. Just to be clear, there is no evidence that these two events are connected. The only things that we have connecting them are incidental, what we believe to be coincidental similarities in that both vehicles were rented through the same service, that they were both subjects served in the military, that they both stayed at an Airbnb, things like that. We've identified no telephonic or email communication between the subjects, no information that suggests that they knew each other, that they ever served in the same unit, that they were ever assigned at the same place at the same time and had interaction, and no witness interviews have corroborated or provided any information that the two events are connected in any way. In similar fashion, we have not identified any connection between this subject and any other terrorist organization. During the FBI's international investigation to date, as I mentioned, we have interviewed family members, friends, the subject's associates, and military members that he served with around the globe. Through these interviews, we've found that the subject held no animosity towards the president-elect. That's something that's also been reported. Investigative steps have discovered, and information from the Army indicates, that he likely suffered from PTSD, and we are also aware that there were potential other family issues or personal grievances in his own life that may have been contributing factors. Again, we're looking into all of that. It's evident that the subject considered, planned, and thoughtfully prepared for this act alone. That's what we believe, and we have no information to the contrary at this point. The FBI has been able to confirm some of this through the utilization of video footage in public areas as he traveled from Denver to Las Vegas. We have video footage that shows that he is alone outside of the vehicle, and that corroborates, again, what Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department footage has also shown. The FBI, as the sheriff indicated, facilitated obtaining DNA from a family member that was able to be conclusively matched to confirm the subject's identity. As Sheriff Corrin mentioned, although this incident is more public and more sensational than usual, it ultimately appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a heavily decorated combat veteran who is struggling with PTSD and other issues. Yesterday, I wanted to highlight, I mentioned a tip that was unverified that the FBI had received Sheriff McMahon will talk about this. It's now floating around there on podcasts. This is a tip that the FBI received after the bombing occurred that seemed to describe some of the personal grievances that the subject may have held. We still have not conclusively determined that that's from the subject, but feel confident based on evidence that we're uncovering on his devices that that was in fact from Leivelsberger. I want to reiterate that prior to this incident, the FBI did not have any information on this subject. He was not on our radar. He didn't have criminal history. There was nothing that we would have been looking into him for up until this point. Last thing I just wanted to highlight briefly is it's not lost on us. We understand that there were victims. While the subject himself was the only person that was deceased, there were several folks that were injured, and obviously any sort of incident like this has a traumatic impact on the greater community and folks that are rightly so going to be scared and concerned, and some people that were inconvenienced and some that were taken to the hospital with injuries. We'd like to remind everyone that we're working with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department advocates, the Office of Emergency Services advocates, and the Southern Nevada Resiliency Justice Center to offer services to these victims. We recognize that there may be victims that are yet unidentified, so for those that might be suffering or otherwise impacted, we'd ask you to reach out to the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. And in similar fashion, as we reiterated yesterday, anyone who has tips related to the subject or this particular incident, please call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Assistant Special Agent in Charge from the ATF, Kenny Cooper.
All right, so we're making the rounds again.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kenny Cooper. I'm an Assistant Special Agent with ATF San Francisco Field Division. I have some very quick resource updates. ATF has brought in some of our top experts from our national response team that will assist with the sifting through the debris of the Tesla. And that's an abundance of caution to make sure that we've got the initiation sequence identified as best we can from the evidence that survived the thermal event of this explosion, and to ensure that no other bad actors were involved in the initiation of that device. Also, my second update is to the firearms purchased by our subject on December 30th, 2024. Our ATF investigators were able to track down that lawful purchase at a gun store in Colorado. Our subject arrived in that gun store by himself on December 27th and initiated the ATF Form 4473 and actually paid for those two firearms that were recovered from the Tesla on the 27th and was sole occupant of a vehicle arriving and departing that on that date. And then on the 30th, we have video evidence of our subject entering that gun store as the sole occupant of the Tesla. He actually received and transferred those two firearms and took into his possession at that time and departed as the sole occupant in the Tesla. Those are the two updates that I'm here to provide to you at this time. Thank you.
We'll see if we get some questions.
All right, with that, we'll entertain a couple questions. If you could, please identify yourself, and we'll go from there. David?
David Charnes, KLAS TV. Thanks for taking my question. Two quick questions. One, the video that you showed of him with the Tesla was able to extract that for you from the device, from the cart. The video you showed him walking around and at the charging stations.
Yeah, so let me just, the question was, can we, the video that we showed, sorry, I was standing back there, so I wasn't sure which one you were looking at, but the question is, the video that we showed at the Tesla charging stations, who provided that to us? I'll let Dory answer that.
Without getting too far into the technicalities, there are various components in there that were retrieved. The SDMI card, it was not where the video was retrieved from. That was where we got the data to be able to determine that it was not in self-driving mode. However, Tesla did provide and helped our team be able to recover the thumb drive that records other types of data to include video by the Tesla.
And what state is this in? Do we know?
Kingman, Arizona.
Okay. Second question is about the detonation. there's a lot of questions. How was he able to die by suicide and set this off? Can you just in very basic terms explain how that could happen to kind of stop these conspiracies that he's not in?
Yeah, so the second question is how are we able to explain the detonation versus the suicide? And we just believe it to be simultaneous at the time of the detonation. But again, that's why the ATF's bringing in the SABTs from outside to look at what that sequence was for the initiation of the explosion as well. And it's very difficult to see inside of those Teslas, even with the camera angles that we have. And so we still remain challenged on finding some of that exact timing on all of that. Go ahead.
Hi, Stephanie Price, Fox News.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi. We're seeing reports that he had another alias as Matt Berg and went on a TV show in 2013. Have you guys been able to confirm that?
So the question is if we knew of a alias of Matthew Berg and he had been previously on a television show. We've seen that reporting but have not verified that reporting. Behind you.
That's Kevin Nyes with NBC News. How would you describe his state of mind in these final days, given everything that you read from his notes app and the manifesto that you see that you referenced going around in the podcast? Have you guys been able to rule out that it was not from him, or is it still up in the air that it could have been from him?
So the question is, how would I describe his state of mind in the manifesto that was described on the podcast? Have we been able to determine whether that was from him or not? And I'll answer the first part is I'm not comfortable giving you state of mind just yet. I certainly am leaning a particular way, but again, I'd like to be factual to you. I think when you read the documents that we're going to give you a link to at the end of this press conference, that you can go in and make some of your own assumptions about what that is. But I will tell you that part of my hesitation on that is I know that we have a lot more documents and number of things for us to uncover, and so I want to be able to provide to you only the factual information when I have it. And so I'm not gonna opine on what I believe his state of mind was at that particular time, but certainly you can see some troubling aspects in his personal life as well. And I don't know if you want to address the second part, Spencer.
Yeah, so in terms of the so-called manifesto that's circulating online, we have strong evidence to suggest that it was the subject that wrote it, but we haven't conclusively proven that yet. And that evidence relates to other evidence that we're finding that we're able to compare that lead us to believe it was in fact him who sent it.
J1?
Do you have an update on...
Is it J1?
Yes, J1 from 13. Do you have an update on the conditions of the other people who are injured?
The question is, do I have any updates on the conditions of the people who were injured? And I'm told that they're all relatively minor injuries, and they've all been released from the hospital.
Kristen Drummond with News 3. As you were showing us these experts, can you say why definitively he chose the Trump International Hotel and why he decided to come here to Las Vegas?
Yeah, the question is, with the excerpts that we showed, can we definitively identify why he chose the Trump Hotel Tower location as well as Las Vegas? And the answer is no. In fact, I think when you read through some of that, you might find that there were some other considerations as well for other locations. We can't verify all of that at this point, and so that's why I haven't talked about that publicly.
Do you know what other locations he was considering, and were they here in Nevada?
There was one location in Grand Canyon that was specifically talked about there, but we haven't been able to verify anything as well. All the way in the back.
She has a question.
Berenice Zuniga with Univision Las Vegas. Thank you for taking my question. In regards to what happened in New Orleans, I know that you guys mentioned it's a coincidence, but what main evidence makes it different to what occurred over there? That it's not being considered a terrorist attack here.
So the question is why don't we consider what happened in New Orleans and what happened in Las Vegas connected? And the simple answer to that is we don't find anything to actually point us in that direction. There are those coincidences that we have spoken very openly about, but we have not found throughout this entire investigation anything that ties the two attacks directly together. Go ahead in the back.
I have a question. Were you guys able to identify the type of explosives that were in the vehicle and where he would be able to find those?
So the question is, were we able to identify the types of explosives that were in the vehicle and where he was able to find those? There's a mortar-type fireworks in the back of the vehicle, some camping fuel, and we do know that it
Special
looks like
forces
from
do.
that document that we're going to provide to you that he may have stopped outside of a location in New Mexico and obtained those fireworks legally. But that is another aspect of the investigation that continues.
Hi, Noble Brigham with the Review Journal.
Hi, Noble.
So he just wanted to show. Didn't want to kill anybody.
Suspect wasn't opposed
Except maybe that guy who was standing there right next to him.
about what his political views were.
The question is that we know that we've said that he was not opposed, the suspect was not opposed to President-elect Trump, and do we know what his political views are or were? There's a variety of different reporting out there, Noble, on what that is and some of the people around him and what their particular political views were. I think when you read some of these documents, you'll see that he actually calls it a stunt in one of these documents that we're going to release to you, that he was trying to get the attention of the American people because
with fireworks?
He was upset about a number of different things. But I'll let those writings speak for themselves. I'm not conclusively telling you anything about his political affiliations at this point, but I think that's more to come on that. Sir?
Anders Gutierrez at CBS News. Talk to us about you have an individual who is obviously struggling with mental health here, a member of the military service. There are others out there who may be struggling with this, a lot of mental health issues here. When they read these letters that you're about to release, how do you quell others who are struggling with the same from carrying out and seeing this as an inspiration? How do you quell the copycats out there?
Yeah, so the question is obviously there's mental health involved in this, as we've already talked about, and how do we quell the others that are similarly situated to him out there in America? And you know, I think Spencer rightly talked about this for a moment is what you can tell by looking at this, that PTSD from a highly decorated United States currently serving military individual, from what I'm told was 5 tours of combat, obtained some of the highest awards you can get. It's not much different, quite frankly, than the reasoning why we started our wellness bureau here at Metro and taking care of the heart, mind, body, and soul of the people that are out there doing this work, because they're exposed to things, they see things, they hear things, they feel things, and they smell things that most normal people don't have to do. And the heroes that are serving in the military and on the front lines of America's policing are challenged that way. And so I think we need to really pay attention to those individuals, pay attention to what mental health in America looks like. And I think this is just one more incident that brings that to the forefront of where it is that we are in talking about these types of things. I'll take one more.
Rio, AP, thanks for taking my question.
Sure.
Do you know why he chose the Cybertruck? Was he trying to send a message, considering who the CEO is? And then, just really quickly, could you confirm if the podcast you're talking about is the Sean Ryan podcast?
Sean Ryan.
The Sean what?
Is it the Sean Ryan podcast?
Is that the name of it? Yeah. So can I tell you why he chose the Cybertruck is the first question? No, not really. I haven't been able to find anything definitive about it. Secondly, is it the Sean Ryan podcast? And yeah, that's the podcast that I'm referring to. And
Shout out to Sean Ryan.
Hand over here that, go ahead.
Guy Tannenbaum, Channel 13 here in Las Vegas.
Hi.
Has there been any more speculation, more understanding on why he chose the route that he chose? Obviously, coming from Colorado, you can go through Utah. That's a more common way to hit the 15. Any more understanding when we're thinking about all the different potential sites that he could have chosen for this?
So the question is do we know why he chose the route that he chose? I don't think we can tell you we know why he chose it, but I can tell you that there's some writings in those documents that we're going to release to you that he mentioned going to the border as well as going to the Grand Canyon. And so we continue to look through all of the available evidence to help us answer that question better. And with that, I'd just like to, again, thank you all for the great work you're doing in helping us get this story out. And obviously, as we get additional information, we'll push it out to you. Thank you very much.
Wow. Okay. So very jam-packed press briefing today out of Las Vegas, just wrapping up. There was a lot of information in there, and a lot of it seems to fit the story, right? If the story is that there is this guy who's been involved in a lot of war, who's now come back, getting a divorce from his wife, infidelity and more, then goes unwell and snaps and then tries to take out himself and send a message. I guess this is one way to do it, but it seems a little strange that a guy's patriotic and serves his country all this time and then just offs himself in a final bid. Now, one of the weirdest things on this whole thing was that passport photo, trying to scrub through and grab that passport photo. He does have a manifesto. It seems like Sean Ryan might have that specifically. And we were asking ourselves in some of these images, the burnt images, and that passport photo, I don't remember exactly where that one was, but they got it. And it was just tucked back there in the back of the car. So we'll pull that image back out. I don't remember exactly where it was, but it was in there, and it was just kind of placed there conveniently for everybody to see. So strange stuff. Maybe it was around here, around the photo. Yeah, there's the wallet that got torched up. Wallet got torched. They pulled the wallet out. All the cards were inside. Military ID looks great. And then there's the passport. There was the passport. Strange. Very strange. Right there. Almost like those 9/11 passports. Are these passports like fireproof? They just don't tell us? They're fireproof and bomb-proof? I'm presuming that's the passport right there. Everything else is smoldered and torched except his passport. Strange, strange story. Tesla was not on autopilot, as they reported. And because this guy was getting a divorce, he was texting his girlfriend, maybe his ex-girlfriend. And maybe the wife saw that. He's driving around in the Cybertruck and just says, okay, I've had enough already. Interesting. Now, they're going to release the manifesto and some of the other documents or whatever these writings were. And so we'll, of course, have those documents. We'll pull those up and we'll go through them when they do have them, provided they release them and we can parse through them. But another interesting press release there. A lot of it doesn't add up, but if you say that a guy maybe just snapped and lost it, it doesn't have to add up. That's the point. That's why people, they snap, they can't take it anymore. But a lot of this is very coincidental, very interesting. Questions for the special forces. Did they have any indication that this guy was unwell? Because they're supposed to be the best of the best, both physically and mentally. So we got questions about that as well. But a terrible loss of somebody who served his country apparently very well for a long time, and some strange behavior there. So we're going to keep our eye on this. When they release those documents, we'll parse through them. Thanks for subscribing and joining as we do. Now, we're not done yet, my friends. There was a breaking story that as we were watching that story come out, we saw this story also pop. And so we're going to talk about this right now and squeeze this in before we hear from you, because this is fresh out of the oven. And you know how much we like stuff that's fresh out of the oven. Judge Merchan has now scheduled a sentencing date for President Trump, and it's coming up soon. We'll fast forward to the end of this order that just came out. This is the so-called criminal conviction case that they're all excited about. And we've been saying there is no conviction here in this business records case because there was no sentencing that ever took place. But now the court is saying Trump must appear for sentencing on January 10th, 2025, 1 week from today at 9:30 in the morning, to be sentenced in his court. We were wondering if this was going to happen or not because it was all held in abeyance. And in fact, they actually vacated the sentencing date and scheduled it for an evidentiary hearing. And then Trump's people submitted 2 motions to dismiss, one on the basis of immunity and the presidential transition, and other because there were errors in the underlying trial. The judge dismissed that underlying trial motion to dismiss, said that you not denied, not granted. But there was the other motion that Trump is transitioning into the presidency. And so you can't hurt the president. You can't do anything to impinge on that transition, like, sentencing them and putting them in prison. Now, what has happened in this order is the judge is trying to be very sneaky. He is saying that when we sentence you, the court says is not inclined to impose any sentence of incarceration. So in other words, we're not going to put Trump in jail, but we are going to sentence him because we want that conviction and we cannot put him in jail. So Trump's defense attorneys are going to flip out, all right? They're going to be losing their minds right now. They're drafting motions and they're losing their minds because a sentence is a penalty on the incoming president. Now, he's going to say, we'll read through this filing, that the penalty is not significant enough, and that's why he can sentence him. But of course, a sentence would now make Trump a convicted felon. And they cannot do that because the people just vetoed that. He's transitioning into the presidency. And so his status currently, in my opinion, precludes him from being sentenced at all. Now, the judge is going to say, well, I'm going to sentence you, but I'm not going to put you in jail so I can do it. Doesn't matter. The sentence alone is the penalty, and it cannot happen. So what you're seeing here, and they want him to be a convicted felon, by the way, right? So think about this date. The judge also scheduled this very quickly. So there is a whole nother layer to this. On January 3rd, the judge says you're coming back in 1 day, 1 week, January 10th, 7 days from today. That's 10 days before the counting of the before January 20th. Remember that we're going to count the votes on J6, mind you. So we'll come back on J6, but the sentencing, right, when they'll actually count the votes, that's on Monday, will be on J6. But on January 10th, if Trump appears and is convicted because he is sentenced, then on January 10th, they'll say he's a convicted felon. And I wonder if there'll be some sort of a procedural motion in the House to try to say, well, he has now been convicted of a crime. This crime was arguably, according to the prosecutors, election interference because he was using Stormy Daniels to pay hush money so that the public wouldn't know about that ordeal. And then he could get elected. So they're saying, oh, that he also insurrected. It basically was their closing argument back when the conviction or when the guilty verdicts came down. So this is what Judge Merchan has done. Very, very sneaky. Before Trump comes into power, they're going to want him to be labeled a convicted felon. And the judge just dropped this on Friday, January the 3rd, because he's out of options and he wants that conviction to stay. So let's see what the judge said, parse through this and break this thing down. I'm sure Trump is going to respond to this, as are his defense attorneys. Here's what the judge said. The Juan Merchan, acting judge out of New York, who ran one of the most rigged trials we've ever covered here, maybe the most, said, well, no, we got the J6 cases too. Those were bad. But here's what the judge says. He says, okay, look, on March 30th, May 30th, 2024, not a long time ago, they were trying to race this through to harm Trump before the presidential election. A New York County jury, who are Democrats by about 70 to 80%, found Trump guilty on 34 counts of falsifying business records. The spreadsheet crime, which the government used liars to try to prove, like Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels, came in and found him guilty. The deadline passed without the filing of any motions, deadline for June 13th for post-trial motions, but nobody filed anything. Then the court set down the matter for sentence on July 11th. Of course, that was adjourned. The Supreme Court came back down and said, yeah, we got immunity on this. And then the court postponed it. So then on November 10th, following the election, Trump won. Merchan says Trump requested a stay of these decisions because of the Transition Act. I'm transitioning into the presidency. And the judge said you can have some time to file your arguments. They've done that. Trump's people say, all right, listen, Your Honor, you cannot sentence me. There's nothing you can do. The Presidential Immunity Doctrine, the Presidential Transition Act, and the Supremacy Clause require you must dismiss this case immediately. Trump said that his status as president-elect counts, and also the unlawful conduct by Alvin Bragg and his hack prosecutors violated Trump's rights, wrecked the trial, and they present legal impediments to conviction. You cannot convict him. The unlawful conduct that Trump alleges was the politically motivated targeting of Trump by Cy Vance, by the two whiny prosecutors who resigned in disgrace, Kerry Dunn and Mark Pomerantz, who both threw a hissy fit. Then Alvin Bragg changed his tune, got Matthew Colangelo over from Biden's DOJ to come over and help him start the case. saying they leaked info. They tainted the jury pool. They gagged Trump. They engaged in repeated misrepresentations to other. They suborned perjury from Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels, brought them in to lie. Michael Cohen's a convicted perjurer, brought him in, lied anyways. Trump also accused this court of impermissibly presiding over this case because the judge's daughter works for Democrats and was raising campaign money for Democrats on the back of this criminal prosecution that was being conducted by her daddy. There was an unlawful gag order to talk about the judge's illegitimate daughter called Lauren, who was raising money off of these funds and these efforts. And Trump made a bunch of arguments. Now, the Alvin Bragg prosecutors responded. They said president-elect immunity does not exist. You don't even have it. And the vast majority of Trump's claims have already been rejected. And they said we can do some other things. How about we just adjourn sentencing until after the presidency? Just postpone it until Trump's done. Then we'll put him in prison later. Or they could impose the Alabama rule, which would abate the proceedings, right? We would just cancel the proceedings and then impose, just basically terminate the case. Now, that's not allowed in New York. So the judge gives us some analysis here, says, okay, look, as indicated above, Trump has been found guilty on 34 counts, not sentenced, not convicted. The significance of the fact that the verdict was handed down by 12 jurors, he says, cannot be overstated. It was unanimous. The sanctity of the jury verdict and the deference to it is the bedrock principle in our nation's jurisprudence. Not when it's rigged, not when it's not a jury of your peers who hear evidence that is legitimate. The right to have a jury trial, he cites Blackstone, great, cites some other case law, great. Juries are important, don't get me wrong. Not in rigged jurisdictions, though. In fact, it is standard practice in criminal courts in this state to instruct jurors, you and you alone are the judge of the facts and blah, blah, blah. And so thus, we have to default to the jury. It's rare for a trial court to overturn a unanimous jury verdict. This is a rare situation. How many other instances in trial court practice have you had a sitting president who won? How about never, ever, never? So this is incredibly rare. It's understandably rare, and that's why you should do this now. They say also, Trump makes clear that the driving factor requiring a vacatur of the jury's verdict is he's the president now. So the primary issue, the judge says, is this question. Can a president-elect be afforded the same opportunity and immunity protections from state prosecution as a sitting president? Well, he says, as far as I can tell, there's no precedent for this. It's never happened before, except you guys are doing it. Although the parties agree on very little, they both appear ready to evaluate immunity. Though the parties arrive at different conclusions, they both rely on these cases as their legal authority. And other people have also brought up the Office of Legal Counsel memo. And remember, Jack Smith dismissed both of his cases. The J6 prosecution and the classified documents appeal, both gone. Because they can't prosecute them. Even the Office of Legal Counsel said it. Now, as noted by special counsel's office when they dismissed the case, they said a fair reading of legal precedent says that you can't charge a president. But they said, oh, that's federal cases. So it's logical to infer that there's some overlap with state courts. And so they talked about it. Why won't the feds prosecute? They gave us a list of reasons and things to consider. And so he's saying, well, let's apply that to this. Like mental and physical burdens, witness preparation, all of that could impede the executive branch, and you're not allowed to do that. So they say, well, let's apply that same analysis here. You can't prosecute at the federal level. Even Jack Smith and the DOJ say so. So how can I prosecute him here at the state level? Applying the guidance of the aforementioned cases, this court finds that immunity does not extend to a president-elect. Then no, sorry. You only get immunity after you take oath of office, and the president-elect hasn't done that yet. And so he's not allowed to avail himself of any protections of that office. Well, how come Jack Smith dismissed it then? This finding is consistent with other cases, and Trump's election team does not and cannot deem any of his actions official. And so there is no official immunity yet. So turning to the three concerns identified above, The case at bar is way past the initiation stage, and so there is no more public stigma for this, and so we can sentence him. One of his most frequent arguments is, we should defer to the will of the citizenry who recently elected him. And he says, well, if they like you so much, they already voted for you, and so it doesn't matter if I sentence you. And also the third concern talks about the mental and physical demands on the presidency if the president has to deal with litigation. It imposes a burden that might impede the president. They analogize this to saying it's just like prosecuting a president. He's transitioning right now, and so you can't impede him during the transition. He says, well, I'm not persuaded by that. Having addressed and resolved most of these issues, they're all like half a year old anyways. The only thing left is a sentence. Scheduling sentence is a function that remains within my power, and I can easily put it at a date and time to minimize disruption and inconvenience. Now, prosecutor Jack Smith, in his decision, why Jack dismissed his case, is different. Very different here, because we already conducted a trial and Jack Smith did not. Now, while Trump claims that this court cannot and must not sentence him, the record is clear that he consented to, but requested this. Now, as the parties are aware, it was on Trump's application. They wanted the sentencing until after the election. And so since you asked for it after the election, you got it. But now he won. And so that introduces a new variable. Since he won, you can't sentence him. If he lost, you could have sentenced him. So Trump has always pronounced confidence that he would win. And guess what? He won. Oh, Mercan is so mad. He's like dripping with disdain in here. This is him saying, well, you're getting what you asked for, okay? He's pouting like a little child because that's what he is. That he would become the president-elect and that he would be required to resume all the responsibilities. He did win. Thus, it was fair for this court to adjourn the sentencing until after the election, and the decision in the Supreme Court case delayed the sentence, but it didn't preclude it. And so now we can sentence you now. He continues, the judge says, Trump prevents this court with a new novel theory, saying Trump wants presidential elect immunity and that it applies now. Well, this court is unpersuaded. You only get immunity once you're the president. It's not retroactive or anything. And what they say Trump is asking this court to do is to create something new. Two types of immunity, one when you're the president and one when you're the president-elect. And so I can't do that. I can't change those things. You're asking me to give you retroactive immunity. And so it would be an abuse of discretion now to give you immunity without any other legal authority. Trump has no argument to convince this court otherwise. Binding precedent does not provide an individual who becomes president with the ability to retroactively dismiss cases. You can't sentence him. That's the problem. So the case is open. So the only other alternative, you don't have the Alabama rule, is a dismissal. So the case is stalled. You have to dismiss it. Now, part 7 of this is the Clayton motion. In addition to his claim that the presidential immunity and the supremacy clause warrant dismissal, he also says elect immunity matters. He submitted a Clayton motion, which set forth 10 factors the court should consider when deciding whether to dismiss a complaint or an indictment. The seriousness of the offense, the extent of the harm, evidence of guilt, history, character, condition of Trump, the serious misconduct on law enforcement, if that mattered, and more. Go through those factors and then ask, does this weigh in favor of a dismissal? A motion filed pursuant to that rule must be made within 45 days. And now Trump has become president-elect, and there's a new factor that has come in, okay? So I can't submit this motion because this issue wasn't available at the time. Now I'm the president. Now I can bring this up, so now I'm doing this. But he says, sorry, you should have filed it later. Well, he couldn't because you were prosecuting him in the middle of an election. This is why you don't prosecute your political opponents in the middle of an election, because things change and it changes the analysis. So then he says, let's apply all those factors. He says, first of all, this charge and these charges are ridiculous. The fact that violent crimes are not prosecuted in the same courthouse doesn't mean these aren't serious crimes. So sure, they're not violent crimes, but there still was a 12-jury panel who found him unanimously guilty, which not really, by the way. Remember, they could pick whatever card they wanted, pick a card, any card, pick a crime, any crime, charge Trump with whatever you want, because they could find him guilty with whatever they wanted. Part of this was based on the fact that there were object offenses. They say Trump was concealing these business records to cover up for another crime. Well, what was that other crime? Did it have to be unanimous? No, jurors could pick whatever they wanted. It could have been a federal crime, could have been a state New York crime, could have been a tax crime, even though nobody else brought any of those charges. They could have made it up and they didn't have to be unanimous. As long as they said there was some other offense, that was good enough, but they didn't have to agree on the other offense. He said it was premeditated. It was continuous. It was deception. This is Judge Merchan having a whiny fit, saying that the leader of the free world is the gravamen to this offense. To vacate the verdict on these grounds would cause a disproportionate result. Now, they also say that the evidence at the trial was weak. The judge says, no. I love Stormy Daniels. I'm very familiar with her work, and says that he also thought that Michael Cohen, a convicted perjurer, was a reliable source. Saying, as to the latter, the court issued its decision. We found that no official acts evidence was even admitted at trial, which is obviously a lie because there was a ton of it. They brought in White House employees to testify, Hope Hicks and Madeleine Westerhout. He says, well, that argument is meritless. Okay, as to the allegation that Michael Cohen is a liar, this court presided over the trial, and we sat mere feet from all the witnesses who testified. And so I got to listen to everybody, and doing so, I don't agree with the characterization of Cohen's testimony. You call Michael Cohen, who is a convicted perjurer, who literally lied either in this trial or in Tish's trial, and then lied about what he said to a federal judge in a different trial. So the guy's a bona fide liar, and the judge is like, he seems pretty reasonable to me. A total of 22 witnesses testified, 500 dumb exhibits, all supported the jury's verdict. They also say, let's talk about Trump's history. They say Trump has contributed way too much to this nation, too numerous to even reference. The court agrees, that the president did serve his country as president and will do so again. But that service as the president is only one thing to consider. So I have to consider everything else. They say that Trump's disdain for the judiciary, man, this judge is not happy, whether New York or elsewhere, is a matter of public record. He's gone to great lengths to broadcast on social media and other forums his lack of respect for judges, juries, grand juries, and the justice system as a whole. This judge is so biased, man, he should be recused immediately. Should have been a long time ago. In this case, despite repeated admonitions, this court was left with no choice but to find Trump guilty 10 counts of contempt for repeated violations of the gag order because he didn't want him talking about his corrupt daughter. Findings by which the definition meant that he willingly ignored the order to be gagged. Trump continues to attack the unlawful and unconstitutional court because this judge is corrupt through and through. His daughter's corrupt and more. Whoa, we got good logic here, huh? Check this out. Despite the fact that it has been challenged and upheld no less than 8 times, people are still bringing up gag order challenges. As Trump must surely know, the same order was left undisturbed by the United States when good logic took it up to the Supreme Court. They're saying even the Supreme Court agrees with us because they rejected good logic's lawsuit. Well, that was his lawsuit, of course, not the judge's lawsuit. And so they might say that good logic doesn't have standing, whereas Trump may have had standing. So there's a bunch of issues here, even though I think good logic's brilliant. And the Supreme Court should have heard it. But the defendant continues to undermine its legitimacy in posts to his followers, says that the posting, indeed, this not only is not the only instance where he's violating the court's orders because they're unconstitutional. Trump has a First Amendment right to speak. We have a First Amendment right to hear. He says he keeps beating up the third branch of government, and it does not weigh in his favor. So we're not going to dismiss this because he's mean to us. Saying also, were there any exceptional serious misconduct by law enforcement? Trump's people say, yeah, of course there was. There was false testimony that Alvin Bragg drug out of the porn star Daniels and the liar Cohen, and other misrepresentations by Bragg because they made Alan Weisselberg unavailable and prosecuted him with crimes to keep him off the board, unlawful investigative leaks, and more. Well, these arguments from Trump that the prosecutors committed egregious misconduct by bringing out testimony from Cohen and Daniels is unsupported. The court entertained countless arguments before this, talking about the parameters of testimony. If those rulings were violated, well, there were objections, and so I handled it appropriately. I gave curative or limiting instructions to the jury, and the jury credited the testimony of Cohen and Daniels and returned a verdict consistent with them. So the jurors who hate Trump all loved Cohen and Daniels. Now, further, this court does not share any hints about what they did to Weisselberg. The people unsuccessfully argued for the admission of his severance agreement, and I kept that out. So I did give you guys some wins, and so enjoy. Now, as for the alleged misrepresentations by Bragg in connection with the removal proceedings, I don't think those were misrepresentations at all. Those were rejected, and so we leave that there. Now, with respect to Trump's claims that there was an unconstitutional crusade against him, both claims have already been raised and rejected. Now, while significant portions of Trump's motion reference a book by Mark Pomerantz that he wrote after he threw his hissy fit, the court is not swayed. That former prosecutor Pomerantz wrote a book which is critical of Bragg, but it doesn't mean that it's unethical. Moreover, we've got Trump arguing the effect of imposing this sentence violates presidential immunity. The court rejects this claim, saying that it's consistent with the law. Analysis of this is already provided below. Now, Trump also argues that the dismissal will improve public confidence in the criminal justice system. This perspective is different, though. The court is different. You say the jury pool was tainted. You've already raised this issue. And we did jury selection, and I asked the questions. And so I think that this was a fair jury. It's standard practice for the court to ask jurors to self-identify if they've heard about the case. Remember, they were trying to find Trumpers and throw them off the panel. Thus, while not particularly significant, we don't know how many prospective jurors self-excused. And the jury panel, where half its members self-identify as not confident, it's not uncommon. We have a lot of those things. So there was no bias. The attorneys did not question the jurors until after the jurors were seated. And so you got the jury you deserve. Now, while Trump is asking this court, what they're asking them to do is to determine that the jurors who identified as truthful were not. And so that's illogical and unconclusive, saying this would appear to contradict your stated concerns, and your conclusory claims that the jurors were tainted doesn't have any support in the record, and so they were fine. Also, Trump's claims about the jury pool are also unsubstantiated. As the court previously stated, claims of such nature go to the heart of the criminal process, and so when we consider juror misconduct, we must consider sworn allegations, and those have not been made yet. And finally, Trump alleges again in public that the public confidence has been fatally impaired by this corrupt court. But what he does not acknowledge is that he has made 3 applications to appellate courts, and those have been rejected. He's also gone to the ethics boards, and they've rejected it as well. He's been aware for over a year that he continues to file, and the judge calls them baseless attacks. They keep rejecting him because it's New York. To be clear, this is not the only example, says the judge, of Trump pursuing a claim with increasing indignation. He also filed a bunch of other motions, like the unconstitutional continuation of the gag order. All that's going up to the Supreme Court. Shout out to Good Logic again. So how about the welfare of the community? Here, Trump says the welfare of the community is at stake, but there's no basis for this claim. And it's also appropriate to talk about his status as president-elect. To be clear, none of the concerns raised by the Supreme Court or legal counsel are relevant here. We've scrutinized all the positions, says the court. The court recognizes the importance of balancing these matters. The court simply is not persuaded that this outweighs what I have to do. So what, your president? I have to sentence you. His position is nothing short of outright and complete dismissal. The court has painstakingly considered these arguments, and we cannot set aside the jury verdict. To dismiss the indictment and set that aside would not serve any of the concerns of the Supreme Court. It would undermine the rule of law. Just as this court finds that his president-elect community is not actually law, I can't create that out of thin air. And so, since I can't do anything about this, we are going to sentence President Trump. Finding no legal impediment to sentencing and recognizing that presidential immunity will likely attach once he takes the oath, he doesn't have that now, it's incumbent upon this court to set this matter down for the imposition of sentence before he takes office. I have to get him before he takes the oath. It is this court's firm belief that only by bringing finality to this matter will all three interests be served. A jury heard evidence for nearly 7 weeks and gave us its verdict. Trump and the people were given every opportunity to exhaust their emotions in this unprecedented, likely never to be repeated legal scenario. But the judge is just going to sentence him anyways. The court must sentence Trump within a reasonable time following the verdict. He's appealed and he's tried and tried and tried, but nothing has happened. So now I'm going to give him 7 days so that there's no time to go to the Court of Appeals or go to the Supreme Court, and you're due for sentencing. This court has also now considered the Alabama rule, which is what Alvin Bragg was lawlessly promoting, to just terminate the case without any sentencing. The court has also considered the alternative proposal of holding this case in abeyance until Trump's term is over, and then they can just sentence him to prison when he's done. The reasons are obvious. If the court is unable to impose sentence before Trump takes oath, this may become the only viable option. Okay, so this is also a warning, red alert on that. So if Trump appeals this and he's not sentenced, then over the 4 terms, the judge is going to come back down and just wait till the end. This judge is something else, man. Now, while this court, as a matter of law, must not make any determination on sentencing prior to the parties and the Trump being heard, right? I can't make up my mind until I hear from you. It seems proper at this juncture to make known the court's inclination to not impose any sentence of incarceration. So it's okay if we sentence you and convict you, but I'm not going to put you in jail. A sentence authorized by the conviction, but one that people can see they no longer view as practical. So even Bragg's like, well, we can't put you in jail. As such, in balancing the considerations, when the underlying doctrine of presidential immunity, a sentence of an unconditional discharge appears to be the most viable solution to ensure finality and to allow Trump to pursue his appellate options. Unconditional discharge. So he'll be not serving any penalties, like not on probation or anything. You're just convicted and found guilty, so that there's no continuing penalties, like you don't have a probation officer, you're not going into custody, you're just convicted, and then he can appeal, right? So then we're just going to say you're done, the case is closed. We're not going to impose any penalties or anything really, but you are going to be sentenced. And I'm telling you what the sentence is. Now, further, to assuage Trump's concerns regarding mental and physical demands, this court will permit him to appear virtually for the proceeding, just like Ray Epps. So he can just call in and just say, oh yeah, just sentence me, perfect, no problem, if he chooses a virtual meeting. And it's not even going to be that big of a deal. Just have to show up for 5 minutes, because being sentenced for a felony for something you didn't do is much easier on the brain and the soul when you can zoom in on it. See how that works? This is a joke. So in conclusion, the court writes, the court finds that neither the vacature of the verdicts nor dismissal of the indictment are required by presidential immunity, the Presidential Transition Act, or the Supremacy Clause. The court further finds that Trump's arguments, whether independent or considered together, are factors A through J are unpersuasive, and so we're not going to be dismissing this case. That would be an injustice. We also find there's no legal impediment to imposing sentence under the law, and so it is hereby ordered that Trump's motion to dismiss the indictment and to vacate the jury guilty finding is denied. And it's further ordered that Trump must appear for sentencing either in person or virtually on January 10th, 2025, 1 week from today at 9:30 in the morning at New York Courthouse. Trump may also choose to appear virtually if he wants to, and you're directed to tell the court if you're showing up or not by Sunday night. The foregoing is the order from the court. Judge Juan Merchan, one of the most corrupt judges in modern American history, is now saying Trump must appear for sentencing. And so we're going to keep our eye on that. I am guaranteeing that Trump's attorneys are furious with this, and they're drafting their motions, writing away right now their response, arguably their appeal. Maybe they want to take this to the United States Supreme Court because of what is happening right now. Trump is transitioning in. The American people just vetoed this lawfare prosecution brought by Alvin Bragg, and the judge is keeping it on track. Jack Smith already dismissed his other two cases. Office of Legal Counsel had confirmed you can't do this stuff, but Merchan is so desperate. They are so pathetic that they need to get that sentencing done so they can call him officially a convicted felon. They like to say that all the time, but of course, why is Trump voting in Florida in 2024 if he was a convicted felon? Don't think that's how that works. So we're going to be here continuing to cover this, my friends. Thanks for joining us as we do. And thanks for considering coming to join our inauguration watch party live in person in Scottsdale, Arizona. We're going to be ringing in January 20th together as a Watcher fam in Scottsdale. We'd love to have you come join us. Tickets are on watcherlodge.com, linked in the description below. We'd love to have you join us. We're going to have some great fam there. We're going to have a huge big screen to watch Trump on, give his inaugural address, and we'll mix and mingle as the parade passes through. Get your tickets. Come join us, Scottsdale, Arizona, January 20th. It's going to be lit, and there's going to be some amazing people there. So check it out, my friends. We'll be here. Thank you for subscribing and joining as we do. All right, my friends. We covered a lot today. Oh, my goodness. Some really good ground. We have a new Speaker of the House. We have a new Republican House. All that got done, thankfully. We talked about Liz Cheney and her dumb medal. We talked about New Orleans and that bomber and that weird tour of his house by the New York Post reporter. And then we also talked about Las Vegas. We got two press briefing updates, including the one today that sounds like that guy was the guy in the back of the car. Looks like they got some in the front of the Cybertruck. They got some DNA evidence, tattoos match, and his passport is conveniently placed on top of the charred remains of the explosives. But now, my friends, it's time to hear from you. And I want to see what you say about all of this. Of course, we are going to hang out with our locals friends over at watchingthewatchers.locals.com for our members only after party. But today, we got some great donos here, my friends. And thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us on this full day. Good stuff. We're going to be back on Monday. It's going to be another jam-in day on Monday, my friends. So be here on Monday because we're counting the electoral votes. January 6th on Monday, just a few short days away. I can't wait for it. So we'll see you here. Hey, SD Gold Star Mom, we got this one at the top of the show. Sending us rhubarb jam, hopefully not the poisonous kind. I will be trying it. Maybe we'll have an English muffin on stream and try not to die. Thank you, SD Gold Star Mom. BH Williams, I understand Massey being against Johnson, but I think he needs to present a viable path forward. Good call, BH Williams. Wow, Rob really doesn't like rhubarb. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm political on rhubarb. I just don't want to die. Pope Rackets Touch Me. Membo for 17 months says Congress not sworn in votes for speaker to get sworn in. And we now have that settled. BZ says, Rob, let's send you to Congress in 2026. Give them a bit of straightening out. It would be fun. I like to practice my jujitsu moves on a couple people. SD Gold Star Mom says only the leaves are poisonous, okay? The stocks are not. SD Gold Star, thanks for being here for 11 months. Hey, Brimstone. They should have removed Johnson over the budget stuff. 2 months as a member. Thank you, Brimstone. Glocky is here sharing this one. You have to read this ruling, okay? Tapper is a lot of doo-doo. Jake Tapper's pompous journalistic ethics lecture comes back to haunt in a defamation case. That one came in over from a Breitbart. Glocky saying, get your masks ready, all right? Hospitals in California, Indiana, and other places are telling everybody to wear their masks. Not fun. We got Jams Varno. If they can't figure out this vote, man, we're doomed. Fortunately, they did, Jams. We made it through. We made it through. Be Controversial says there's never a, quote, a good time to drag out the Speaker of the House fight, but there are worse times to do so, like right now. and I think that's the prudent path. A lot of times to battle over this, but like we got important deadlines on Monday. It worked. Lady I says, we won't have Matt Gaetz, right? Or the new cabinet appointments. Matt Gaetz resigned. Yeah, so he was not there today. And the new cabinet appointments were. So like Elise Stefanik was there. Hey, here's one from Keith O. Are you aware that Massey is from MIT and he designed and built those debt badges? Yeah, I am. And Massey's a really interesting dude, by the way. And he's got like a whole off-the-grid house. It's very fascinating. I think he's a sharp dude. I'm not mad at him. I would be mad at him if we didn't get this done. But I understand, like, I appreciate our principled people, but we also don't want the team to lose on the basis of principle alone. Like, as long as your team wins, I'm fine with a couple people digging their heels in, as long as the team wins. Like, you can't have a single player make the team lose. Emil, what's up? 4 months as a membo says, feels like more of the same on here. Wendy Donnelly. Hey, Dottie's mom is bringing in 10 membos. Thank you, Dottie's mom. Wendy, thank you for that. We got Julius VC. Mr. E got one. Blue Nose Bob. Pat Hacker got one. Call Me Legend. Sherilyn Monroe. Crazy Redhead. We've got Sam Adams and Bruce Little, along with Ken Phillips, all gifted membos, courtesy of Dottie's mom, Wendy. Thank you, Wendy. Crash is here. Says, pursuant to long precedent, that statement in and of itself tells me the House does not require a speaker either today or moving into the future. Jams Varno says, bah ha ha, time to switch to the comedy shows now, like MSNBC or CNN. We bounced around a bit. They're still talking about the speaker stuff. Oh, we got Weissman. Weissman's here. Check this one.
Are valuing the court system, and that's how we resolve things in this country. That's what separates us between a sort of state of nature. And sort of,
you politically prosecuted your opponents. Don't tell us that we're separate. Okay, you acted like animals. Be Controversial says, I've never seen someone get auto-corrected while speaking. I'm sure she meant obligation and not opportunity. From Be Controversial. I'm not sure who you were talking about there, but it is interesting when that happens. Glocky says, I would really love to see Democrats and independents, or is sharing a quote from somebody who said, I want to see people do an insurrection on Trump. Ravicus says, imagine Rowdy Roddy walking into this room. Rowdy Roddy walking into this room. Looking like that. Elf is here. What's up, Elf? 9 months as a membo. Says, hey, Rob, say hello to the newest baby, Elfette. Little Elfette. Beautiful, beautiful name. Glocky says, here's some factual information. The last Army guy to do the boom thing with the vehicle was Timothy McVeigh. Now a former Green Beret apparently tried the same. The real kicker in all this, guess who was in charge of the Oklahoma City bombing? Garland. And guess who's in charge of heading up this current investigation? Garland. Isn't that neat? He's been competent and around long enough to head up 2 domestic terrorist attacks involving 2 military members using vehicles. Interesting one there, Glocky. Thanks for that. Hey, Emil says, Rob's going hard. Jennifer says, get him, Rob. The heck, what was that on? Was that when Hakeem was lecturing us? Irritating. Clown World. What about the Republican in the nursing home? Oh, yeah, I remember that. I forget her name, but yeah, she's like been gone for a couple months and her entire team is still getting paid. Amazing. Hey, Emil says, Sean Ryan is coming out later with a special force operator who got messaged the manifesto from the Vegas guy. Sounds like he was right on that, man. Breaking news before they're even releasing it. Incredible. Shout out to Sean Ryan. Hey, Glocky. Tim Burchett says Mike Johnson doesn't have the votes. That didn't age well because he got him. Stephen Mosher says you can't govern from the wings. Got to get to the center there and make stuff happen. Sharpie Guy says pomp and circumstance. Rob, you'd last 5 minutes, which would be 4 minutes and 59 seconds longer than I would. This reminds me of a typical type A show-off, except it's a stadium full of them, so there is little or none to be individual. It's kind of cringy. I think maybe you're talking about Congress, which kind of reminds you of like high school government. You ever see those kids who led high school government? I was never in it, but you know who I'm talking about. Like the high school government body, student body government. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. Remember those? Any of you out there? I love you, obviously. Thank you for being leaders, but those student body government kids were pretty weird. Probably most of them are in Congress right now. Emil, someone please make an Austin Powers clip of all the Johnsons. Yeah, Austin Powers. It looks like today we're going to elect a big Johnson. Who's going to hold the gavel? It might be Big Mike or whatever, however that one went. Voice of the people. Johnson is already lost unless Dems vote him. Choose someone more competent for the love of God. Do something right. From Voice. Johnson's in there, man. Good to see you, Voice. Off-label podcast. Hey, Clifton Moberg says, excellent hosting, Robert. Thank you, Clifton. I appreciate that. $85,000 compensation to individual J6ers. Is that a proposal? That's a good start. Voice of the People says, I'd nominate Wesley Hunt or Anna Paulina Luna. They do great in committees, but don't move the needle much in them. Good to see you, Voice. Yeah, those are two very competent people. And you also want people who can communicate well on those committees because we have a bunch of the battles in the committees, right? You need to win the media war as well. B.H. Williams, did she pledge allegiance to Hamas or Ukraine? Good question from B.H. Williams. Yeah, she probably got confused. Sharpie Guy, what would be crazier than anything is if a Democrat voted for Johnson and switched to Republican in front of the whole body. Do you think he'd get welcomed into our conservative party with the gusto that their Democrat colleagues booted them to the curb with? LOL. That would be amazing if that happened. It would never happen. Democrats are just a uniparty in themselves. Voice of the People says, why is everyone mad? You want more CRs and money to Ukraine? Remember how he flipped on Ukraine spending in a single heartbeat? We need better than Mike Johnson. Sev Russ says, hey, finished a workout before the vote. Should have waited. Helps control frustration. From Severus. Good to see you, Severus. Another workout in, man. Good, man. You're getting jacked. Love it. Deluxe Knight says, Nancy needed the microphone because she has a mouth full of floating wino teeth that'll fall out of her gums. Ammo is currency, says grant them sovereignty and cut off the welfare to those other territories is what ammo is currency is saying. Voice of the People says, why were they not called? Well, DC's not a state. No civilian should be living there. Sit down, be quiet. Plaskett is the missing link to something. Knox is here. Says, hey, defense attorney in Texas. I was an attorney in the Northern Mariana Islands. It is a real place, and along with Guam, do have an unusually high enlistment rate and are very patriotic. Although she got a little too angry, they are U.S. citizens, and really they should get a token of recognition. Sorry if you disagree, from Knox. It's a good point, Knox. We threw a bunch of tea in the sea for having no representation. I am very irritated with our representation system, by the way. I think that our representation is totally broken, and it's not constitutional at all. 435 representatives was never contemplated. They never had a cap for the House of Representatives in the Constitution. That was all scheduled elsewhere. So I think we should have a lot more representatives, and the number should be like 5,000. I know that sounds crazy, but then maybe I'd be more inclined to that. If we had actual representation, I would agree. MJ Powell says Trump gets torpedoed for being certified on Monday. Well, we got that reversed. We got that flipped around. So $20 from MJ Powell. Thanks for that. Gets torpedoed. Yeah, he's gonna hopefully make it through easy peasy on Monday. Thank you, MJ Powell. MJ Powell, also a Spotlight supporter. Thank you for being so generous, MJ. Hammer and thumb. This is a dereliction by the Republican Party. After the states have elected a Republican president by a significant margin, and now Congress is playing into the hands of the certification delayers. Hammer and thumb. As frustrated as we all were until those two squishy votes flipped. Hey, Ravicus says, we have all weekend. What are you scared of? We got it done. We got it done. Carla D, what did these three do aside from wasting time? Is this what we can expect for the next 2 years? This is infuriating. Ravicus says Congress is working on the art of the deal right now, or Trump was. Dapper Dave says, makes no sense that Matt Gaetz didn't take his seat for the 19th just to vote. He resigned from 118th. He could then resign again. Well, I think the resignation was an attempt to stop the report from coming out, and the report came out anyways. So maybe he resigned his seat for nothing. Ravicus says, I just want to say, even though some of us disagree on policy, I'm really glad we have this debate here today. Thank you, watchers. Thank you, Ravicus, for joining us. Yeah, and I agree with that. I saw a lot of people very upset with Johnson, and I can empathize with that. I'm not like a Johnson fanboy, although you may have felt some of that today, because we need to get a functional Congress. I'm a fanboy of functional governance, and if we're going to sit around with 35 votes and no speaker for a month, that's a big problem. MJ Powell, Hey, Robert, almost a new baby in the house. We love our new babies. Thank you, MJ Powell. Happy Friday to all the watchers. Same to you, MJ. Thanks again for another one. You're amazing. Just ranting. What's up? 9 months as a membo. Hey, Rob, what we call in the baby, Happy New Year. We're going to call the baby Rantosaurus Rex. I don't know why. Sounds fun. Thank you, Just Ranting. 9 months as a membo. Knox says, they do need to get this done and get our new president certified. Exactly. It was like 3 days away. We got to do it. Don't Matter. What's up, Don't Matter? Thanks for becoming a supporter. Hey, and new membos. We'll see everybody tomorrow. I know our schedule's been a little askew because of all the news that we've been covering, but membos, we'll have our Saturday members only stream tomorrow. We'll see you there. Hey, what's up? More here. 10 membos coming in, courtesy of More Here. We've got Anything Goes is here. Backseat Drivers coming in. Mrs. Hayes is here. Doc No. Blue Nose Bob. Michelle's here. What's up? Justice coming in. Fedigator. Bradley Mike Golf. JL Dubs in the house. And Mama Suri. Gifted membos, courtesy of More Here. Bringing in even more here. B.H. Williams says the CN on Gates was deleted. The community notes on Gates was deleted. Hey, Keith O says Thomas Massey immediately corrected himself. I'm glad he has honor. That was hilarious. Yeah. Mike Johnson will be elected. The community notes was deleted. Thomas, you're just not going to age well. Oops. Looks like mine didn't age well. That's great. Good for him for calling himself out. Hey, let's see what else we got coming in here. Let's see. Amazing. Okay. So we're going to see what else we've got on locals. We're going to come back on that. Carrie B had to run. Thank you, Carrie B. We love you. Thanks for clipping for us. Voice of the People says, in the first 48 hours of 2025, I've seen 7 stories now about people making their own boom booms. This is going to get rough. Yeah, and they were talking about that, Voice. They were talking about copycats and other items. Catwoman, thank you, Catwoman, says, keep up the exposure, Robert. Happy New Year, Patriot. New Orleans was and is suspect and a false flag event, in my opinion, says Catwoman. Yeah, there's weird things that are happening out there. There are weird things. Thank you, Catwoman, for the nice dono. Acid Burn says, Mike must go after work done for Trump. Must go after the work has been done for Trump. Ollie is bringing in somebody else. Welcome aboard, somebody else. Dottie's mom, Wendy Donnelly, is bringing in 10 more. Thank you, Wendy, for bringing in 10 more friends. Ben Dover is here. Adam M. Zach Bennett, what's up? We got Chinny Win. Hello, Kidden is here. Three Finger Clay. Willie D. M. Nigmem, Jim. Emmett Bishop and NY Renal got gifted membos, courtesy of Wendy Donnelly, a.k.a. Dottie's mom. Hey, Doug Blask. Just realized that once again, Jeffries probably had to write a speech for nothing. Can you just use the old one? It's like, I gave that one last year. Let me do that one again. Hey, we need peace. Thanks for becoming a supporter. We'll see you tomorrow on the members stream. Brian Bishop says, okay, so the guns melted, but the wallet was intact. What kind of material was that? It was one of those space rocket tile wallets that doesn't catch fire. Sodium Soldier, 13 months as a membo. Thank you, Sodium Soldier. Says that biohazard tattoo looks like it was superimposed over existing tattoos, almost like it was photoshopped. From Sodium Soldier. Question everything, says Robert. Shine that big, beautiful spotlight, baby. We do and we will as we close out one final time on the day. Nathan C. 5 months as a membo. Thank you, Nathan C., for supporting us for 5 months. Getting close to that baby. Says, interesting. Matthew was born in Arizona per the passport. Ooh, that is interesting. Did you see that come by on the screen? Interesting. It's my hometown, my home state. Debbie O, did you see on X that Judge Mercan says he'll sentence Trump on the 10th? And Debbie, I think you may have flagged that for us and caused us to cover that. So thanks for alerting me to it. I appreciate that. Debbie O in the house. Tag, what's up, Tag? Welcome as a supporter. We'll see you tomorrow on the members only stream. It's going to be fun. Mama Rowe, 5 months as a membo, says, holy moly, the Sean Ryan interview is fire. It's really scary stuff. It sounds like it. Sounds like it is. And it sounds like he's onto it. So we'll check that out. Arnold Newton, 10 months as a membo, a baby plus one, says the New York judge set January 10th as sentencing for Trump. What a scam. And we read through the filing and got that in here. Hopeful Faith says, off subject, can anyone tell me why on God's green earth does typing antifa.com take you to whitehouse.gov? Hilarious. So I think somebody bought it, Antifa.com, and they just forwarded it to the Biden administration. That's all. You can buy a domain and just forward it. Pretty fun. Sharpie Guy says, I have friends that are Muslim, and when I visit them, their Quran is always visible in their homes. And I once asked if I could read a few passages, and they were completely offended, telling me that they never, ever leave it open. It's always visible, but not open. So no one can know what they are reading, worshiping, or nothing. This is a setup, Rob. I don't believe it for a moment. From Sharpie Guy on Locals. Ravicus says, this is a quote from Massey about the 2023 department ceiling vote. Another right-wing firebrand, Thomas Massey of Kentucky, said he'd anticipate voting for the bill, having said, I think it's important to keep in mind the debt limit bill itself does not spend money. It's the same stance that Donald Trump was pushing for in this last debt ceiling increase. So maybe there's more in common there than we thought, from Ravicus. Knox said, hey, the raid on the dude's trailer was here in Houston, and we saw some of that. Knox says, so the dean of the House was elected the first year yours truly could vote, and he is a wonderful orator. It was never Biden's age. Oh, the guy who came in and introduced Johnson? I didn't catch his name, but that was a nice talk. Keith O says, is President Trump the first person in history to have his victory certified by two VPs who he had defeated? Yeah, that's a good question, because the first go round, it was Biden, right? And who was VP, and then now it's Kamala. And he took out Kamala and Clinton. It's like MVP. Rick D says, OMG, Jeffrey said the Dems were going to fart hard in his speech. What? He said that? Rick D says, apparently Bill Gates gave $2.2 million grant to fund medical studies to turn mosquitoes into flying jabs. People will get jabbed without even knowing it. It's according to that one. Hey, here's one from Knox. Says, good thing they had that ID right there. It's pretty amazing. Everything else burnt to a crisp. Guns melted. But his military ID is right there. Perfect. Got it right handy. ELZ. Thank you, ELZ. Says, today is a historic day for our nation and the world, with more historic days coming quickly in the days ahead. I will revel in the glory of our God-given republic and cherish these times in my heart always. TGIF, $7 for luck. Thank you, ELZ. It's been a great Friday stream. Yeah, it's been a great Friday stream. Knox is here. And the Tesla went to Las Vegas, New Mexico first. Ooh, interesting. Las Vegas, New Mexico. And I wonder if he took that route because of the Chargers or something. It's strange. Bodie, did anyone hear the gunshot? How did he detonate if he shot himself first? 17 seconds to detonate and shoot himself? Yeah, I mean, maybe he shoots himself and then presses the thing and it goes. Glocky says, Sean Ryan dropped this guy's Vegas manifesto. He had to take his family to a safe location for a while. It's getting pretty creepy here. Sean has it up on his Instagram and released a video on it. He references a DEA agent who contacted Sean about it, coordinates, and Mexico. Man, Sean Ryan's on top of it. So thank you for that one, Glocky. Bodie says, false flag operation to blame ISIS in order to go to war with Iran? A lot of people would like that. A lot of people would like that. Glocky says, it's Sean Ryan who released it. Man, amazing. Sean Ryan show. There we go. Email from Libblesberger to Sam. Wow, that looks like a manifesto. Rick D says, whoa! The judge in the hush money case has apparently just ordered Trump to appear for sentencing on the 10th. Thank you, Rick D. Man, you guys were flagging me on this today. I'm like, oh, we have to cover it. We have to. B.H. Williams says, Juan the Con Mercan on Friday rejected Trump's second argument to toss out his conviction bid, and now we're scheduled for sentencing. So Trump is getting sentenced on the 10th, says Glocky, but not really getting sentenced because he's not going to actually penalize him. No jail time, no fine, no probations, a complete discharge, but no penalties at all. Yeah. Spud says, Rob, they're called throwdown passports. Okay, I think they are lying about the autopilot mode. Elon has too much to lose because too many fatals have been supportedly caused by autopilot. So Tesla has an interest in not having its vehicles turn into heat-seeking missiles. How would his appeal affect this being sentenced? It's got to be overturned so that would reverse the ruling in the sentencing, right? Yeah, I mean, if the judgment of guilt and the sentence are vacated as a result of a successful appeal, yeah, they'd be gone. Is there any chance the appeal can happen ASAP because of the circumstances and the threat it poses to our government? Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that they're not going to go along with the sentencing and that they're going to appeal this in New York and maybe even to the Supreme Court. They've got 7 days to do it. And if they don't get it done quickly, then they risk the chance that Trump gets, he takes the oath of office and then Merchan comes back and then wants to delay it until after the presidency. Ray K, 35 months as a membo. Oh my goodness, Ray K. That's almost 3 years. Man, that's a long time. Thank you for supporting us all this time. Happy and blessed new year all. May 2025 be epic. And it certainly will be. Certainly looking that way. Thank you, Ray K, again, for being here so long. This old guy, just have the Secret Service tell Merchan that they cannot and will not allow Trump to travel to New York before the swearing-in ceremony. He'll say, just zoom in. Just hop on the Zoom. Boopsy, did you hear about Trump's rally type event on January 19th? That will be cool. I did hear about that. I think, was that in New York or something? An 81-year-old GOP congresswoman falls on the staircases. That's terrible. I hope she's okay and is back on her feet. Hey, Nancy's back. She fell down some stairs. She was back. Goose Toots, 8 months as a membo. Thank you, Goose Toots. Happy, blessed New Year, Rob. Thank you, Goose Toots, for that. And we got Crash says, Lieutenant Peter Hancock, one of the 3 defendants, Breaker Morant, spoke out during trial saying, it is no secret that our graves were dug when they charged us. Same for President-elect Trump. 2 of the 3 were actually eliminated from Crash. Man, that's a serious one. Mark Maddox says, why did you leave leaf blower guy behind? I know, I'm feeling pretty bad about it. But we're going to do everything we can to bring him up here in Prescott, Arizona, because we have leaves up here and they need to be blown. I'm getting a little bit uncomfortable with all these extra leaves around here and no leaf blower guy to get rid of them. So we love our leaf blower guy friends and we're going to reconnect. Our spirits will be united once again. Spuds, 5 months until we have triplets. Oh my gosh. I can't wait. Triplets Spuds coming around like a whole sack of them. Uncle Bozy says, just got here. Anything interesting going on in the Capitol today? There was a little bit of stuff. A couple things happened, like new Speaker of the House, new Congress. Special Forces people taking themselves out. Former LEO says, I would love to see the video that led up to the discovery of the passport. While sifting through evidence, it is customary to video. And then while videoing, if something of value is located, the video continues until a still image can be taken. The still image of the passport doesn't identify the original location of the passport. Like, yeah, did they pull it out under something? And what is the passport doing in the trunk of the car? Uncle Bozy, I think the Republicans can remove Johnson in the future if they want. Glad he was voted in today for the sake of the country, even though he does remind me of an emoji. Which emoji? Hey, Brett. Thank you, Brett, for the nice one. Says, I can't help but think that we would have fewer nail-biter House votes if we didn't have all those House seats in California with prolonged vote counting, resulting in supposed Democratic wins. Hope they investigate. Yeah, we'll see. There was a lot of that happening in California, like weeks. Are they still counting in some of them? Or they got to be done now because they just got sworn in, but they took a long time. Sheila the Pooh, 1,000,000 hugs to you. Nice to see you, Sheila. Bringing in 5 new membos. Atlas Shrugged got one. Ravi T, One Jump Bob is here. Wheezy Bob and Bama Rose gifted membos courtesy of Sheila Pooh. 1,000,000 hugs to you. Thank you, Sheila, for bringing in the new membos. Uncle Bozy. Hey, marathon love stream today. It was a love stream. It was a love stream, Uncle Bozy. So beautiful. Great job, Rob. And you motored through that without even one energy drink that I saw. You're a machine. Or maybe this was all AI, Robo Rob, the Rob bot. There may have been some off-screen energy drink consumption, but I'll never admit it. Boopsy, I wish someone would have asked if the wallet was the only leather item found. Were other items made of leather completely destroyed? Good question, Boopsy. Lenny, please smash that like button for the love of all that's holy. Thank you for doing it. Thank you, Lenny. And Uncle Bozy, rounding it out, says, Judge Merchan deserves serious prison time, in my opinion. Never will happen, but he really should be kicked off the bench. It's just like a law license. Should face federal charges for violating civil rights, from Uncle Bozy. Yeah, he is not an ethical, honorable judge, in my opinion, in any sense of the concept. And he should not be presiding over cases. And his corruption with his daughter should lead to an investigation, and then we'll come to conclusions about criminal charges in the aftermath. All right, let's say hello to our friends on X. We got some comments over here today. B. Torn says, did DeSantis hold back by replacing Gates temporarily until a special election could take place? Because maybe Gates could have been in there voting for some of this stuff. Possible, but we got it done. Nadler is back, says Peter Safety. Here's Trump, an AI Trump of Trump with some ladies. Hey, thank you, Stephen. Steven is here, says, terrific coverage, Rob. Great show. Thank you for that. Stephen in the house. Carrie Lucas, how is Nancy Pelosi there in any capacity? I thought she had a broken hip. Yeah, I don't know. They fixed it, I guess. Margaret, we need to keep an eye on Massey. He seems to be a rhino. Thank God Johnson got 218, with the exception of Massey, and an opposite opinion from John. You want people with backbone like Massey, and Massey has exactly that. And so, my friends, great comments over on X. Thanks for sending those in. Sheila is bringing in 5 more membos as we wrap out the day, bringing in Will Call Magic in the house. Lion, Dog, Face, Pony Soldiers coming in. Summer Walkabout, D herself, and Ciel brought in as membos courtesy of Sheila Poo. A million hugs to you, Sheila. And my friends, thank you for sending all of those in. It has been a very fun stream. We're going to have another very fun stream on Monday because there is a lot that is happening out there. And so thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for inviting someone else to come back, because on Monday, the certification of the 2024 election is going to be happening. And we're going to be here covering it live. We'll have our 4x4 panel. We'll have all the latest news. We'll go through the interwebs. We'll see what you say about it. And we're going to be streaming to count the votes. I'm sure there'll be objections from loser Democrats, but Monday should be fun. So, my friends, we're going to leave it there on the day. One more reminder, if you haven't already made plans for the inauguration, January 20th, it's going to be historic. We'd love to have you come join us at watcherlodge.com. Get your tickets. People are signing up. We've got our guest is confirmed, and we're excited for that. So go to watcherlodge.com, get your tickets. Lunch is included. The venue's included. It's a great venue. We're going to have a huge space to watch the fun. And so go check it out. Go to watcherlodge.com and buy a ticket and come see us. We're going to be in Scottsdale, Arizona, and it's going to be a blast. So we hope to see you there. Now, we're going to wrap it up. I want to say thank you to our mods and our meme smiths. We have the best mods of all time, including K Bean in the house, Donut Mind Me clipping for us, Carrie B, Playing Hooky, Dog Digger, and our friend Janek, who helped keep this train on the tracks. Thank you all for helping so much today. It was a long one, and you guys were clipping like mad, so thanks for that. Thanks for keeping everything together. We love our mods. They're amazing. And we love you too. Thank you for being here. So we're going to leave it there, my friends. We are coming back tomorrow for members. So if you're a member, we'll see you tomorrow on the Saturday stream. Otherwise, my friends, we are coming back here on Monday. Time TBD, depending on when everything gets started for the counting of the votes. But we're planning on being here pretty much all day. So we'll hope to see you back on Monday. Until then, my friends, I hope you have a beautiful weekend. And I hope that this week was incredible for you. We got a new year ahead of us. It's going to be better than you could even possibly imagine. We're going to go through it together here. But we'll pause for the weekend and we'll get outside. We'll get some vitamin D. We'll spend time with the people and the friends that we love. We'll restore our souls, rejuvenate our spirits, and rest a bit, because when we're back here on Monday, we're certifying an election. And then we're going to make America great again, baby. And so we're going to need to see you right back here so that together, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Locals, hang tight. We'll be right there, my friends. Make it a great weekend. I'll see you right back here on Monday. Bye-bye.